Chapter 44. And in other news, the Ministry of Magic continues to urge the public to only travel when it is essential after the town of Portsmouth was attacked by a tribe of giants, which led to the death of 11 Aurors and 193 Muggles. It is thought that the Dark Lord, Voldemort, orchestrated the attack. He is wanted for a string of others dating back to the arson attack on Hogsmeade. That is all from me, and now I will return you to Michael Thomas for the regional news near you. Harry turned the wireless off with a tap of his wand and shook his head. None had seen such an attack coming, and no preparations had been made to combat it. For the most part, the Aurors had been in way over their head, and were it not for the desperate action of Jameson to put it to an end, he dreaded to think just how much worse it could have been. He'd made the trip to Portsmouth to see the devastation for himself, and a radius of almost 6 miles had been laid to waste. Days later, the Ministry of Magic was still working to put it right, but much of the city had been destroyed. It was nothing short of an unmitigated disaster. The Muggle government was blaming their Irish counterparts for the incident, fueling an already unpleasant relationship between them. It was likely that any semblance of peace between the two countries would soon evaporate, creating quite the ugly situation for both. Only the Magicals seemed to know any differently, and the Ministry certainly had no intention of correcting the narrative the Muggle newspapers had adopted. "What are you thinking, Harry?" Elinor asked. He could only shake his head in response. "I don't know," he answered honestly. "I don't know enough about how this all played out the first time around. Maybe Jameson does." Elinor nodded and squeezed his hand. "I suppose it would be too much for me to ask you not to involve yourself." "I'm already involved," Harry pointed out. "You know I can't walk away from this. As much as I am hopeful the prophecy will be fulfilled by Jameson, I have to accept that it might have to be me to do it." "Can you?" "Elinor, I will wipe the floor with any man who tries to take me away from you," Harry replied darkly. "I walked away from what I did because it was the only option I had. There's not a soul who can get you now, and I will cause untold misery to any who threaten what we have." Elinor nodded and smiled amusedly. "You know, it does remind me of when we first met. You would be on the continent, doing what you had to, and I would spend my days worrying about you." "Our worries will be over soon enough," Harry assured her, "but I cannot hide from this. If Jameson is going to be successful, he will need me as much as I need him." "I know," Elinor sighed. "I always thought there wasn't enough room in the world for two of you, but I suppose it is exactly what is needed now." "It is," Harry said reassuringly. "Together, we can finally put an end to this nightmare, and I can live the rest of my life without everything weighing me down." "Us, Harry," Elinor corrected. "It has been weighing us down." Harry nodded and placed a kiss on her cheek. "Us," he agreed, "but not for much longer." "Break. I must say that scar is quite the improvement to your mug," Harry said amusedly as he took a seat next to the bed. Moody chuckled and began coughing from the exertion. "Piss off, Jameson," he growled good-naturedly. Harry had not had much of an opportunity to visit the man since the attack on Portsmouth. St. Mungo's had been inundated with journalists, and even Hogwarts had not escaped their attention in the bid to secure an interview with him. As ever, Harry had not been so accommodating to the media, and had avoided them at every turn, despite their best efforts. Ready to get back to work. I'd go back today if I could," Alistair sighed. "No such luck, though. It'll be another week or so at least, and then I won't be allowed in the field until I've proven my competence with this damned thing." The healers had done their utmost to save his leg, but the damage to it had been too extensive to salvage. Alistair's choices had been to live with the gammy limb or have it removed. He'd chosen the latter, and with the additional scars, he resembled the man Harry remembered from many years prior more so than ever. Expecting nothing less from the Auror, Moody had proven himself quite the hero during the attack. He'd saved 4 of the rookies from being slaughtered by the giants, by getting them out of harm's way, only to fall victim to a nasty blow from a makeshift club. It had been Kingsley who risked his own life by extracting Alistair, and he too had not escaped unscathed, though his injuries were significantly minor compared to Moody's. It had been close to a week since the attack, and Alistair remained in the hospital, having only had his leg amputated a few days ago. "How is it?" Harry asked. "Could be worse," Moody grunted. It could be worse." He moved the sheet to show the stump. The leg had been removed from above the knee, just enough for a prosthetic to be fitted. "Good morning, Auror Moody," a healer said cheerily as she entered his room. "Any pain today?" "Only one in my arse," Alistair returned with a grin, "but I don't suppose Jameson will be staying long." "I see you haven't lost your sense of humor," the healer replied with a shake of her head. "The sense of humor is new," Harry jumped in. "Best have him mentally assessed. I've got a feeling his brains may have been addled by the blow." Moody narrowed his eyes at him, and the healer consulted her clipboard. "He's already been assessed and has passed with flying colors," she declared. "Then I suggest a second opinion, and for the healer who did it to be struck off." "That would be me, Mr. Jameson." Moody chuckled. "Best to shut up, lad," he advised. "Healer Thompson here isn't afraid to take your temperature the other way, if you know what I mean." Harry winced at the thought. "Sounds to me that you're speaking from experience." Moody snorted before turning his attention to the healer. "What's for breakfast today?" he asked. "For you, scrambled eggs," Healer Thompson informed him as she waved her wand, and a plate of food appeared in front of the man. "Your stomach still isn't up to digesting much else." "That's scrambled eggs," Harry grumbled, eyeing the undercooked fare. "Looks like a cry for help to me." "Well, you haven't got to eat it, have you?" Moody muttered, reluctantly scooping up some of the eggs from the plate. "As disgusting as ever," he declared over a mouthful. The healer shook her head and ignored his comment. "You can be fitted for a new leg today," she explained, "and tomorrow we will start your therapy." "Why does she look happy about that, Jameson?" Alistair asked nervously. "Because it means she's closer to being rid of you, or it is going to be painful. In my experience, all healers are sadists, and I'm sure you will find that out for yourself." "We are not sadists, Jameson," Thompson huffed. "Sometimes you just have to push yourself a little." "Do you hear that, Moody? You malingering git. She's already tired of you taking up one of her beds. You can get your leg, get back on your feet, and get out so someone else more deserving can have your spot." Alistair laughed heartily, and the healer shot Harry a look of disapproval. "Mr. Jameson, you are upsetting my patient," she said sharply. "It is not that I wish to be rid of him, but the longer he stays in bed, the harder his recovery will be. Now, kindly shut up whilst I finish my work, or you can leave." "She's a charmer," Moody announced. "I'll give her that." Thompson glared at him, and Moody fell silent. A wise choice, from what Harry had seen of the no-nonsense woman. "I'm not going anywhere," he declared. "I need to see him be fitted for his new leg. What do you think of something made of solid gold?" "I think you're barking up the wrong tree," Alistair muttered. "I just want something cheap and light. If it breaks, it won't matter, and it probably will if Riddle's lot have something to say about it." "Spoils sport," Harry sighed. "What about a peg leg? You could dress up as a pirate for Halloween." Moody shot him a glare. "Fine," Harry conceded. "But for the record, I think you'd make a good pirate." "Piss off," Moody grumbled. Healer Thompson shot them both a look of exasperation as she reached the door. "I will send someone from the prosthetics team down shortly," she informed them. "Do not overexcite him, Mr. Jameson." Harry saluted the woman before turning his attention back to Alistair, who seemed suddenly rather downtrodden. "You know, I always knew there was a risk I'd be killed or irreversibly injured in the line of duty," he mused aloud. "But I never considered what I would do when it happened." "Well, if you died." "There's not much else you could do," Harry pointed out. "With this, I think you'll be just fine. A few adjustments will be needed, but that doesn't mean it has to be the end, does it?" "No," Moody replied. "It'll take more than a missing leg for that. It just made me realize how dangerous all of this is. Riddle isn't like other criminals. He has influence, and people are willing to follow him. This is going to get uglier before it gets better, isn't it?" "It will, And you'll be right there in the thick of it, Alistair, because that's what you do. Moody chuckled humorlessly as he nodded. Aye, that's what I do, he agreed. Thanks, Jameson, for coming and for doing what you did that night. Amelia said it took a lot out of you. It had been a rather taxing affair, but in the moment, there had been little else Harry could do without risking further harm. With Riddle there, something like Fiendfire could have easily been snuffed, and yet he needed something equally effective to throw at the giants. He'd never attempted anything of such magnitude, but it had worked as well as he could have hoped. It did, but a day of rest, and I was right as rain in April. Still quite the damned achievement, Alistair pointed out. Not many could do something like that. Is Bones at work? Harry nodded. Someone has to pick up the pieces, he replied. With 11 of you gone and Merlin knows how many injured, she's been pulling double shifts most days. Aye, she's a good lass, that one, Moody said fondly. You know, she thinks the world of you, lad. I've not said anything because, frankly, she'd tell me to mind my own business but keep looking out for her, Jameson. She's tough, but even the toughest of us needs someone. I will, Harry promised. And maybe you should take your own advice, Alistair. When they let you out of here, you shouldn't be on your own. I've got more than enough space at mine, so you can come there until you're comfortable on that new leg of yours and don't argue. I'll bloody well carry you there if I have to. Moody laughed as he nodded. I appreciate it. Harry gave the man a squeeze on the shoulder and grinned as another knock sounded at the door. The man who entered was carrying a large trunk, and Moody groaned. Are you sure I can't convince you to get a peg leg? Harry asked with a smirk. Bugger off, Moody muttered. Break. She had spent several days poring over the various newspaper articles about what had happened in Portsmouth, and Cassiopeia couldn't deny that she had been taken aback by Tom Riddle's carelessness and ruthlessness. Gellert's aim had always been to bring the Muggles to heel, but not in such a reckless manner, and Cassie realized just how dangerous Riddle was. The Muggles would not tolerate such occurrences, and even more than 2 decades ago, they'd proven just how much of a threat they could be. Even Gellert had not been foolish enough to engage them in such a direct manner, and yet Riddle had done so. What caught her attention more, however, was how the attack had ended. Jameson. Since she had arrived in Britain, the man's name seemed to follow her wherever she went. Arcturus knew of him, and even her own great-niece would be apprenticing under him in the coming days. Admittedly, what he'd done in Portsmouth was indeed an exceptional demonstration of an ability so few possessed. Even Gellert would be proud of such a feat. It left the woman rather confused. She'd come here with the intention of hunting down the serpent, and she somehow found herself paying more attention to Harry Jameson. Perhaps she was wary of Bellatrix being answerable to the half-blood, or simply could not avoid hearing of him from so many. Even Gellert, who was locked away from the civilized world, had made Jameson's acquaintance, and though Cassiopeia had little time for others, she'd always been there for the man she'd chosen to follow so many years prior. Did Gellert know something? Oddly, he seemed to be rooting for Jameson, and by extension, the serpent. The thought caused a frown to crease her brow, and she couldn't help but think she was missing something. She would need to speak with Gellert. Things had not gone according to plan in Britain, and the situation gripping the country was much worse than she'd anticipated. Although none had said as much, Britain was at war with itself, and if something weren't done soon, it would only get worse. Despite no longer calling the country home, her family was still here. Just because Cassiopeia didn't see them as much as she probably should, nor was she close to the Blacks, they were still her blood, and that meant something to her, even if none would believe it. Break. How are the things? The other Harry asked. Harry could only shake his head. As you'd expect, he sighed. The ministry doesn't seem to know what to do other than advising people to stay at home, and the Auror department is in a mess. With 11 dead and several injured, it's not easy. Evans nodded his understanding. Sounds just like the ministry, he replied irritably. Anyway, you did well against the giants. Not well enough. Maybe, but there are a few things I can show you to help for next time. I'd appreciate it, Harry said gratefully. Amelia did say they are looking into ways of fighting them more effectively, and after what happened, they need to. They do, Evans agreed. I only wish I could be more help. Since Braz has been dead, the vow has been less of a burden but not enough to let me do much more, unfortunately. What if I killed Grindelwald? It wouldn't make much of a difference, Evans shrugged. With the others still out there, it would be negligible, and he might prove useful in keeping him alive. Maybe, Harry mused aloud. I will speak with him again to see if he's willing to help more, but I have my doubts. He always was a git, Evans muttered. Still, at least he wasn't a complete nutter like Riddle. No, but Riddle will die soon enough, Harry declared. I'll see to it. I just need to lure him out of the shadows. How do you intend on doing that? By being more proactive, Harry answered. I'm going to rid him of his support. Evans nodded approvingly. If you can. Oh, I can do that, Harry declared. I'll start with my old friend Yaxley. He's had it coming for a while, and then I have another surprise for Tom that will make him rather angry. For everything he does, I'm going to make his life a misery. Like he did ours. Like he did ours, Harry confirmed. Now about these giants. Break. In her exhausted state, her dreams had been mostly sleepless for the past week, as she flitted in and out of consciousness between working double shifts in the department. They were several people short of a full roster, and Amelia, along with the others, was working every hour to ensure the public didn't go without at a time when they needed all the reassurance they could get. She didn't know what time she'd eventually been relieved, and she'd groggily returned to Harry's to get what little sleep she could, only making it as far as the sofa in the living room before drifting off immediately. Her eyes fluttered open at the feeling of being lifted, and Harry's concerned expression met hers. What's happening? Amelia asked sleepily. He offered her a tired smile. I'm putting you in bed, he explained. I've already set an alarm for you. Aren't you going to wake me? He shook his head apologetically. I won't be here, he murmured. I'll probably be away for several days. Why? Because there are things I have to do, he sighed. I can't say much more, but I'll be able to tell you when I'm home. Where are you going? I don't know yet. Amelia nodded and took a moment to just enjoy being in his arms. There had been little of that in recent days, and it seemed she would be deprived even longer. Do you think we will ever be able to have a peaceful life? She asked. Harry chuckled. You're an Auror, Bones, he pointed out. Peace isn't in the job description. True, Amelia conceded. You're not tired of me being an Auror. Harry frowned and shook his head. Why would I be? It's not very ladylike. He snorted amusedly. Bones, in the various states I've seen you over the years, you chasing dark wizards is probably one of the most ladylike things about you. Amelia narrowed her eyes at him. Always with the jokes, she huffed, a grin tugging at the corner of her lips. What he'd said, however, was true. They'd spent more than a week in the Forbidden Forest, neither washing nor able to maintain decent hygiene, and he'd been the first to reach her after she'd been held captive for several days. Amelia grimaced at the memory. She'd certainly not been at her best then either. How are you still attracted to me after everything? If you have to ask me that, then you have no understanding of just how exceptional you are, Amelia, Harry said sincerely. I suppose we got all the weird, awkward things out of the way before we got to where we are. That doesn't mean I want you leaving the door open whilst you're on the toilet. Amelia tutted at him and rolled her eyes as he placed her into bed before covering her with the duvet. I'll miss you, she murmured. He placed a gentle kiss on her lips, and a sense of contentment washed over her. I'll miss you. Did you manage to see Alistair? Harry chuckled as he nodded. I even helped him pick out a new leg, he explained. He wouldn't go for a gold one or even a peg leg. You wanted him to be a pirate, didn't you? Harry pouted as he nodded. The miserable git wasn't having any of it. Amelia shook her head amusedly. He's lucky to be alive. Exactly. I can't see why he wouldn't want to be a pirate. I could always chop one of your legs off, and you can live your dream. No thanks, Harry replied dryly, kissing her once more. I'll be back as soon as I can. Amelia nodded, and only a moment later, he was gone, leaving her to once more worry about him and what he would undoubtedly get himself caught up in. Break. With visits from Albus, Jameson, Cassiopeia, and Yaxley all in the span of a few days, Gellert had not felt so popular in more than 2 decades. But as an unfamiliar pair of footsteps approached his cell, he frowned in irritation. Was it truly too much to ask to be allowed to die in peace? He'd been condemned to the same 4 walls. He could do without what was becoming frequent interruptions to his purgatory. You, he snorted at the sight of the man peering at him through the bars. I must say, I didn't expect to see you again. How are things? Gellert was grinning rather smugly. He'd had little to feel smug about recently, and he never could ignore the chance to gloat, especially when dealing with such a self-satisfied peacock such as the one standing before him now. I expect you know how things are, Grindelwald, Laurent growled. What did you tell him? Tell who? Gellert asked dumbly. Jameson, what did you tell him? Gellert shrugged. A little of this and a little of that, he replied with a smirk. Causing problems is he. He's beginning too, Laurent growled. He's getting too close for comfort, and my men failed to assassinate him. Well, old friend, that sounds like your problem. Laurent narrowed his eyes. This was your idea, he snapped. We were to be a superpower that the wizarding world had never seen the likes of. You brought us together. We all make mistakes, Gellert returned sourly. Where have you been, Laurent? You've allowed me to rot in here whilst you have tried to fill my shoes. We were supposed to create a new world order, one that would see wizards take our rightful place at the very top of humanity. Instead, from what I can gather, you have used my alliance purely for your own gain. All of you forgot what we intended to do and have become a cesspool of corruption. You have used it for your own ends and not that of our kind. This was never supposed to be what you've turned it into. How many people have you had murdered? How many have you bribed, blackmailed, or intimidated to get what you all want? We were supposed to be better. We were supposed to take what was ours and serve those who look to us. That was what we agreed. Laurent snorted derisively. As ever, your vision proved to be weak, he goaded. We became more than what you intended for us. There is not an entity in existence that can achieve what we do. So a few people are killed, but in your own words, Grindelwald, it is for the greater good. There must be balance in the world, and we ensure that. Gellert shook his head. You're right, he replied. There should be balance in the world, but you have tipped it only in your favor, and balance must be restored. He's coming for you, Laurent, and there is nothing you can do to stop him. There's a good reason your men have failed, and they will continue to do so. Jameson is much like the serpent, only this one still has its fangs. It is only a matter of time before you find them in your throat, and I will die happy knowing that you and the others will be in the depths of hell with me. Laurent clenched his jaw. He will fail, he ground out. We have become more powerful than you can begin to imagine, Grindelwald. We control several of the most powerful countries, and more will join us when the time is right. We have not been idle these past 20 years. Our influence is immeasurable, and there is nothing that we cannot do in the world if we choose to. Not Jameson, the serpent, or you can stop us. Remember that whilst you spend the rest of your life rotting in here, it is us who controls everything you're tried to seize for yourself, and the rest of the world doesn't even know it. He offered Gellert a smug grin before taking his leave, though another appeared only a moment later. I think it is time that you tell me what is going on, don't you, Gellert? Cassiopeia requested, shooting a glare in the direction Laurent had left in. Gellert nodded. He'd never told the woman of the alliance he'd created. He intended to, but not until the right moment, and that had never come. He'd been defeated by Albus before his associates had been able to defect, and ever since, they'd been operating in the shadows, gaining influence and evidently bastardizing his intent. It took several minutes for him to explain, and the more he did so, the darker Cassiopeia's demeanor became. When he was done, her nostrils flared, and the woman was seething. So that's why Jameson was here, she murmured. He's trying to take them down. He is, Gellert confirmed. The serpent intended on doing the same, but we stopped him before Albus and I met on the battlefield. I have given Jameson most of what he needs to do it, but I believe another conversation is in order. Laurent always was smug, and he's only gotten worse. He thinks that he is untouchable, and perhaps he is. The network they have between them is extensive and may be too much for one man to handle. Maybe, Cassiopeia agreed quietly, but I saw what he did in Portsmouth. I watched them dig out 8 of the giants he managed to kill. If he's as smart as he is talented with a wand, he might just manage it. Besides, he will have me helping him. You, Gellert asked, surprised by her willingness. Me, Cassiopeia confirmed. You may be locked in here and unable to do something, but I can, and nothing will give me a greater sense of satisfaction than knocking the French bastard off his pedestal. Gellert released a deep breath. He admired her continued, unwavering loyalty to him, but he was not convinced that she and Jameson could coexist. It would be even more of a challenge to do so if somehow the serpent was involved. Cassie, do you think it wise too? She cut him off with a glare. I heard how he spoke to you, Gellert. He believes he has gotten the better of you, and we can't allow that to happen. I had intended on killing Jameson if necessary to get to the serpent, but perhaps the friend of my enemy can be a friend of mine, for now. What about an enemy becoming an ally? You'd have me work with him. Well, you must first ask yourself what is more important. Do you want the serpent dead, or do you want to see my wish fulfilled to put an end to Laurent and his associates? Cassiopeia narrowed her eyes. You play a dangerous game, Gellert, she huffed irritably. If you want me to work with him, I will, but the moment Laurent and the others are dead, he will join them. Gellert shook his head. I have said it enough times, he sighed. Going after him will only get you killed. Not if he doesn't expect it. He always expects it, Gellert retorted, somehow rather excited by the prospect of the trio working together despite the risk that came with it. I suppose I have a letter to pen. Break. He read the contents of the file for the umpteenth time since he'd last met with Jameson. Doing so, he found it difficult to believe that the man he'd identified during the inspection of the wands was the very same capable of such corruption. It sickened Ghost, but he knew he could not let the undeniable truth he'd uncovered cloud his judgment. He'd promised himself when he'd accepted his position that there would be no repeat of what had happened to his fallen colleagues, that he would not allow any the opportunity to all but destroy the department again, even if that meant removing a spoiled apple from his own cart. Ghost needed to be true to his word, and the only way of being so was to eliminate the corrupt man. The traces on the wand may have been faint, but he was so familiar with the magic of the man that his involvement was undeniable. Even if the wand had not been wielded by him personally, he'd been in contact with it recently. At the very least, he was involved in the attack on Jameson, and that alone was enough for Ghost to act decisively. Come in, he called as the knock on his door sounded. As expected, it was Jameson who entered, a man who'd been garnering more and more intrigue in recent months with his actions. Ghost had been keeping a close eye on what was unfolding in Britain, and for better or worse, it was the hit wizard before him at the very center of the defense against Tom Riddle. Releasing a sigh, he closed the file and placed it in the top drawer of his desk before looking at the man seated on the opposite side of the desk. I've given it a lot of thought, he murmured. I've tried to find an explanation as to why, but I've got nothing, Jameson. He's one of our best, and I can only assume he wanted more than he's been given. That is usually enough to corrupt those who seek power. Ghost nodded his agreement. He is protected by the very same rules that protect you, and I can tell you little. He is a dangerous man, Jameson, one of the best I've seen come through here. You will need to have your wits about you, but he will not be expecting what is coming. He will arrive in Minsk in 48 hours from now. I'm sure you won't have any trouble finding him. Why Russia? Harry asked. Because neither of us can be certain how far-reaching this organization is, Ghost pointed out. There is a strong chance they have agents across the globe. But not in Russia. Ghost shook his head. My predecessor was Russian, and the Russians came to fight against Grindelwald when Fedorov was murdered. If there is anywhere you might just be beyond their reach, it would be there. The minister is a good man, and he would not be corrupted by any. I'm not saying your safety is completely assured, but this will be the place with the least risk to you. Here, take this. What is it? Jameson asked as he accepted the envelope offered to him. If things go wrong, this might just get you out of trouble. I don't expect you will need it, but it's best not to and have it in your possession than be unprepared for all eventualities. Of course, it is preferable that you do not need to use it. The Russians are neither allies nor enemies of the ICW, so let us not give them a reason for that to become the latter. Good luck, Jameson. You might just need it. The man merely nodded and left the office, leaving behind a thoughtful head of the Department of Justice. Ghost had celebrated Grindelwald's defeat and hoped that the particularly unpleasant chapter in wizarding history was finally behind them, so that he could focus on rebuilding all that had been destroyed. Evidently, another entity had been operating all along, and though he didn't fully understand their motivation for doing so, he knew they needed to be stopped. The wizarding world needed peace, or eventually, they would cease to exist from foolish conflict amongst themselves. Even now, the magical population was still below what it had been before Grindelwald swept across the continent, and if peace didn't last, it never would be again. Break. Dotting the final sentence with his quill, he returned it to the holder before blowing the ink dry and sealing the missive with his official stamp. It would be the very last one of his term in office, and Michael Smith felt the weight of his responsibilities lifted from his shoulders. It was over. Tomorrow, a new man would take his place, and though he wished he had the ability to lead the department through what it currently faced, Michael knew the time had come for him to step down. Maybe he should have done so a few years prior, but it wasn't until he'd nearly lost his life to Riddle that the reality set in. He was old now, and certainly past the best years of his life. Over the last few months, he'd worked closely with Minister Leach and his deputy to name a suitable replacement, and though it hadn't been easy, there was only one man he believed ready to fill his shoes. Derek, he greeted his now former subordinate fondly. Well, I suppose that's it. Everything is done. Grimm nodded and offered his hand, which Michael accepted without hesitation. You know, it won't be the same around here without you, sir. It's time for a change, old friend, Michael replied. I'll miss this, all of it, but it's time to move on. I always said I would know when, and I know it's the right thing to do. Derek nodded his understanding. What will you do with your free time? I have no idea, Michael chuckled, fighting the urge to let his emotions overwhelm him. Maybe I'll finally take up a hobby, but I think I have some making up to do to my wife. She's always wanted to travel, and she's put that on hold for my career. I'd like us to be able to do it before both of us are too old. Well, you'd best send some postcards, Derek all but demanded. I'll miss you around here, Mike. Let's just hope your replacement is up to the job. I'm sure he will be. Here he is now. It was as though any joy he felt in the moment was drained from the room as Barty Crouch entered the office. His brow creased, lips thin, and the mustache rested atop, twitching irritably. Is this my office? It is now, Michael answered. Crouch barely acknowledged him with a grunt as he walked around the perimeter of the sizable room and nodded to himself. It will do, he declared. You must be my head Auror. Derek Grimm, Derek introduced himself. Crouch didn't accept the proffered hand, but merely nodded in response. There will be changes, he declared. I want every member of the department here at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. It's about damn time this riddle was dealt with, and it will be done my way. Well, what are you waiting for, Grimm? Get a memo out. Derek quirked an eyebrow at Michael before leaving the office to do as he'd been bid. He's a good man. Crouch frowned at him. I will be the judge of my men, Smith, he muttered. Don't you have a retirement to enjoy? It was a rather bitter way for his career to end, but Michael said nothing else as he gathered up his belongings. Crouch was not the most amiable of men, but he would be good for the department. He was incorruptible, tough, and resilient, everything the Aurors would need to ensure victory over the Dark Lord. "Good luck, Grim," he whispered, taking a final look around the empty office before leaving. "You're going to need it." Chapter 45. The mood within the office was one of curiosity as the Aurors waited to see who would be replacing Smith. With all that had happened in recent days, it had all but slipped Amelia's mind that the man would be leaving the previous day. Smith had made his rounds throughout the week, bidding farewell to his subordinates, but for most, they'd been too exhausted to truly comprehend what was happening. Now, Smith was gone, and they were waiting on tenterhooks to see who would arrive instead. "What do you think?" Imelda asked. "I don't know," Amelia answered honestly. "There are very few who would even want the job, let alone with everything happening. It's a ton of stress to take on." Imelda nodded her agreement, and Amelia quirked an eyebrow as Grim entered with another man in tow. "Well, bugger," she murmured. Imelda frowned as she took in the man's appearance before looking at Amelia questioningly. "Barty Crouch," she explained. "He's been a prosecutor for the Wisengamot for years. Most of the people in Azkaban are in there because of him. I shouldn't be surprised that he's taken this job. He's ambitious but should be competent." "What's he like?" "I can't say I know him, but from what I've seen during trials, he's ruthless and unforgiving. It will be interesting to see the approach he takes." "What do you think he will do?" "He will want to go for the throat," Amelia answered. "He will want Riddle defeated quickly and his supporters in Azkaban. The one thing he is going for him is that he will not be bribed, blackmailed, or intimidated by anyone. He might just be Riddle's worst nightmare in office." "All right, that's enough out of you lot," Grim called, silencing the room. "As you are all aware, it was Smith's last day as the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and I am pleased to introduce his replacement. I expect many of you will know of him, but for those that don't, this is Bartemius Crouch, longtime prosecutor on behalf of the Wisengamot. I'm sure you will join me in giving him a warm welcome." Crouch did not even flinch, nor did his expression change as he was applauded. His gaze merely swept across the room, and he nodded, his mustache twitching almost irritably. "Thank you, Grim," he said confidently, gesturing for the man to take a step back so that he could address the Aurors. "As things stand, we find ourselves at war with a man and his followers who wish to sow the seeds of fear amongst us and see them thrive. I will not tolerate it, and I expect Riddle and his ilk to be dealt with quickly and dealt with by us. I must say, I have been rather disappointed that it has taken a member of the public to do our job when it mattered, and it is high time you pull your damned socks up. I will be reviewing your files, and all of you will be completing a new training program approved by me. That is all for now." Crouch marched from the room and slammed his office door behind him, leaving behind a group of confused and unhappy Aurors. The jab he'd taken at Harry had not been missed by Amelia, nor any other as they discussed what had happened amongst themselves. "I'd like to see that get in the thick of it," one of the Aurors snorted. Amelia nodded her agreement, though she didn't say anything. She was rather peeved by Crouch's comment, and even Grim appeared to be rather displeased. The new head of the department had not endeared himself to the others, and Amelia didn't expect he intended to. Crouch might just be Voldemort's worst nightmare, but he might just be that of his subordinates too. "Well, he doesn't pull any punches, does he?" Imelda asked. Amelia shook her head. "No, he doesn't," she agreed. "Still, he shouldn't be talking shit about Jameson," Imelda sighed. "If it wasn't for him, we'd be much worse off than we have been. Just imagine how many more would have died at Hogsmeade and in Portsmouth." "Crouch is old school," Amelia said with a shrug. "Maybe he'll realize soon enough what it is we are up against, and then he'll be grateful for Harry." "How is the man in your life?" Imelda asked with a grin. "Away," Amelia replied. "He's been gone for almost 2 days now, and I don't know when he'll be back. Hopefully at least a few days before he returns to Hogwarts." "I wish I had a professor like him," Imelda said with a grin. "What's that supposed to mean?" Amelia questioned amusedly. "Just that my education would have been better," Imelda returned. "He knows his stuff." Amelia hummed, as the younger woman grinned. And it doesn't hurt that he's. I would choose your next words very carefully, Amelia warned. I was only going to say that people think highly of him. They do. And that he's rather easy on the eyes, Imelda added, leaving the office quickly. Amelia could only shake her head as she followed and made a note to mention the woman's the next time an opportunity presented itself when Harry was around. It would be rather amusing to see her reaction when she did. Still, Amelia didn't know when that would be, and given the revelation that Crouch had replaced Smith, she certainly had more than enough on her plate to keep her occupied until Harry came home. Break. The first thing he'd noticed when he'd arrived in Minsk was that the city still very much bore the marks of the Muggle some 2 decades prior. Although the Russians had gone to great lengths to restore and rebuild, the damage remained to serve as a reminder of all that had been lost. Harry wouldn't pretend to know or understand the history of what had happened, but the region had certainly not been spared the attention of the Germans, and the countless plaques and memorials that had been erected in the intervening years told him all he needed to know just how Minsk had fared. Nonetheless, he wasn't here for a history lesson or to revisit the past. He was here awaiting the arrival of one of the men who'd attempted to breach the protections around his home. Although Ghost had been able to tell him little about him, Harry did know exactly who the man was being sent to apprehend, so he'd chosen to beat him to the proverbial punch. Ivan Petrovich had been a black market dealer during the Grindelwald era and had been imprisoned for selling regulated and illegal goods. In addition to this, he'd been convicted of espionage, though the evidence against him had been flimsy at best. For his crimes, when he'd been captured almost a decade after the war had concluded, he'd been sentenced to 18 years in prison. He'd been one of the inmates to escape during Greyback's liberation and had been on the run since. Perhaps foolishly, he'd returned to Minsk and had been keeping a low profile since, though not low enough. It had taken Harry less than 36 hours to locate Petrovich, and he'd not let him out of his sight since. Given that another highly trained hit wizard was due to arrive soon, he expected it would not take long for his feat to be replicated. Whether Petrovich was recaptured or not didn't matter to Harry. There was only one person he was interested in apprehending, and in the coming hours, he hoped to have done so. Since he'd made it to Minsk, he'd been pondering what he would do when the man was at his mercy, and in truth, he wouldn't know until it was so. Perhaps the man would be willing to talk without little pressure, though Harry doubted it. His task would not be made easier, and he expected quite the resistance to whatever extraction method he chose. Still, Harry was in no doubt that he would learn something of use, and he would do so by any means necessary. Instinctively, his hand twitched his wand, but he fought the urge to draw it as he watched Petrovich leave the cafe he'd been sitting in. The man shot a furtive glance around to ensure he wasn't being followed, but suspected nothing as Harry fell into step a short distance behind him, concealed within the folds of his cloak, though he stopped at sudden appearance of a man he'd not even detected. "Hello, Ivan," he greeted the Russian, disarming him with a flick of his wand. With him now in the open, Harry immediately felt the familiarity of the magic and knew that his would-be assailant had arrived, and much sooner than he'd anticipated. "Dubois," Ivan gasped. "You shouldn't sneak up on me like that. What are you doing here?" Harry frowned, the interaction between the men. Evidently, they knew one another, and he did not believe it to be a coincidence that the Frenchman shared the name of the wayward wandmaker. Dubois chuckled as he clapped Petrovich on the shoulder. "Unfortunately for you, it's time to take you in. Sorry, but orders from the top." "No, you said you would keep me out of it. I've done all you've asked of me." "And you have done so well, Ivan," Dubois replied sarcastically. "If it was up to me, I'd let you go, but I have to keep the ICW happy, don't I? I'm afraid you are the sacrifice this time." Ivan yelped and attempted to flee into a nearby alleyway, only to be struck cleanly between the shoulders by a stunning spell. Dubois tutted as he approached the downed man. "I really wish you hadn't have done." He was cut off by a dull thud echoing off the walls, and the man collapsed to the ground in a heap from where Harry had clubbed him with a heavy blow. Wasting no time, and concerned that the magic cast by Dubois would garner the attention of the ministry, Harry hurriedly bound the two men before apparating away, determined to get to the bottom of whatever information he could extract from both. Break. Crouch succeeds Smith. By Barnabas Cuff. In what can only be considered a surprising move, Bartemius Crouch, former chief prosecutor of the Wizengamot, was yesterday named as the new head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, replacing the longtime holder of the position, Michael Smith. When approached for an explanation for the change, Minister Leach had this to say. Michael Smith announced his intention to retire several months ago, and we have been seeking his replacement since. With the current climate in Britain, Barty was the perfect candidate, and I expect he will serve the public at large as exceptionally in his new role as he has on the Wizengamot. There is nothing duplicitous about the change, and we are very proud of the service given by Michael Smith. Everyone at the ministry wishes him a happy retirement, which he has undoubtedly earned. The Dark Lord scowled at the article Avery had brought along before shifting his gaze towards him. What does this mean for us? In the scheme of things, very little, Avery assured him, but Crouch is not Smith. He will push to use the full extent of the law, and he will do so without hesitation. Any plea will fall on deaf ears, and there is not a man in the country who knows the law better than him. He could be a problem for our men who are caught. Voldemort nodded. Then perhaps it will be prudent to give the newest head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement a warm welcome, he mused aloud. His appointment changes nothing, and I want him to learn that immediately. What do you have in mind, my lord? Avery asked. The Dark Lord smiled as he pondered what he would do, and nodded to himself as his plan began to take shape. Break. It came as no surprise to Albus that the first thing Barty would do upon being appointed as the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement would be to call a meeting of the Wizengamot, as was his prerogative. Immediately, the chief warlock noticed that many were displeased by Michael Smith's replacement, all of them likely harboring loyalty and support for Tom. Barty was indeed an imposing man, and had proven it over the years in this very room. Those who had allied themselves with the Dark Lord knew that his appointment was problematic for them. Not only was Barty as cutthroat as they came when it came to prosecutions, but he was one of the very men Tom and his ilk claimed to represent. Barty would not take kindly to that. When all were gathered, and even the public gallery was filled to capacity, Minister Leach nodded to Albus, indicating that he should begin the meeting. Clearing his throat, he tapped his gavel atop the podium, and the room fell silent. I call this meeting to order, he declared. As the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Barty Crouch has requested our presence here today, and I give the floor to him. Crouch stood from his chair next to Minister Leach, his gaze hard as he took in those in attendance before addressing his colleagues. I will not waste my time introducing myself, he declared. We are facing an ongoing, catastrophic problem, and I intend to resolve it. To do so, I require the full support of the Wizengamot, and I ask that you implement the recommendations I will present to you today. Some murmurs broke out amongst the gathered lords and ladies, and Barty waited for them to cease before continuing. I want you to listen to me when I say this because I cannot stress it enough. Britain has never faced a threat like this. Riddle has proven he is willing to do unprecedented things to achieve his goals, whatever they may be. He has attacked our Muggle counterparts, used fiendfare in a public place, and even brought giants to Britain to use against us. He has recruited the Dementors, and already he has murdered and tortured his way across the length and breadth of this country. Drastic measures must be implemented, or the death and destruction will continue. Now, my first recommendation is that any person or persons arrested in connection with Riddle's activities be questioned under veritaserum to substantiate their involvement with the movement. Albus nodded his agreement, but there were those who would clearly protest. Crouch, however, allowed none to speak as he continued, cutting off any objections firmly. Secondly, The Aurors should be granted the powers to use whatever force is necessary when responding to attacks, he declared. In my hand is a stack of reports from our medical professionals pertaining to the causes of death of each person discussed within. More than 80% of them were subjected to either the killing curse or the Cruciatus curse, and many both. Our Aurors must be given the means to combat this, and lethal force should not be dismissed if it is necessary. 11 Aurors died during the giant attack, and several remain injured. These men and women defend us, and they should be able to do so using whatever means they have at their disposal. Albus frowned at the recommendation. He did not believe that fighting fire with fire would end well, which was why he was not in Crouch's position. Tough decisions needed to be made, and with Tom and his followers only too willing to kill and torture, Albus knew it was logical and necessary to grant such powers to those fighting against them. Harry certainly had no reservations, and Albus did not doubt that had saved his life on more than one occasion. "Barty, we cannot just grant such powers," Leech interjected worriedly. "Is this not the damned government?" Barty bit back irritably. "This is the one body in the country that can grant those powers, and it must be done. Mark my words, Minister, if we do not implement these recommendations, more innocent people are going to die, and before we act as needed, it might just be too late. If you are unwilling to support this, then maybe you should reconsider your position." Albus could not think of a time that the atmosphere in the Wisengamot chambers had felt so tense as Barty and Leech glared at one another. "You are out of line, Barty," Leech responded. "And you are out of your depth, Minister," Barty returned. "I am not here to make friends, and I certainly will not hesitate to step on toes. I am here on behalf of the people who look to us to protect them, and so far we have failed miserably. This is a time for strength and decisiveness, and the longer we delay the inevitable, the worse it will be. I implore you to consider my recommendations carefully, and whilst you do, I will be doing the job I was given. Do yours, Minister." With that, Crouch all but stormed out of the room, ignoring the flashes of the cameras following him, and slammed the door shut. Immediately, the lords and ladies of the Wisengamot began talking amongst themselves, most taken aback by what had happened, some troubled, and others undoubtedly willing to support the measures Barty had suggested. It would be a long day, and though Albus could see the brewing of a political storm, he could not help but reflect on the astuteness of the new head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Those who opposed the measures would have their character and loyalty called into question, and those who remained neutral would also be suspected. Albus didn't know whether Barty truly expected his efforts to bear fruit, but what he'd done, whether inadvertently or not, was draw lines on the political battlefield. All that remained to be seen was where each lord and lady would make their stand. "Break. It's amazing how miserable this place feels without anyone here," Imelda commented as they made their way through Diagon Alley. Although some of the businesses remained open, most had been closed since the giant attack and were operating an Owlorder service only. Amelia nodded. "It's like the life has been sucked out of the place." "Hogsmeade is the same," Imelda sighed. "My father said this is what the continent was like during the war against Grindelwald. What was that?" She sighed as something disturbed the bins nearby. "Just a cat," Amelia huffed, shooing the creature away. "Come on, we'd best get back to our post. Shacklebolt and Dawlish will take over." They returned to their spot by the closed Owl Emporium and continued to watch, waving at the passing Kingsley when he passed them by a few moments later. "How long do you think we will be working doubles?" Amelia shrugged. "As long as necessary, I suppose. I can't see Crouch letting up until Riddle is gone." "Great," Imelda groaned, her wand snapping upwards and aiming over Amelia's shoulder. "Lower it, you damned fool," a feminine voice whispered harshly in the darkness. "If I wanted you dead, you wouldn't be breathing. I'm here to talk with Bones." Imelda continued to point her wand at the shadowy figure, and Amelia frowned, ready to defend herself if needed. "What do you want?" she asked cautiously. "To speak with Jameson," the woman replied, briefly stepping into the light. Amelia didn't recognize her, but there was something undeniably familiar about her. Who are you? The woman laughed. My name is Cassiopeia Black. Jameson will know why I wish to speak with him. Tell him to write to me at his earliest convenience, and you should keep your wits about you, Bones. You can't see them yet, but they're here, and so is he. With that, she seemed to fade into the very shadows obscuring her, and it was as though a veil of fog was lifted as Amelia became aware of the presence of many she'd not felt this evening. DOWN. She seized Imelda by the shoulders and forced them both to the ground as the building behind them exploded. They were sent skidding across the width of the alley, and Amelia's ears rang painfully. She knew, however, that she could not remain where she was, not when such violence had erupted around them. Come on, you need to get up, she grunted, attempting to pull Imelda to her feet, only to be greeted by a sight that would haunt her for the rest of her days. A large piece of jagged stone had penetrated the woman's neck and protruded grotesquely through her throat. Imelda's eyes remained open, wide in shock, but ultimately lifeless, and Amelia swallowed deeply. Despite how harrowing the ordeal was to lose someone so suddenly, and whom she'd been speaking with, she was still in danger but utterly furious beyond her own comprehension. Although her ears continued to ring terribly, Amelia shifted her attention to the marauding masked men and women and raised her wand to unleash a torrent of spells amongst them. Everything she did was instinctual, and she felt almost nothing as, one by one, they fell victim to her onslaught. Break. With only a few days until the start of term, Albus was enjoying the last of his free time before the students returned to the castle. Having finally finished all of the tasks requiring his attention, he decided to simply enjoy the peace and serenity of the castle. He'd taken a few turns around the grounds and even visited the kitchens to speak with some of the elves he seldom saw. When he was content that the creatures were happy and thriving, he'd visited Hagrid for a cup of tea and had met with some of his closer acquaintances to discuss the meeting of the Wisengamot. They agreed that something had to be done outside of the ministry to combat Tom and his followers, and each contributed their own ideas about what that was. Albus had taken note of them and was currently pondering how he would call the group together when needed and what other tasks they could undertake, save for intervening during attacks. The group needed to be proactive in taking Tom down, and with some in rather advantageous positions, Albus was confident they would prove their worth to the war effort. Although Albus did not necessarily agree with Barty's intentions, he was right about one thing: they were at war with Tom. Albus, are you there? Alistair, shouldn't you be recovering? The headmaster asked the man who had appeared in his fireplace. I am, Alistair assured him, but something is happening in Diagon Alley. My aura card is going haywire. An attack. It can't be anything else. Albus nodded as he stood, pondering if he should send for the others. Deciding to do so, he penned a short missive and duplicated it several times. Vox. The phoenix appeared in a column of fire, his usually black eyes flashing the curious white of late. I need you to take these immediately, Albus requested. With a trill, Fox snatched up the notes and vanished, and Albus readied himself for what he might come upon in the coming moments. Using his privilege as the headmaster of the school, he apparated away from his office and, only a moment later, found himself in what he could only describe as a fight for his life. Buildings lay in ruin, and the smell of burning permeated the air. It was a scene that was becoming commonplace, and with a grim nod, he threw himself into the fray, joining the dozens of Aurors who were attempting to fend off Tom's followers. Break. He'd not intended to find himself with two unconscious men, but to Harry, it didn't matter. Dubois would undoubtedly be uncooperative, but Petrovich was certainly the type to have loose lips, especially when it was made clear that his life was on the line. Harry had kept them both stunned, while he suitably prepared the room he had commandeered in a dilapidated building. They wouldn't be disturbed here. Ensuring that everything was in order and that there was no chance either could give him the slip, he searched both, relieving them of anything other than the clothes on their backs. As expected, Dubois carried very little. There were a few coins in one of his pockets, a wand, and 2 portkeys in another, along with an emergency medical kit, just in case he was injured in the line of duty. Petrovich carried only a wand, and less than a galleon in wealth. Nodding to himself, Harry decided to begin with the Russian national, and with a flick of his wand, the man's eyes fluttered open. He was positively alarmed when he realized his predicament, and as his eyes fell upon the bound Dubois, he panicked. Petrovich began rambling in his native tongue animatedly, and it wasn't until Harry cast a translation charm could he make head or tail of what he was saying. "You have no idea what you have done," Petrovich exclaimed. "Do you know who he is?" "I do," Harry answered. "Now, how is it that you know him?" Petrovich shook his head. "He will kill me if I say anything." "And I will make the last moments of your life miserable if you don't," Harry returned severely. "Tell me what you know, Petrovich, and I will set you free. You won't have to worry about Dubois following you. He will be dead before morning." The man's eyes widened. "You can't," he whispered. "If you kill him, they will come for you." "Who are they?" Harry asked. Petrovich swallowed deeply. "People," he answered lamely. "Very dangerous people. You're already dead." Harry snorted. "Manon Dubois." Petrovich's eyes all but bulged from their sockets at the mention of the woman. "How do you know about her? No one is supposed to know about her." "I do," Harry returned. "I know about her, Laurent, and their connection, Grindelwald." "Then you know too much." "And what do you know, Mr. Petrovich? And do remember, your life depends solely on how cooperative you are." Petrovich shook his head defeatedly. "You'll let me go." "If I am satisfied that you have told me the truth," Harry answered, "I would advise you not to lie." Petrovich nodded defeatedly. "What do you want to know?" he asked. "How are you involved in all of this?" "I'm not really," the man sighed. "I used to trade on the black market during the Grindelwald years. I'd smuggle things from Russia into France and other countries. Well, I got caught in France by the Aurors in 42 and they locked me up. A few days later, Dubois paid me a visit. He was just an Auror at the time and we made a deal. I would smuggle things for him in exchange for my freedom. I agreed, and I did. When the war was over, I was arrested in Belgium. No one came for me this time, but then I got my chance to escape not so long ago. Within a couple of days." "Dubois found you." "He did," Petrovich confirmed. "We struck the same deal, and I've been working for him again. I've been mostly carrying forged documents and other things from one place to another. Well, curiosity got the better of me during one of my jobs, and I took a peek." "And you were caught?" Petrovich nodded. "But not until I handed the documents over. They knew they'd been opened, and they were furious. I've not been given any jobs since." Harry could only shake his head. "What were the documents?" "I'm not sure, but they mentioned several names, including Manon Dubois, but she's using a different name now." "How do you know that?" "Because she was the one I handed the documents to," Petrovich revealed. "She's older now, but I recognized her from the newspaper pictures when she lowered her disguise to threaten me. She's posing as Laurent's wife, but they killed her years ago when she discovered that Laurent planned to defect. And they replaced her with Dubois." Petrovich nodded. "I swear, I didn't know what I was getting myself involved in. I just wanted my freedom." Harry frowned thoughtfully as he pondered what he'd just learned. "What else was on the documents?" "Just numbers mostly, and some other names I didn't know. I think it was a code of sorts." Harry expected as much. People like Laurent and his associates did not survive doing what they did for so long by being so careless. At the very least, he had a fresh lead to pursue, and he knew what had happened to the elusive Manon Dubois. "What about him?" he asked, jerking a thumb towards the other Dubois. "Pierre," Petrovich explained. "He is Manon's nephew and a mole purposely placed as a hit wizard. His ability and motivation made him a shoo-in. With what allegedly happened to his aunt, they weren't going to turn him away. From my understanding, it was Laurent who personally recommended him." Harry rubbed his eyes tiredly. "I want the memory of you opening those documents." Petrovich readily agreed, and when it was extracted, Harry released him. "You do realize that you cannot let him go, but if you don't, they will come for you. You can't hide from them," the Russian warned. Harry chuckled. "They're already after me, and it is not your concern, Mr. Petrovich. They will all be dead soon enough." Petrovich frowned as he eyed Harry curiously. "Who are you?" he asked. "There's something familiar, but I can't quite place it." In response, Harry hissed gently, and a large python appeared. It wrapped itself around Dubois, and Petrovich gasped. "The serpent," he choked, "but aren't you dead?" "Very much alive," Harry chuckled amusedly. "I would be on your way, Mr. Petrovich, and do a better job of hiding this time." Petrovich nodded and slowly left the room, his gaze not leaving Harry until the door was closed behind him. "Now, it's your turn, Mr. Dubois," Harry muttered, reviving the man with a flick of his wand. He was more confused than Petrovich had been, and when he realized the predicament he found himself in, he grinned almost triumphantly. "Oh, you are a dead man," he goaded before laughing. Harry said nothing and allowed Dubois to have his moment. "If I were you, I'd let me go," he urged. "And if I were you, I would start talking rather quickly," Harry returned, aiming his wand at the man. Dubois snorted and spat at his feet. "There's nothing you can do that will make me talk." "With this," Harry asked, holding up the wand, "I expect you're trained enough to resist the imperious curse and even hold your tongue under the cruciatus. I bet you'd allow your mind to break before talking." Dubois looked at him challengingly, and Harry released a deep sigh. "So be it," he muttered, conjuring a hammer. "What are you doing?" Dubois demanded to know. Harry snorted humorlessly as he held the implement aloft. "Oh, this? Well, you might not know, but the Muggles have some quite interesting ways of getting people to talk. This is just the start of our time together, Mr. Dubois, and I'm afraid it only gets worse and worse from here." Since he'd woken, Dubois seemed to be nervous for the first time, and he unleashed a roar of agony as smashed the hammer into his left knee. "It hurts, doesn't it?" Harry questioned as the man whimpered. "I suppose we should even things up." When the screaming died down again, Dubois sniveled in his chair as he stared at his broken kneecaps. "Why?" he asked. "Because I do not take kindly to innocent people being murdered by your lot," Harry answered. "It was a mistake coming to my home, Dubois, and you are going to learn that, but not before you tell me what I want to know. Now, where do we begin with these?" he asked, conjuring a rather vicious-looking pair of pliers. "Break." Amelia didn't know how long she'd been fighting, but throughout the duration, several people had arrived and were targeting the Dark Lord's followers, including Dumbledore. It proved to be quite the bolster to the Ministry forces, who were struggling with the numbers so heavily stacked against them. But as ever, Amelia would not concede defeat. Already, she had eliminated countless threats against her and her colleagues, and yet, Riddle's followers continued to appear in front of her in an endless wave of masked men and women. She didn't know how many had opted to ally themselves with the man, but he'd amassed a force that did indeed pose a legitimate threat to the Ministry of Magic. Bones. Kingsley's warning came just quickly enough that she could avoid the attempt to curse her in the back. Amelia returned fire, and the man who fell victim to her spell screamed. He collapsed to the ground and began clawing at his face, and as he removed his mask, Amelia recognized him immediately. Corvus Lestrange. Before she could subdue the man, however, he panicked at the realization he'd been identified and activated a portkey, though Amelia suspected it wouldn't be long before he sought medical attention. The curse she'd used was one that Jameson had taught her, and it was a most unpleasant spell to fall victim to, especially if it could not be countered quickly. Still, with the onslaught against them only seeming to get worse, Amelia could not dwell on the fate of Lestrange, not when they were still outnumbered as they were. "Bloody hell, that's not good," Kingsley gasped, pointing towards a tall, pale figure approaching them. With Dumbledore seemingly unaware of Riddle's arrival, the Dark Lord stalked towards where Amelia and what remained of her group were doing their utmost to fend off their attackers. He smiled almost hungrily as his gaze came to rest on her, though he paused for just the briefest of moments to take in the devastation around him. Riddle was reveling in it. He relished that he was responsible for what was happening around him, but he was still unsatisfied with the death and destruction he'd caused. The Dark Lord was out for blood, and it seemed he as intent on spilling Amelia's. Readying herself, she released a deep breath in anticipation of the impending clash, only for her eyes to widen as a loud screeching filled the air. Despite being in the throes of battle, almost everyone looked towards the sky, and Amelia was taken aback as a figure landed between her group and the approaching Tom Riddle. It fell almost deathly silent as the two men stared at one another, and then a sudden chill filled the air. Amelia could only look on as the man hurled a flurry of spells towards Voldemort, who was taken aback by the means of his arrival, and even more so as an enormous, shadowy serpent seemed to appear from nowhere. The snake struck violently at everything garbed in a black robe, and chaos ensued as the spells aimed towards it merely bounced off. Seeing their attempts to harm it were having no effect, Riddle's followers began to panic as the snake continued to eviscerate them before turning towards the man himself. Red eyes. All Amelia could see in the smoky mass was a pair of narrowed red eyes, and as it lunged towards Voldemort, the man banished it backwards with a desperate wave of his wand. Undeterred, the serpent struck again, and a loud crackling sound reverberated around the alley as it shattered the hastily conjured shield, sending Riddle sprawling. With his followers fleeing, the Dark Lord evidently thought better of remaining behind and vanished before the snake could attack again. Amelia was almost rooted to the spot as the man who'd arrived turned to look at her, and though his features were quickly obscured by the same smoke his snake was seemingly made of, she could not ignore the familiarity of him. "Harry," she whispered. Before she could look closer, the man was gone, and Amelia shook her head. No. The man may have somewhat resembled Harry, but it wasn't him. This man was much older, and yet, in the moment, she would swear they were his eyes looking back at her. Chapter 46. Although she couldn't be seen, she held her breath and dared not move an inch as she observed what was happening below, making a mental note of how long she'd been in the room. It had been more years than she cared to count since she'd done something so dangerous and clandestine, and the last time she had taken such a venture was the same day she'd met her husband. Elinor had never expected to be caught so easily, but Harry had somehow figured out how she was able to steal large sums of gold from Gringotts's supposed impenetrable vaults. She had been prepared to spend the next decade or so in prison, but instead, Harry had given Elinor the best years of her life, 3 children and invaluable bliss. As all couples do, they'd had their ups and downs throughout their marriage, but she'd never regretted the choices she'd made, even now when the past had caught up to them in such a spectacular and unwelcome way. Elinor knew that Harry harbored a deep resentment for those who had abducted her, which all but forced him to withdraw from the war against Grindelwald. It was a testament to how much she meant to him, and Elinor had never forgotten that. Now, it seemed that whatever hope she'd had for a life of peace had crumbled around them, and Elinor intended to do her part. Harry was her husband, and she would not sit idly by whilst he did what he felt he needed to, not when she had the tools at her disposal to help him. For days now, she'd been up to her old tricks, lying in wait, watching, and learning all she needed to access one of the prized vaults guarded so meticulously by the goblins. This time, however, it was not mounds of gold she coveted but information, and if there were anywhere in the world Laurent would leave such, it would be in a place he believed to be unreachable for anyone but him. She listened as the goblins muttered amongst themselves in their own tongue, and only a few moments later, they left the cavern she was observing them in. After a moment, she followed in their wake and began the long journey back to the surface in her spider form. Elinor dared not change back until she'd put some distance between herself and the bank, but when she did, she breathed a sigh of relief when she only had 2 legs once more. Whilst the information was fresh, she removed a notebook and jotted down the details of her latest escapade. Nodding to herself, She was content that she had a measure of the security in place, and how often and regularly the vault was opened over the course of a fortnight. Although she was nervous, Alina knew that she would learn little to nothing else by continuing in this vein. It was time to take the plunge and enter the vault the next time it was opened. From there, it would be around a 48-hour wait before the door would open again, unless something drastically changed with the scheduling she'd been observing. She hoped not, but Alina was not foolish enough not to tell Harry what she intended to do. He wouldn't be happy with her decision, but he knew her well enough to know that she wouldn't be deterred. Her husband might not like it, but this was her fight just as much as it was his, and Alina would play her part. Break. With what had occurred in Diagon Alley, Amelia's mood was undeniably grim, and Harry didn't seem to be faring any better. He'd returned from his excursion tired, but seemingly happy. That had changed when he had learned of the attack, and he had been doing his utmost to comfort Amelia. Imelda and 4 other Aurors were dead, and for the first time since the hostilities had begun, Amelia felt that the Ministry of Magic was truly outmanned, outnumbered, and out of its depth. Still, it wasn't the woes of Britain that were occupying Amelia's mind. The man who'd come to their aid, the one who resembled the man sitting next to her so uncannily that for many, it would be impossible to differentiate between the two. Harry Evans, or so her Harry had explained. Coming to terms with everything else she'd learned in the past weeks had been difficult enough, but to know that there was another Harry somehow among them was something else entirely. Amelia was grateful for his timely arrival, but she simply couldn't comprehend how such a thing was possible without giving herself a headache. Harry had explained his thoughts on it, and though it somewhat made sense to Amelia, given the other Harry's link to the prophecy, it was still undoubtedly the strangest occurrence she had come across. Any idea when the funeral will be? Not for a week or so yet, Amelia sighed tiredly. Her father came to the ministry to collect her body. Poor man, Harry murmured sympathetically. Amelia nodded. It was strange, he didn't say a word. It was as though he was just numb. He collected her body, signed the papers, and left. I expect he's in shock and trying to process what has happened. It's not unusual, but there was just something about him I couldn't put my finger on. It was as though he was taking in every detail of Imelda's face. He didn't cry, and he didn't get angry. People handle grief differently, Harry pointed out. I suppose so, Amelia replied with a shrug. She was deeply saddened by Imelda's loss, and though she knew she couldn't blame herself as her mentor, she couldn't help but feel responsible. Are you able to tell me where you were? She asked. Minsk, Harry answered. I was following up on a lead. Did you get anywhere? Harry nodded darkly. Further than I thought I would. I know my next move, and it won't be long before Laurent is dealt with. With him gone, I can finally focus on Abernathy. I expect he will be the most difficult to get to. He's very cautious about everything he does. But you can get to him. I can, Harry confirmed. I have a way in, it's just about waiting for the most opportune moment to take it. Amelia said nothing else on the matter, and allowed Harry time to ponder whatever thoughts were plaguing him. She knew he was weighing up his options and being as meticulous as ever, but she could not ignore the one thing she had yet to mention to him. Harry. His gaze shifted towards her, and he frowned at concerned tone she spoke with. What is it? Amelia took a deep breath. Before the attack happened, someone came to me and said they wished to speak with you. Who? She said her name was Cassiopeia Black, and that you shared a mutual acquaintance on the continent you spoke with recently. She said she wants to meet you, and that you should visit him again. Evidently, Harry knew to whom she was referring, and he merely nodded in response. Did you know she was wanted for war crimes during Grindelwald's uprising? I know that she supported him. She's a very dangerous woman. And someone useful to have on our side if it can be arranged, Harry pointed out. I don't like it any more than you do, but she may be able to shine some light on what is happening. Killing Riddle is one thing, and I will be getting to that soon enough, but what is happening on the continent and beyond is like nothing I've ever encountered. We will need all the help we can get." Amelia was glad that he was including her in his plans. They were in this together, after all. As far as Amelia was concerned, it was the two of them facing insurmountable odds, but somehow she knew they would come out on the other side. Harry wouldn't fail, and neither would she. "Where are you going?" she asked as he stood. "It will be a while before I can act against Laurent," Harry huffed. "For now, I can do something to soften Riddle's influence. He will continue to run and hide when he feels that he is in danger, so I'm going to have to force him to face me. There's only one way to do that." Amelia nodded her understanding, and Harry placed a gentle kiss on her lips. "Don't wait up," he sighed. Amelia offered him a sad smile as he left the room. He wasn't so affected by Imelda's death as she was, but Harry had his own things to contend with. He'd not divulged much of what had occurred in Minsk, but it was undoubtedly bothering him. She would give him his space to process it, and he would come to her when he was ready to. Still, it had been a trying 24 hours, and Amelia could not help but think that the trials and tribulations to follow in the coming days had yet to begin. With so much having taken place in such a short amount of time, the fallout had not been felt yet. Imelda had perished, along with more of their colleagues. The serpent had once again intervened, and even Cassiopeia Black had made an appearance. Amelia expected that the ramifications of each would soon be felt, but none more swiftly than Corvus Lestrange's affiliation with Riddle. Both Amelia and Kingsley had seen him, and Crouch had already issued a warrant for the man's arrest. Harry, however, had not been surprised and had merely grunted when she told him. Amelia suspected that if Lestrange were not taken into custody soon, Harry would get to him, and if that were to happen, Crouch would not get the answers he sought. Either way, Corvus Lestrange should hide as best he could, because both the Aurors and Harry would be unwaveringly eager to get their hands on him. Break. The Dark Lord exited the pensive with a frown continuing to crease his brow. Although he considered the attack on Diagon Alley to be an overall success, he was furious at the appearance of the serpent and his damned snake. Voldemort had never heard of such a creature, and it was irksome that another had it at their disposal. He was the rightful heir of Slytherin, so the snake should answer to him. In the heat of the moment, he had not attempted to converse with it, though he suspected it would not cooperate. Ever since he'd been trying to ascertain exactly what it was and what the serpent looked like. His features seemed to be hidden by shadows continuously, and it gave the man quite the mysterious air. Once more, he had proven himself troublesome, and his followers were more than a little unnerved by his appearance. Yaxley had not been seen, and neither had Lestrange. Both had seemingly vanished and had not answered his summons. They would be punished in due course, but Lord Voldemort's mind was occupied by thoughts on how he could be rid of the creature the serpent had seemingly summoned from within himself. Such a thing was an insult of the highest degree, and he wouldn't stand for it. Cursing under his breath, he entered the pensive once more, hopping to spot something he may have missed. Break. "You see what we are dealing with, Minister," Barty growled as he paced back and forth in front of the fireplace in Nobby's office. "Taking a soft stance is failing, and it is getting our Aurors killed. Yet again, it was left up to a member of the public to salvage the situation." "The serpent, Crouch," the minister mused aloud. "Haven't you heard of him?" Barty snorted derisively. "I do not have time to entertain foolish mutterings of fabled men, Minister. I am imploring you to support my recommendations made to the Wisengamot. This riddle is unhinged, and he will stop at nothing. We must be on equal footing if we are to stand a chance of defeating him. He proved that he is a threat. Now grant me the powers I need to put an end to him. If you don't, then all is lost. We may as well just give him your job and let be what will be." Nobby knew that Crouch was speaking the truth, but to grant such drastic action would mean admitting that the ministry had lost control of what was happening, and in truth, they had. Another 6 Aurors had been killed in the line of duty, and it was something Nobby could no longer allow to continue. Releasing a deep sigh, he nodded. You will have my support, Barty, he assured the man, but it is not just me you must convince. How many arrests were made? 4, Barty confirmed, but it is Lestrange I want. I need a leave to search St. Mungo's. Bones is adamant that he will require significant treatment from a healer, and it is the only lead we have to his whereabouts. Very well, Nobby agreed. I'll sign it for you with the understanding that no healers are to be arrested if he is there. They are only doing their jobs. Done, Crouch declared, and I expect an emergency meeting of the Wisengamot to be called to press the matter. Time is of the essence, Minister, and we cannot afford to waste even a second. With that, Barty left the office, closing the door behind him louder than necessary, and Nobby released a deep breath. How things had gotten so bad, he didn't know. 1 minute, it had been protests leading to violence at the Quidditch matches, and now it was war on the streets of Britain. It was as though the entire dynamic of the country had changed overnight, but in reality, it had been undeniably brewing for so long, and Nobby Leach had not seen it coming. Perhaps he was no longer fit for his position. Despite knowing what Crouch was suggesting was the right thing to do within himself, he simply could not morally justify the implementation of such violence. Break. I wanted to thank you for intervening when you did, Harry offered sincerely. If you hadn't. But I did, the other Harry pointed out. You're just like me when I was younger. I used to dwell on the terrible things that could have been rather than what it was. You'll grow out of it. Harry snorted amusedly as he shook his head. You're right, he sighed. Regardless, I am grateful. How could you, though, with the vow? The other Harry frowned. I suppose because Riddle has already attacked me, the magic is allowing me to see him as a permanent threat. I can't say I fully understand it. It's almost as though the magic of the vow is sentient or is complex enough to be fluid in such ways. I don't know, but it didn't give me any difficulty when I was there. Harry nodded his agreement. I expect you're right. What do you know of Cassiopeia Black? Cassiopeia? The woman is a damned lunatic at the best of times. The other Harry chuckled humorlessly. She's as devoted to Grindelwald as I remember Bellatrix being to Riddle. Why? She's requested a meeting with me, Harry explained, and Bellatrix won't be joining Tom. She's going to be starting as my apprentice next week. The other Harry was surprised by the revelation, but he nodded his approval. Smart move, he praised. She earned it, Harry explained. She's an excellent student, and it's certainly better to give her something positive than to allow her to join the Death Eaters. What are you going to do about the other Death Eaters? I'm going to take them out of the equation. It's the only way to defeat him. Even when he was gone for 13 years, they flocked to him the moment he called. Whether it was out of loyalty or fear, it doesn't matter. They are dangerous, and they shouldn't be allowed to get away with what they've done. The likes of Malfoy won't be bribing their way out of it this time. Good, the other Harry declared. Best not to take any chances. I'll be starting with Yaxley. I've got more than one bone to pick with him, and it will serve as a warning to Tom. When he realizes his most useful followers aren't around, he will be forced to either run or fight. I'll find him either way. We will find him, the other Harry corrected. We are in this together. How did your venture in Minsk go? Better than expected. I learnt more than I thought, but I have more questions now than when I went. Have you heard of Manon Dubois? The other Harry frowned. The name is familiar. Wasn't she a wandmaker from Paris? She was, and now she is posing as Sebastian Laurent's wife, who they murdered some 2 decades ago. Bloody hell, this just keeps getting better, but I can't say that I'm surprised. Nothing surprises me with that lot. What do you intend on doing? I'm going to take her, just as they did to your Aliner, only this time, the captive won't be innocent. Her nephew, Pierre, was a hit wizard. He was placed by Laurent as an asset. Manon is no more innocent than any of them, and from what I learned from her nephew, she deserves everything she has coming. The other Harry grinned as he nodded his agreement. What did you do with him? He's dead and rotting at the bottom of the Seine. The bastard deserved worse. Good. What's your next move? Laurent will be finished soon, and then I can move on to Abernathy. Hopefully, Tom will be killed between the two. He's going to hide, isn't he? He'll be more cautious than he has been. He always is when he holds no advantage, but it won't last. He's in too deep to walk away, and his ego won't allow it. The other Harry hummed disapprovingly. The sooner he is dead, the better. Him and the others, Harry sighed. I just want to live my life without dark lords or odd consortiums of power-mad nutters. Is that too much to ask? It shouldn't be. How is Bones? Harry deflated at the question. I don't think it has sunk in yet, he sighed. She's a tough woman, and given that she lost her parents when she did, it's not as though she's a stranger to death. She's just as weary as everyone else. And the Ministry will still not do anything about it, the other Harry grumbled. I did see Dumbledore has formed the Order, well, somewhat. He was there with a few of the original members I recognized from the photo Sirius showed me. Have you seen him? Him and James, Harry said with a smile. They've not even started Hogwarts yet. And I bet they're still a pain in the arse. You're not wrong. Anyway, I have some things to look into. Do you think I should meet with Black? The other Harry frowned. It might be worth hearing what she has to say, but be careful. She is only loyal to Grindelwald, and will show none of that to you. Harry nodded and apparated away. Being pulled in so many directions was not easy to manage, and in less than a week, he'd be back at Hogwarts. In the days leading up to his return to teaching, he had much to do, beginning with another conversation with a long overdue visit to a man who seemingly could not learn a lesson. Break. Although it was unlike Leech to act with any semblance of urgency, Barty had received the requested warrant within the hour of leaving the minister's office, and had wasted no time in executing it. He'd brought 30 of his best Aurors to St. Mungo's, and as they stepped into the entrance, a sour-faced healer immediately intercepted them. Is there something I can help you with? She asked irritably. Yes, you can take this and get out of our way, Barty snapped. And if you are aware of where Lord Lestrange is, you will show me to him immediately. The healer took a moment to read the order and frowned. Very well, but I will not have any of the other patients being disturbed, she said sternly. Follow me, Mr. Crouch. Barty gestured for a group of 6 to accompany him. The rest of you cover the exits, he commanded, falling into step behind the healer. She led them through the corridors and into one of the wards, which dealt with significant trauma. It was when they reached the private suites that she halted outside of one and nodded at the door. He is inside, the healer informed him quietly. Barty nodded to the other Aurors, who each readied themselves, and Barty entered the room. It quickly became clear that having 6 of them was unnecessary. Lestrange was barely lucid as his gaze shifted towards them, and though he raised his arms defensively, he was in no condition to pose any threat. The visible skin on his face, neck, and hands was littered with black lines where the flesh had died, and the man's eyes were a deep yellow. He's dying, Barty realized. How long does he have? The healer shook her head. He's not responding to treatment, she explained. He sought help too late, and I would say he has a day or so at best. His family has been informed, and they visited a few hours ago. He gave his eldest son his family ring. As you can see, it is missing from his finger. Barty frowned as he gazed upon Corvus Lestrange. He'd been a prominent figure on the Wisengamot for more years than he cared to count, but it was his own foolish decisions that had led him to where he was now. Well, until he is dead, he will have around-the-clock supervision, Barty explained. From now on, there are to be no visitors, and I wish to be kept informed of any who tries to see him. Understood. The healer nodded. Good. Now, was anyone else admitted in the past 48 hours with injuries that may have come from a fight? Only one other, the healer replied. A Mr. Mulciber, but he left a few hours after arriving. He was treated for a rather nasty bite. What kind of bite? It appeared to be a snake bite, but he wouldn't say what kind. Of course he wouldn't, Barty huffed. Fine, thank you for your cooperation. "Jarvis, I want you and the others to accompany me to pay a visit to Mr. Mulciber. If he has nothing to hide, he has nothing to fear. Campbell and Winton, the two of you will remain here. You will be relieved before the end of your shift." The two Aurors nodded and settled in for the duration, whilst Barty fired off instructions to the others. Lestrange would soon be dead, and given his condition, anything they did extract from him would be admissible in front of the Wisengamot. Mulciber, however, was not exempt, and after months of unpleasant incidents across the country, it seemed the department finally had a lead worth pursuing. Break. He raised his glass to take another sip of whiskey, only to find that the glass was empty once again. He couldn't be certain how many times he'd repeated the process, but it didn't matter. All he had done throughout the years would soon catch up to him. Of that, Corbin had no doubt. Foolishly, he'd continued to follow Riddle in his endeavor to overthrow the Ministry of Magic, and though the man was having a measure of success, it was not to last. Corbin had not missed the arrival of the serpent, nor what had followed. Riddle was out of his depth, a novel concept, but there was no denying it. Between Jameson and the serpent, the man's days were numbered. As such, Corbin's were too, and he decided to simply drink until he was to meet his maker. Too much had happened for it not to be imminent. He'd been warned twice, and he'd not heeded the words bestowed upon him. Instead, he'd continued on the path he'd set upon and hadn't looked back. Still, he was hopeful his wife and two sons would survive the coming storm. He'd sent them far away from Britain, under the guise that the country had become too dangerous for them. He'd omitted that he was part of the reason it was so, and he'd said nothing about the serpent. "It took you long enough," he slurred when he felt a familiar presence materialize behind him. "Come on then, let's get it over with." "You're not going to fight back. Now that is a shame," a voice replied. Corbin was surprised to see the man step out from the shadows, and even more so by who it was who'd arrived. "Jameson." The man nodded. "I suppose it doesn't matter what you do and don't know anymore," he said almost disappointedly. "For some reason, you believed it was another visiting you on the odd occasion, but it's been me all along." "Not the serpent." Jameson chuckled as he drew his wand. "You could say that we are one and the same," he returned. "Now, what do we do with you?" "You're going to kill me, aren't you?" "I am," Jameson answered. "Make no mistake, but it depends on you how agonizing and humiliating your death will be. You can either talk willingly, or I can tear what I want to know from you little by little. I'm hopping for the latter, but I expect you will continue to disappoint me." Corbin snorted as he poured himself another measure of whiskey and repeated the process before sliding it across the desk. "I suppose my dignity is all I have left," he murmured. "I have only one request of you." "Go on," Jameson urged. "Leave my family out of it," Corbin almost pleaded. "They had no involvement in anything I've done and are not followers of his." Jameson frowned, and as Corbin met his gaze, he felt a sharp intrusion upon his mind. "Your family will not be harmed, so long as they remain neutral. You have my word." Somehow, Corbin believed him, and he nodded appreciatively. "Well, what is it you wish to know?" "Everything," Jameson answered. "I want to know everything." Break. It had been so long since she'd entered one of the vaults of Gringotts. It was one thing to observe the comings and goings of the bank and the activity of the vault in question, but to enter it was another matter entirely. If she was caught, she dared not consider the possibility. The goblins were not forgiving creatures, and the French ministry wouldn't be either. It was her life on the line, and as the door closed, Alina waited several minutes to ensure those tending to the vault had indeed left. Carefully, she began to scurry across the stone floor before navigating her way onto a nearby table. She had no interest in the gold, only the files stacked neatly throughout the cavernous room. If there was anything here worth finding, she would find it. It was no easy feat as a spider. Even moving around the room was difficult enough, let alone gathering what she came for. It would be frustrating to say the least, but before Alina could even begin her task, She felt something shift within the vault, and she quickly found herself trapped within a magical sphere, held aloft, and staring into the beady eyes of a goblin. "You really didn't think we would have taken extra precautions after the last time," the creature growled triumphantly. "Now, what do we do with you?" Dread. She'd not felt such since she'd been kidnapped by Grindelwald's men, yet somehow this was worse. The goblins were not known for their negotiations, and they held all the cards. If she lived to see the sunrise, Alina knew she would indeed be fortunate. Break. It had been rather disconcerting to be interrupted by a talking patroness, and even more so that it had been able to find her whilst she was behind the best protections she could muster. Having seen what had unfolded in Diagon Alley, Cassiopeia was taking no chances with her safety, and yet Jameson had managed to breach her defenses with apparent ease. It made her glad that she intended to work with the man, and not against, at Gellert's behest, of course. "Will you stop packing? He said he will be here, so he will be here." Cassiopeia frowned at the imprisoned man and stood in front of the door to his cell. "I don't like it," she grumbled. "I don't like the idea of working with him. I can assure you it is a damned sight better than trying to work against him. Believe me, Cassie, if he even suspects you are not sincere, he will kill you out of precaution." "I'd like to see him try." Gellert shook his head in response, but said nothing else. Although Cassiopeia had opted to work with Jameson, and the serpent if necessary, that didn't mean she had to like it. I believe that is him coming now." Cassiopeia checked her watch. Why he'd insisted on such a late hour, she didn't know, but he was here now, and she braced herself for his appearance. She frowned as he rounded the corner. Cassiopeia didn't know Jameson, and certainly hadn't seen him up close, but there was something eerily familiar about him. He was of average height and had a crop of messy black hair, but it was his eyes she was drawn to. They were a shade of emerald green, not unlike the hue of the killing curse. Within them, she saw a man who was no stranger to violence, and yet there was also a calmness there that belied just how dangerous he was. "Mr. Jameson," Gellert greeted him somewhat fondly. "It is good to see you again." "Is it?" Jameson returned with a smirk. "I got the impression you were not so pleased by my last visit." "Things have changed," Gellert replied. "I admit, I was taken aback by our conversation, and you left me with dozens of questions I do not think I will ever answer, but I remain curious to see what you will achieve." "Death mostly, I expect," Jameson chuckled humorlessly as he turned his attention to Cassiopeia. "Bellatrix speaks rather highly of you, Miss Black," he offered. He was cautious, and seemingly ready to draw his wand in an instant if he felt it necessary. "As she does you," Cassiopeia replied. Jameson nodded, and that was evidently the end of any pleasantries to be exchanged. "What has changed?" Gellert's expression darkened. "Laurent came to visit me," he informed Jameson. "The man is a damned fool, but he's become rather powerful. Believe it or not, Mr. Jameson, I never intended for them to become what they have. I wanted peace for all magical people, not this." Jameson nodded. "Well, I have made some progress since we met. I know of the fate of Manon Dubois and where I can find her. I intend to do so shortly." "What did become of her?" "Laurent and Dubois murdered his wife, and she has been posing as the woman ever since." Gellert shook his head in disgust. "Cretin," he grumbled. "Well, Cassiopeia here is going to assist you. I can assure you, Mr. Jameson, she is an invaluable asset." Jameson's gaze shifted towards her once more. "And is Miss Black willing to work with our other associate?" Cassiopeia's nostrils flared, but she nodded. "For Gellert, I will." "Excellent," the former Dark Lord declared. "The problem we do have is the vow. Is there any way to break it?" "Not until Laurent, Fontaine, and Berg are dead. The latter two are the ICW representatives of Belgium and Norway, respectively." "Not Abernathy," Jameson pressed. "Abernathy refused to have any part in anything that would tie him magically to our alliance, not until the defection was complete and the war over." He's not as stupid as he looks then. No, and he is a very dangerous man, Gellert warned. Fontaine will be the easiest of the three, and Berg is a very powerful wizard with an exceptional security detail. He will be difficult, but Laurent. Gellert shook his head as he broke off. I can give no indication of just how powerful he has become, but you should tread lightly, Jameson. Jameson nodded thoughtfully. Well, he's the one I'm closest to, he murmured. Miss Black, I would like you to focus your efforts on Fontaine. I want to know where he is, what he's doing, and who he is meeting with. The more information you can get, the easier it will be, and if the opportunity arises to kill him, don't be afraid to take it. Believe me, Jameson, I do not need a second invitation to kill someone, Cassiopeia snarked. Gellert shook his head. The woman was difficult at the best of times, and although she'd agreed to work with Jameson, she was only doing so at Gellert's behest. Were it not for his insistence, she would likely be planning his demise. Good, Jameson declared, ignoring her hostile attitude. You may not like me, and from what I have heard, I'm not so fond of you, but we have to be on the same page. I have no intention of seeing you killed, but if you give me a reason or put my life in danger, I will not hesitate to send what remains of you to your brother, and believe me, Miss Black, I will ensure it fits inside a matchbox. Cassiopeia glowered at him, but before she could speak, a disturbance could be heard from somewhere within the prison. Both Jameson and Cassiopeia drew their wands as it came closer, though the former lowered his when he recognized the man who all but tore through each door on the way towards them. The serpent. It had been more than 2 decades since Gellert had seen the man, but here he was, and he appeared to be in a fit of rage and panic. What is it? Jameson asked worriedly. They have her, Evans growled, and Gellert shuddered at the sudden coldness that filled the air. Who has who? Jameson pressed. My wife, she's somewhere in Paris. Jameson released a deep breath. How do they have her? Evans shook his head. I don't know, he growled. I don't know what the hell she was doing. He broke off and his eyes widened. Well, bollocks, he cursed. What is it? We were speaking about Laurent, Evans murmured. I was telling her that we needed to gather more information before we could take him down. No, she wouldn't. Wouldn't what? Evans rubbed his eerily glowing eyes. Gringotts, he groaned. You remember what she used to do. And she thought Laurent's vault would contain more than gold, Jameson sighed. Bloody hell. The goblins will have her, Gellert interjected. If she was caught in a vault, they wouldn't hand her over. They will seek their own justice. Jameson nodded, and a frown creased his brow. Have you ever broken into Gringotts? He asked. Evans shook his head. Have you? A slight grin tugged at Jameson's lips as he nodded. I have, he confirmed. Getting in wasn't a problem, but getting out, let's just say it's going to get very messy. Come on, and you'll want to bring your cloak. The 2 men left in a hurry, and Gellert looked towards Cassiopeia. The damned fools aren't seriously going to break into Gringotts, are they? My dear, I believe that is exactly what they're going to do, Gellert sighed. Chapter 47. Even in the dead of night, the magical district of Paris was vibrant and full, and lacking the sense of trepidation that filled the air of Britain. Here, the men and women were free to dine and enjoy their social lives without fear of being set upon by Riddle and his followers, though Harry found no comfort in their ignorance of what was happening across the channel. Perhaps it was the nature of what brought them here that didn't allow him to relax in swathes of people passing them by. Or maybe the life he'd lived had left him perpetually paranoid that he could be attacked at any given moment. Regardless, he'd not ventured here for to take in the culture or appreciate their French counterparts. Are you sure about this? The other Harry questioned, his gaze fixated on branch of Gringotts only a short distance away. No, Harry answered honestly, but what choice do we have? The other Harry nodded. So, we just go in there and wing it. Harry snorted amusedly. That's about it, he confirmed. We must tread carefully when getting to her, but I have little hope we will get out without attracting attention to ourselves. Fucking goblins. Harry nodded his agreement. "Bastards," he grumbled. "Come on, let's not hang around." "Wait," the other Harry implored. "Have you ever done anything like this?" "Rescuing someone? Yes, but not from the goblins. When I broke into Gringotts, it was to retrieve a Horcrux. We made it out, so I will take that as a good sign. We will get her back." The other Harry released a deep breath to prepare himself for what was to come. "Let's go," he urged, removing his cloak and placing it over himself. Harry followed and tapped his wand with his forefinger to check the magical connection they'd established between them. The code to communicate they'd created was imperfect, but they'd done the best they could without wasting the precious time they had. And when his wand vibrated in response, the two of them approached the large, white building knowing that for most, this would be a suicide mission. Harry had no intention of dying at the hands of the goblins, and as they entered, his eyes roamed about the large room filled with desks. As with the London branch, a goblin was sitting behind each one, some counting coins whilst others scratched away with quills. The bank was almost devoid of customers at this hour, not a promising sign, but Harry knew that time was not on their side. The goblins, although bound by certain treaties with the ministry they fell under, were not like humans when it came to justice, and any delay could mean the death of the other Harry's wife. No, he wouldn't allow it to happen. If necessary, he would steal another dragon and burn the entirety of Paris to the ground to prevent it. He felt another vibration, alerting him that his companion had placed one of the goblins under the imperious curse, as discussed. Carefully, so as not to cause any disturbance, he approached the large steel door being opened on the other side of the room. Passing through it only a foot behind the goblin, Harry skirted around the creature as it closed the door. "Take me to a linger," the other Harry whispered harshly. The goblin seemed to resist for a brief second before its eyes glazed over once more, and it complied with a nod. "Wait, why am I the one controlling the goblin?" "Because it may well need a clear head to get her out of wherever they're keeping her," Harry whispered. "You're too emotionally involved in this, and that could well lead to mistakes. You'd be saying the same to me if our roles were reversed." The other Harry said nothing, and they continued on their way through the twists and turns of the lower depths of the bank. It was the same sense of trepidation that had filled him during his foray into the British branch that washed over him once more, but Harry knew they would fare better here. Or so he hoped. Wizards and goblins had fought many wars over the centuries, and he wouldn't underestimate them. Their magic was different, and the tunnels of the bank were saturated with it, menacing and foreboding. Nonetheless, they pressed on in silence for what appeared to be miles, until the goblin paused in front of a large stone wall, seemingly leading to nowhere. "She's nearby," the other Harry whispered. "I can feel her. Open it," he commanded. The goblin struggled against the imperious curse for several moments, and Harry became concerned it would fight it off. However, it reluctantly complied, pressing its gnarled fingers against the stone. It flickered ominously for a moment before a small door formed, and the trio stepped through, only for it to slam behind them. "Well, shit," the other Harry cursed. "I expected it to go tits up, but not so quickly." He removed his cloak to face the dozens of leering goblins, seemingly waiting for them with a variety of weapons drawn. "I don't suppose we can talk about this." Receiving only a growl in response, he readied himself whilst Harry remained hidden. This was not how either wished for the evening to progress, but both had known it was a possibility. As such, they'd come up with another rather ludicrous contingency plan as they journeyed here. Well, making it up as they went along was not much of a plan, but thus far in life, it had seemed to serve them well enough when given no other choice. Shaking his head, Harry carefully began skirting around the goblins, doing his utmost not to brush against any. The situation they found themselves in was not favorable, and as he passed through them, he hoped not to be on the receiving end of any of the sharp blades, axes, clubs, and bows they wielded. Cursing himself that they found themselves in the very position they'd hoped to avoid, he released a deep breath before sending the first signal. As one, the other Harry quickly snapped his cloak back over himself in a single, fluid motion, whilst Harry revealed himself behind the goblins. "I'm here," he goaded. They turned towards him, each wearing a look of shock and seizing the opportunity the other Harry struck. Chaos immediately ensued as spells began to fly, and weapons were swung, but they'd succeeded in confusing the goblins, who were utterly perplexed that they seemed to be being attacked by one person from several different angles. In truth, it was both Harrys fighting against the goblins, shifting quickly to avoid the blows aimed at them and taking it in turns to curse the goblins. It was working well, and yet they remained significantly outnumbered. Still, they needed to thin the numbers they faced before implementing the second part of their plan. It was unwise enough to attempt to combat as many goblins as they were as a duo. To do so alone would be unforgivably foolish. If it weren't such a severe development, Harry would likely find the entire situation almost comically poetic to how his life had been, but it was anything but. They were here for a reason, and as he spotted another door only a short distance away, he detected a pulse of human magic coming from behind it. The other Harry's wife was in there, and they weren't enduring this adversity to fail in their impromptu mission. Break. Barty stalked through the halls of the Ministry of Magic, all but slamming the doors to the Wisengamot chamber open when he reached them. He didn't appreciate being called away from his office at such an ungodly hour, not when he had several things occupying his mind. He'd been in his post for such a short time, and already 4 Aurors had died, and he had more than 24 of them currently on leave due to injury. Now, Leech had the gall to request his presence, an unwelcome interruption to the latest development of his investigation. As expected, the Lestrange boy was here in lieu of his now-deceased father, and there were other notable absences, one in particular coming as quite the surprise, though it shouldn't have. Barty never liked Corbin Yaxley, but for his body to be found amongst the wreckage of Diagon Alley after the area had been thoroughly searched prior was not news he'd expected. Nonetheless, Yaxley was the least of his problems, and as he took his spot next to the Minister of Magic, his hardened gaze swept across those in attendance, looking for any others who were absent. Barty was not foolish enough to believe that this room wasn't playing host to some of Riddle's followers, and no matter who they were, he was determined to ensure they were brought to justice. Too many had died to simply ignore it, even if the attacks were to stop today. He was pulled from his musings by a tired, knobby leech clearing his throat, and Barty narrowed his eyes at the spineless man. If he had been more supportive of his recommendations, perhaps further disaster could have been avoided. Even a minister such as Knobby Leech had more influence than most within the room. There were those who would vote in favor of anything the Minister of Magic supported to curry the man's favor, but Leech had proven himself a coward, unwilling to do what was necessary to put an end to the threat that Tom Riddle had proven to be. "Lords and ladies, thank you for responding so quickly to my request for a meeting," the minister began somberly. "I have requested your presence here to discuss the current blight in our community, and it is with a heavy heart that I must tender my immediate resignation." Barty could only shake his head in response, whilst the others in the chamber discussed the announcement amongst themselves. Some were displeased, and others did a poor job of hiding their delight. Barty watched as Knott and his cohorts put their heads together, undoubtedly finding a way the situation could be turned to their advantage. As much as Leech had lost his respect, Barty knew the timing of the man leaving his post could not be worse. Whilst the Wisengamot spent the coming days, perhaps weeks, voting in a replacement, the government would be without its figurehead. It was concerning, though not as deeply as the prospect of a candidate who supported Riddle taking office. No, that simply couldn't be allowed. "Minister, do you think this is the right time to tender your resignation?" Dumbledore asked gravely. The chief warlock was seemingly unhappy with Leech's decision, partly because the timing was indeed rather poor and partly because the man would not be able to avoid being nominated for the position once again. Not that he'd accept, of course. He never had, and he'd made it very clear that he never would. Unless he was swayed by the current climate. Barty wasn't sure whether or not it would be something of a comfort to have Dumbledore as the Minister of Magic. He didn't dislike Albus. On the contrary, he respected the man for all of his achievements, but Barty wasn't convinced he was right for the minister's job. Leech released a deep breath as he nodded. "I'm afraid so," he answered. "The public needs someone who is decisive and strong enough to lead them through this. I am no such man. I know what must be done to ensure victory over Tom Riddle, but I cannot bring myself to do it. Call me a coward if you will, but I am an honest one, at the very least. I cannot serve magical Britain as I once did, and at a time when the men and women who look to me to lead them, I find myself lacking. However, I urge you all not to waste a moment in choosing my successor. We need strength and stability to overcome such terrible adversity. As of now, I am no longer your Minister of Magic, and I implore the Chief Warlock to begin the process of accepting nominations." Barty nodded his approval. Leech was indeed a coward who lacked the necessary fortitude to lead them through a war. Nonetheless, Barty respected that he recognized his inability to do his job. What remained now was to see who would replace him, and, ultimately, who Barty would be answering to from now on. Break. Elinor had never found herself in such a bind. Even when she'd been apprehended by the man who would become her husband, she'd not felt even an ounce of the dread that filled her now as she was being held captive by the goblins. The creatures were a law unto themselves, and they were not known for their kindness at the best of times. Still, she held on to the small slither of hope that Harry would realize she was missing and somehow figure out where she was. It was cold in the stone room she found herself in. There were no windows, and the door she'd been dragged through at sword point had remained steadfastly locked since it had been slammed behind her. The goblins had taken her wand and pasted some manacles on her, imbued with some odd symbols she'd never seen before. They prevented her from transforming, and when she pulled on the door, the magic within them had made her feel terribly sick. Elinor knew that her situation was not hopeful, and that come the morning, it was likely she would be executed. What that meant for the world, she dreaded to think. Her Harry would tear the goblin nation to shreds if he was to discover they had killed. It was a small comfort in the face of impending death. She could only shake her head at her misfortune. Elinor knew she had only brought this on herself, but she'd wanted to do something to help Harry. It was a mistake, and both of them were going to pay the price for it. He adored her. So much so that he'd left everything behind to see her live, and now it seemed that his sacrifice had been in vain. It was in such peril that she realized how foolish she'd been, though before she could lose herself in the misery of what had happened, the ground beneath her feet began to tremble. Elinor wasn't sure if she'd truly felt it, but then it happened again, stronger than the first time. She listened as the sound of distant shouting filled her ears, and then came the screaming, and the entire room began to tremble more violently. The sudden influx of bright light caused her to blink rapidly, and standing in the doorway, dripping in blood, was Harry, still fighting off a rather vicious attack from the goblins. Elinor could only look on as he wielded his wand, cutting down swathes of the beastly creatures as they charged towards him in what seemed to be a never-ending wave. With a mighty grunt, his next spell tore through several of them, and he conjured a golden dome around the entranceway before turning towards. Without preamble, he approached and began tearing at her bindings, and after a moment they clattered to the floor. "I'm so sorry," Elinor whispered harshly, throwing her arms around his neck and pressing her lips against his. Harry chuckled and shook his head when she released him. "I appreciate the gratitude, but you may want to save it for your husband." Elinor frowned before her eyes widened in realization. "You," she choked. "Me," Harry snorted. "Come on, he will need help. Take this. It might not work so well for you, but it is better than nothing." Elinor accepted the offered wand, and the man drew another from his left sleeve, this one paler than the first. Following him from the room, the scene she came upon was nothing short of frightening. Her husband was wielding a whip of fire and slashing it against the furious goblins, and the Harry who'd helped her cast a curse that felled several of them, the feel of his magic not so dissimilar to that of her own Harry's. "How are we going to get out of here?" Elinor asked, casting a blasting curse at a goblin swinging an axe towards her. Much to her relief, the wand complied, and the axe clattered to the ground as the hand holding it was removed. "Well, we didn't get that far, but we'll make it out. Don't worry about that." Elinor could only shake her head. This man was just as reckless as her own husband, and what was worse was that he was seemingly having the time of his life. It baffled Elinor, but he'd come along with Harry to rescue her from the clutches of the goblins, and she couldn't fault his character. "Watch out." She barely avoided the sword thrusted towards her abdomen, and felt rather sick as the head of her assailant exploded in a mist of blood and bone. Elinor was no fighter, not like her Harry and the man who'd yet again saved her from an unpleasant wound at best. "I think it is time to leave." Elinor watched as the man tapped his wand, and her Harry nodded from across the room. She watched as both conjured a eerily blue flame, which tore through the remaining goblins, leaving only a scattering of ash in its wake. It took considerable effort from both to extinguish the fire, and Elinor felt her lungs burning uncomfortably even after it was gone. Nonetheless, with the room clear but an alarm blaring in the distance, she all but sprinted into her husband's arms, and he held her tightly. "It's all right," he soothed. "Are you hurt?" Elinor could only shake her head, unable to trust her voice. She was relieved but still terrified by what could befall them, and the other Harry seemed to be thinking the same as her as he interrupted the reunion. "Come on, it's not time to fuck around," he said sharply. "We still have to get out of here." "Any ideas?" "Do you have your firebolt?" Harry nodded. "Then we have two choices. We can either go back the way we came or we go up." "Up? That's how we did it last time, but we had a dragon." Harry snorted. "We don't have a dragon," he pointed out. "True," the other Harry conceded. "Then back the way we came it is. I'll take the lead." With that, he retrieved a wand from within his pocket, and Elinor's Harry did the same. She eyed the broom nervously. He had allowed her to ride it once, and she had never wanted to do so again. The sheer speed of the broom had terrified her. "On you get," her husband urged with a grin. Elinor merely rolled her eyes at him for doing so. He truly was in his element, and despite the danger they still faced, his happiness brought a smile to her lips. She'd not seen him smile in such a way for the better part of 20 years. He'd swelled with pride at the birth of each of their children, and he'd always been content with the life they'd lived. But this was the man she had fallen in love with, the infuriating, reckless, incredible hit wizard who'd swept her off her meat the moment they'd met. "Break." "What is it?" Sebastian snapped as he stormed into the drawing room of his stately home. He was furious at being disturbed at such an hour. The Auror who had done so looked suddenly nervous though pale with shock. "Minister, the alarms at Gringotts are sounding." "The alarms?" The Auror nodded. "I don't know what that means, but I was told to send for you immediately. The bank is currently in emergency measures, meaning no one can enter or leave." "I know what emergency measures mean, you damned fool. I will be there shortly." The Auror did not respond but vanished, and Sebastian cursed under his breath. Whatever the goblins were up to, they would be getting a piece of his mind. At the best of times, he despised the nasty, greedy creatures, and in the early hours of the morning when he'd been sleeping, even more so. Unhappily, he dressed before leaving the comfort of his home and arriving a short distance from the bank. The streets of magical Paris were teeming with Aurors and all manner of personnel, and Sebastian steadied himself as the ground beneath his feet trembled violently. "What the hell was that?" he demanded to know. "It's been happening for around 20 minutes now, Minister," one of the Aurors explained. "We're trying to get information about what is happening, but until the goblins tell us, we won't know." Sebastian's nostrils flared irritably. The only thing that could cause such a ruckus would be an attempted break-in, and he, along with every other citizen of magical France, now found their assets at risk. Millions of galleons were stored in the vaults of Gringotts, and if the intruders were successful, it could potentially be financially crippling for the entire country. "I want every oarer available here," he instructed. "No one leaves the area. Get preventative measures in place to thwart any attempt to use a portkey or apparating. I want whoever is responsible for this in custody." "Yes, Minister," the oarer replied, hurrying off to carry out his duty. Sebastian merely stared at the bank, steadying himself as another explosion caused the ground to quake beneath his feet once more. Break. It was like reliving a terrible childhood nightmare, though this time around, he wasn't clinging for dear life to a dragon as it crashed its way through the roof of the bank. Being on a broom in such narrow tunnels offered only a little more comfort, and as Harry continued to deposit his cargo along the way, he felt a tap on his shoulder. "What is that you're dropping?" the other Harry shouted over the rushing wind. "Just a little surprise," he answered. "We might as well do it properly." The other Harry looked concerned, but an expression of concentration replaced it as he realized they were nearing the large steel door they'd passed through to enter the bank's bowels. Readying himself, Harry's grip tightened around the Elder Wand. In truth, he'd given it little thought since killing Riddle and taking it for himself. He'd cast the occasional spell here and there with it, but he'd kept to using his own wand. Fighting the goblins was the first time he'd used it for combat purposes, and he could not deny that he was taken aback by how responsive and powerful it was. The wand seemed to respond to his thoughts seamlessly, and Harry could understand why there were those who dedicated their lives to finding it. It was an exceptional wand, a little odd, but Harry intended to get a better understanding of it if they made it out of Gringotts alive. Why the other Harry's wife had felt it to be a good idea to do what she had, he didn't know, but he couldn't judge her harshly, not when he'd done the very same thing. Shaking his head of the errant thoughts, he raised the wand and aimed it at the door, preparing himself for what may be waiting for them on the other side. Not that Harry had any intention of waiting around. They needed to escape from the bank before things became worse than they already were. "Straight through the roof," he called. "Follow me." The blasting curse he hurled at the door not only reduced it to slithers of metal, but a considerable portion of the surrounding brickwork followed, showering any waiting on the other side in a mixture of sharp and heavy projectiles. Racing through the resulting cloud of dust, Harry pointed his wand upwards and fired again, punching an enormous hole in the roof. A cacophony of shouting, screeching, roars, and bellows followed, and chancing a look behind him as he emerged into the Parisian sky, he breathed a sigh of relief that the escape had been done so quickly. Waiting for them had been a large gathering of goblins, some trolls, and even a party of giants, all of whom took aim with various weapons. Harry grunted as a bolt from a crossbow lodged itself into his leg, and he took evasive action to avoid the spells that followed. Fortunately, the firebolt was more than capable of exceptional acrobatics, and Harry had never allowed himself to become out of practice. Checking over his shoulder, he saw that the other Harry was not having as much success. With an additional person on the broom, it was hindering his progress, and the spells, arrows, and even large stones continued to hurtle towards him. "Fuck!" Harry cursed, racing towards the struggling duo and putting himself between them and the attackers. Casting a myriad of shields, their escape proved to be much more difficult than anticipated, but with Harry returning fire where possible and shielding them, they managed to get outside of Paris, just as the sound of dozens of explosions sounded one after the other. When they were a good distance away from the city, they touched down on the ground, where the other Harry collapsed, clutching his chest. "What hit you?" Harry asked. "I don't know," the man wheezed. "It was a pink spell," Alina explained, panicking at the sight of her writhing husband. "He turned the broom so I wouldn't get hit." Harry nodded as he tore the front of his robes, open to see the erratic beating of his heart. "Well, shit," he cursed, removing the medical supplies he always carried with him. "Is he going to be okay?" Alina asked. "I don't know," Harry answered. "I need you to do something for me. Take this portkey. It will bring you to my home, but whatever you do, do not leave the room you arrive in. Amelia will find you there, and you need to tell her to fetch my potions bag. Go now." Alina looked as though leaving was the last thing she wanted to do, but she reluctantly complied and vanished as soon as she grasped the portkey. "That bad?" the other Harry asked. "No, but I don't think she would approve of what I have to do. You have to trust me. Your heart is going to rupture, and we need a fresh supply of blood going into you before you bleed out. I have to release the pressure before I can undo the curse. Can you do it?" Harry chuckled humorlessly. "There's no other choice. You blocked the brunt of the curse, which is sometimes worse. If you hadn't, you'd be dead, but you wouldn't be about to endure what's about to happen. Now, shut up. I have to get to work." "Is it going to hurt?" Harry looked towards the sky and quickly covered them with his cloak to avoid being spotted by the group passing over on brooms. "It's going to hurt for both of us," he sighed, sending Amelia a hasty patronus. "Break." Amelia approached the basement with a frown marring her features. She'd felt the disturbance of the protections around the home informing her of an arrival, but it was a woman's voice frantically calling for her. Whoever it was had used Harry's portkey, and the only way it could have been used is if he had given it to them willingly. Still, it was better to be cautious, given the current climate of Britain. Before she reached the door to the basement, however, she was startled by the arrival of Harry's patroness. "Stall her for around 15 minutes. I'll explain everything when you get here." With her wand drawn, she pushed the door open to find a blonde who was around 2 decades older than her. "Are you Amelia?" she asked in a state of panic. Amelia nodded. "Where is Harry?" "He's with my husband. He sent me here to fetch his potions bag." Amelia frowned and shook her head. "Harry doesn't leave the house without it," she replied, her heart sinking at the implications. Harry had not sent her to retrieve anything, but to get her away from whatever he was doing. "What's happened?" she asked. The woman shook her head, and Amelia took her gently by the arm. "If your husband is with Harry, then he is in good hands. Come on, we will gather some things to take them." Seeing the state of the woman, Amelia too was beginning to panic, but she knew she needed to keep a cool head as best she could. "It's all my fault," the woman whispered. "I'm sure that's not true." The woman shook her head. "It is," she whispered. "I thought I could help him, but I was caught." "Caught?" "Breaking into Gringotts in Paris." Amelia paused and eyed the woman. To even consider doing such a thing would denote a level of insanity most would never allow to cross their mind. "You broke into Gringotts?" she pressed, just to be certain she had indeed heard what she thought. The woman nodded. "I used to do it all the time, but it's not the same as it was," she sighed. "I was caught this time, and my husband and your husband came to get me. Well, they did it, but my husband was cursed." Amelia could only shake her head in disbelief, as she did her utmost to remain calm. "Do you know what spell hit him?" What little composure the other woman had managed to maintain all but crumbled at the question, and Amelia caught her in her arms as she stumbled and began to sob uncontrollably. She said nothing else for several minutes as she clung to Amelia, and the horror allowed her to vent. "I don't know," she eventually answered. "Something to do with his heart." "Well, then maybe we should go to them," Amelia replied as she helped the woman to her feet. "I'm sorry, I don't even know your name." "Eileener," the other woman choked. "Eileener Evans." "Well, Eileener, I'm Amelia Bones." The smile she received in response was weak, and Amelia gently took the portkey from her hand, preparing herself for the scene that would greet them when they arrived. Despite doing so, she felt her blood run cold as she saw Harry with a series of tubes connecting him to another man, one she recognized from Diagon Alley. He offered her a reassuring smile, though both men looked quite deathly pale, and the other was covered in blood. Somehow, he was still alive, and as Harry waved his wand over the man, He continued murmuring words Amelia didn't understand. "He will be fine," her Harry croaked before draining a blood-replenishing potion and immediately uncorking another. "I had to relieve the pressure." Stepping closer, Amelia could see the other Harry's exposed heart and understood what Jameson had done. He'd connected them so that they were sharing blood flow, but it had all but depleted them both. "Wait," he whispered as Amelia approached. "You can't disconnect us, not for a few hours at least. His heart needs to heal, and I expect I will need most of these," he explained, uncorking another red potion. "I just need you to make sure I keep drinking them." Amelia swallowed deeply as she nodded her understanding. It reminded her of the time in the cave when they'd been retrieving the Horcrux, though this somehow seemed worse. "Can you cast some privacy charms around us?" Harry asked. Amelia nodded and set to work, her gaze never leaving the two men. "Wait," Elinor whispered. "Nicholas lives not so far from here. Maybe he will be able to help. I'll fetch him." She hurried away, leaving Amelia with the two Harrys, and Jameson released a deep breath. "Thank you," he said appreciatively. "Will he really make it?" "I'm not dead yet," the other Harry chuckled. "He'll live just." Amelia shook her head. "You know, you're lucky I love you as much as I do, Harry," she sighed. "I can't think of anyone else who could put up with the stuff I do." I'm not so bad," the other Harry replied, a grin tugging at his lips. "I wasn't talking to you." "Well, my name is Harry." "And I thought one of you was bad enough," Amelia grumbled. "Break." Sebastian cursed in his native tongue as he dragged himself from the debris, struggling for breath where the air had been torn from his lungs. As he looked towards what had once been the Parisian branch of Gringotts, a wave of nausea washed over him. It was gone. The entire bank was now little more than a pile of rubble, and beneath it, he dared not think of the state of the vast underground system. What had caused such devastation, he didn't know, but Sebastian was left in no doubt that what happened here would be felt across the entirety of France. The fortunes of many were kept within the vaults, and he didn't know where to begin cleaning up this mess. He wanted answers, and as he stalked towards the small group of gathered goblins who'd made it out of the bank alive, he glared at them. "What the hell happened?" he demanded to know, coughing from the dust he'd inhaled. The goblins began muttering amongst themselves in their own language before returning the glare. "Humans," one of them spat. "It was your kind that did this." Sebastian shook his head. "Why?" The goblins shared a look of discomfort. "Why?" Sebastian pressed. "Break." It wasn't the sudden arrival of a linger that had woken him and Perenelle, but the sudden trembling of the ground beneath their home in the early hours of the morning. Nicholas had perhaps thought that it was an earthquake, but the news was evidently worse. Elinor was beside herself with worry when she'd arrived, and all but pleaded with them to follow her to where the injured Harry was. Without hesitation, they'd done so, and as they came upon the scene of the two young men and a concerned red-headed woman, Nicholas gasped at what he was witnessing. Were it not for the similarities between the two men, what they were doing would likely kill them both as the foreign magic invaded one another. That was why the blood-replenishing potion had been such a significant breakthrough. The sharing of blood between magicals had long been ill-advised. Nonetheless, despite his concerns, save for being clearly exhausted, both Harrys seemed to be doing well. Nicholas murmured a curse as he kneeled beside the two men to check on them. The Harry he knew so well had lost so much of his own blood that it was quite the miracle in itself that he was alive, though that was likely only due to the man who'd implemented the risky treatment. "How are you both feeling?" Nicholas asked. "Wonderful," the wounded Harry snorted. "I'd highly recommend having your heart sliced open and being pumped full of someone else's blood." "I see your sense of humor remains intact," Nicholas sighed. "Stupid boy," Perenelle huffed, keeping her distance. Nicholas shook his head. "Do you understand what you have done?" he asked the other Harry. "Not entirely, but I suspect this isn't exactly a standard procedure." Not among magicals, Nicholas replied. Tell me, have you ever studied alchemy? No, I can't say it really interested me, not after studying potions under Snape. Git, the wounded Harry muttered. Well, what you are doing goes against the laws of the study, Nicholas explained. Alchemy is very much a contested art, but all who study would agree that this is quite foolish, or would be if your situation wasn't so unique. I cannot fathom what impact this will have on you both. Perhaps nothing will happen, but that remains to be seen. Great, the other Harry muttered sarcastically. Well, if I didn't do it, he'd be dead. He would, Nicholas agreed. Despite what happens, you did the right thing and I am grateful for it. How long until he can be moved? A couple of hours yet. When his heart is beating properly on its own, I can close him back up. Nicholas nodded his understanding. Then perhaps you should take the ladies back home, Perenelle, Nicholas suggested. I suppose the two of you were responsible for the disturbance we felt. We might have blown up Gringotts, the younger Harry explained. You blew up Gringotts? The red-headed woman interjected. Of course you did. What else would you be doing in Paris other than blowing up Gringotts? I gather that this is quite normal behavior, Nicholas chuckled. The woman nodded. I've known him for the better part of 7 years now, and blowing up a bank is probably one of the more tame things he's done. The younger Harry grinned as he nodded. You're not wrong, he agreed proudly. He has the same stupid grin, Alina commented. My Harry does the same thing. The problem is it's difficult to stay mad at him, especially when he does the things he do. Thank you for coming for me. Nicholas did not approve of what Alina had done. She'd briefly explained why Harry was in such a poor state, and the alchemist had no doubt the woman would get quite the earful from Perenelle. Go on, go home, he sighed. We will join you when Harry can be moved. I suppose I will have several tests to run on the two of you to make sure you've not cursed one another or somehow done something even more stupid. Chapter 48. You damned fools. What were you thinking? She broke into the bank, the goblin protested angrily. She was our prisoner. Sebastian shook his head. Have you forgotten the treaties? He asked. What kind of sympathy do you think you are going to garner when the ICW discovers that you kept a human captive? Are you going to tell them? Sebastian glared at the impudent creature. And what do you suggest I tell them? It was an attack on the bank. That will only incite hostilities between your kind and ours, Sebastian pointed out. The goblins are in no position to defeat us. Even you must see that. The goblin pursed his lips and muttered something in its native tongue before grinning. We thought you of all people would be pleased we apprehended her. She was in your vault, Minister. My vault? Sebastian asked worriedly. What did she take? She took nothing, the goblin assured him, but she certainly had a good read through the documents in there. I expect she knows all of your secrets, Minister. Now, if you don't mind, our work to undo the damage continues. Good day, Minister Laurent. Sebastian swallowed deeply as the goblin left his office, and he poured himself a drink. His vault. He kept all manner of things in there that would ruin him if they became known to the public. Nonetheless, it wasn't as though the woman had any proof. She left with nothing other than her life intact, though that would have to change. He was due to address the ICW shortly, and he needed to ensure they would offer him the support he would undoubtedly need to apprehend the serpent. Sebastian had been mortified to learn that he and another had destroyed Gringotts. The vow should still be in place, but the serpent had become a liability that could not be left unchecked. He needed to be eliminated, and though Sebastian had his reservations about doing so, it had become unavoidable. What do you think? He murmured. He must be killed, Sebastian, the woman purred in his ear. It is the only way. Sebastian nodded his agreement and drained his glass, preparing himself to make his bid to the ICW. If they did not comply, he would need to formulate a new plan, but he expected they would. He had more than enough support amongst his peers to see it done, after all. Break. Gellert chuckled as he began reading through the various newspapers that had been released throughout the week. By the time he reached the last, he was laughing uproariously. "They did it," he declared gleefully. "I knew they were mad, but to destroy an entire branch of Gringotts is something even I would have been reluctant to do." Cassiopeia nodded. When the two men had left Nurmengard, she'd not expected them to do what they had. She'd considered that they'd find a way of rescuing Evan's wife, but not in such a blatant and bold way. It was rather commendable. Gellert chuckled once more. "I'm going to keep these on my wall," he decided, gesturing to the newspapers. "It's nothing less than Laurent deserves. How are you faring with Fontaine?" Cassiopeia shook her head. "Well, with what happened in Paris, he's been impossible to track," she explained. "He uses the flue directly from the Belgian Ministry of Magic to his home, and the security there has undoubtedly been increased. He's paranoid, so it may take a while before I can get to him." "Patience," Gellert urged. "I expect he will be much more cautious now with what happened in Paris, but he will slip up eventually." Cassiopeia nodded. "Are you sure this is what you want?" she sighed. "Working with Evans goes against everything." Gellert held up a hand to silence the woman. 20 years ago, I would have laughed at any who said this would happen. Evans and I will never be friends, but he is doing what is right. I never intended for Laurent and his ilk to become what they are. They must be stopped, Cassie, and then you can go back to despising Evans all you like. For now, he and Jameson are the best chance we have of ridding the world of Laurent. I know you don't like it, but you are doing it for me." Cassiopeia nodded. "For you," she murmured. "Thank you," Gellert said appreciatively. "You have always been my most loyal and dependable friend." She positively preened under the praise, and Gellert lamented on the years they'd spent together. From him, there had never been any romantic inclinations towards Cassiopeia. He'd made that very clear, and yet her loyalty had never wavered. He couldn't fault her for that, and even now, when he needed it most, she was showing just how much he meant to her. It was warming, and there was little of that in Gellert's life. What had happened between him and Albus, and the solitude he'd lived in, only made Cassiopeia's devotion to him all the more special. "Break." He ran his fingers over the puckered flesh of his chest, where the other Harry had cut into him, to relieve the pressure from the partially landed rupturing curse. In truth, he remembered little of the unpleasantness of the treatment, but he was in no doubt that, through whatever inspiration had struck, his life had been saved by the actions of his counterpart. "How are you feeling?" Nicholas asked as he entered the room. Harry began buttoning up his shirt as he shook his head. He didn't know. For the most part, he felt as he always had, though there was something undeniably different. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but it was there. It wasn't as though anything had truly changed about him. He was still very much himself in every conceivable way, just somehow different. Perhaps it was the close brush with death that made him feel so. He couldn't be certain. All he knew was that he was alive and grateful for it. "I'm alive," he replied. "You are," Nicholas agreed, "and there doesn't seem to be any negative effects of what the two of you did. Consider yourself lucky, Harry. His quick thinking is why you are standing here now." Harry nodded his agreement. "What about the tests?" Nicholas had subjected them both to rigorous testing to ensure neither had suffered any unexpected complications from the transfer of blood. For the better part of a week, Harry felt as if he'd been an experiment of the alchemist, and the other Harry had not escaped either. "All as I'd hoped," the man replied with a smile. "Of course, I must urge you to be careful and come back if anything changes." "Do you think it will?" "No," Nicholas reassured him. "Everything has been stable for the past few days." Harry nodded appreciatively as he finished dressing, smiling as Alina entered the room. His wife had been rather subdued since they'd reunited. Guilt. She felt guilty for what had happened, and though Harry had been frustrated by what she'd done, he couldn't blame her entirely. He, too, had done his fair share of foolish things over the years, and Alina was only trying to do right by him. He couldn't fault her for that, not when he likely would have done the same. It had been them against the world for so long now, and when it came to one another, there was nothing that neither would do for their spouse. "Can we get ice cream?" Harry asked hopefully. She shook her head as a tired smirk played at her lips. "It didn't do too much damage then," she huffed. "No, but I think I deserve 2 servings of ice cream. My chest is really sore." "No, it isn't," Alina grumbled. "Now you're just milking it. Come on, I'll get you some ice cream. I think I could use some too, but only if Nicholas says you are ready to leave." "He is," the alchemist confirmed, "and for all that is good, do try to stay out of trouble, Harry." Harry snorted. "I do try. It's just that trouble seems to have a way of finding me." "Break." The Dark Lord tapped the headline of the article impatiently, his gaze drifting towards the frowning Avery. It was not the news he'd been hopping for, and he found it rather irksome that nothing had been done to prevent it. "I'm not sure what you wish for me to say, my lord," Avery sighed. "I am wondering why it happened in the first place." Avery frowned as he leaned back in his chair. "You are asking why Leech was replaced by Bagnold. The man is a coward and is likely halfway across the world by now." The Dark Lord released a deep breath. "Did you read her words, Thomas?" "I did, my lord. For us, nothing has changed. Bagnold will oppose us as Leech did, and she will fail." "Oh, I do not doubt that," Voldemort replied confidently. "What I am referring to is how she made it into office. Why was a candidate we could puppeteer, at the very least, not put forward?" "Because any bid supported by any of us would have been immediately dismissed," Avery answered. "We do not have the political backing to install a minister of our choosing. We are not the Blacks, and we are not the Malfoys. Even the neutrals would not have voted in favor of anyone we recommended. It was a lost cause, even before it was won." The Dark Lord narrowed his eyes in irritation. If Lucius were the head of the Malfoy family, he would have had the influence required, but the Blacks were indeed lost to him. He'd hoped they would be one of the families he could rely on for support, but it was not meant to be. Arcturus Black was not like those who'd come before him. He was weak and would rather spit in the face of his ancestors than do what even his own father would have done. The man was pathetic. "Between you and me, Avery, things will change on that front one day," he replied cryptically. "For now, we continue doing what we are, but with the caveat that we rid ourselves of Crouch. The man has become quite the burden." "That won't be easy, my lord," Avery warned. "Crouch is a much better wizard than most would believe. Just because he has spent much of his life in courtrooms doesn't mean he hasn't taken measures to ensure his safety. There is a reason Smith chose him as his replacement, and it has nothing to do with Barty's people skills. I expect you would have to eliminate him personally." "Is that so?" Voldemort asked amusedly. "Well, then you shall leave it with me. Crouch will be taken care of when the time is right." Avery nodded as he stood. "Are you really going to entertain the idea of Lestrange's sons joining us?" he murmured disapprovingly. "I do not see the harm," Voldemort replied with a shrug. "They may not be their father even between them, but the name is a powerful one. I will find a use for them. You can send Rodolphus in on your way out. I will speak with him first." Avery said nothing else as he left the room, and the Dark Lord prepared himself to listen to the drivel of the Lestrange brothers. It wasn't that they were not capable. They were just so boorish in everything they did. Sometimes, what was expected of them required subtlety, and both were rather lacking in this area. "Break. How do you think that went?" Harry asked. Bellatrix dragged a hand through her hair before shaking her head. "Not good," she huffed. "I didn't expect to be teaching so soon." Harry chuckled amusedly. "Well, now you know it isn't as easy as it looks," he pointed out. "It's not as simple as turning up, showing off a few spells, and then moving on to the next class. Teaching takes meticulous planning, but you have all the potential in the world to be great at it. If I didn't believe that, I wouldn't let you do it." "You did it on purpose," Bellatrix accused. "I did," Harry said unashamedly. "I wanted you to see for yourself what goes into every lesson. Now, you will not take your planning for granted. Perhaps it was a little cruel to allow you to be unprepared, but you won't make that mistake off your own back. I have exceedingly high expectations of you, Bellatrix, and you must remember, it is not only you that you are representing when you are doing this. It is my reputation also. Bellatrix nodded her understanding. I won't let you down, she promised. Harry offered her an encouraging smile. I know you won't, he replied. Go on, take a break, and then I want you to write a reflection of the lesson you taught and how you can do it better next time. How many inches of parchment should it be? That doesn't matter. I will read it, but it is for your own reference. Bellatrix nodded as she stood. You know, I didn't think it would feel so strange being here like this, instead of as a student. You'll get used to it, and for the record, you're already doing well, but don't let that get to your head. We've not even begun scratching the surface of the hard work yet. I look forward to the struggle, Bellatrix grumbled, shooting him a smirk as she left the room. Harry snorted to himself. He hadn't lied to her. Bellatrix was doing well, and the lesson she'd taught had not been done badly. It merely lacked preparation. Come in, he called as a tentative knock sounded at the door. Bloody hell, Weasley, you've only just graduated. I thought I'd be safe from you for a while at least. Arthur guffawed as he entered the classroom before sobering. I just wanted to bring this to you, Professor, he said, offering Harry a sealed envelope. It is an invitation to mine and Molly's wedding. We'd both really like for you to be there. I would be honored to come, Harry replied sincerely. It feels like only yesterday you were a little second year trying to make my life hell, and now you're getting married. Congratulations, Arthur. I'm sure you Will and Molly will be very happy together. Arthur nodded appreciatively. I wasn't so bad, was I, Professor? No, Harry sighed. You certainly kept things interesting, but I will say that I hope that any children you have given you as many headaches as you did me. Anyway, were your Newt results what you hoped for? They were, and I've just started a job at the Ministry of Magic in the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office. Muggle artifacts? Arthur nodded enthusiastically. Well, ever since I used that Muggle device on you, I've become more fascinated with other things they use. I figured why not put my interest to use and pursue it as a career. It's only a small department, but I'm enjoying it. I really am pleased for you, Arthur, and I look forward to the wedding, Harry returned, offering the redhead his hand. Arthur winced as he accepted the proffered limb. You haven't seriously been carrying that around with you all this time, he gasped. No one gets the last laugh, Weasley, Harry replied, holding up the Muggle shocker. I believe this belongs to you. Arthur took it and placed it in his pocket, shaking his head in amusement as he walked towards the door. He paused as he reached it and turned back towards Harry. Professor, could you tell me what the function is of a rubber duck? Harry chuckled to himself, remembering when the much older Arthur had asked him that when he'd only been 12. It doesn't have one, Arthur, he explained. It's just something Muggles put in the bath with them as a toy. Arthur frowned before nodding. They're a strange lot, these Muggles, he murmured as he left. Harry smiled to himself. Given what was happening around him, there was little to smile about, and though he knew much of what seemed so terrible about the world would be remedied, hearing of Arthur and Molly's impending nuptials was just the boost he needed. It had been a long and tiring week. Flamel had insisted on Harry's daily presence to undergo tests, and Harry needed to prepare himself to return to Hogwarts. He was grateful that both the other Harry and his wife were okay, but the situation could have been avoided altogether. Still, it was done now, and with Cassiopeia Black seemingly on his side, he could once more focus on what was important, though as he read what was undoubtedly Molly's handwriting on the front of the envelope, he reminded himself not to forget about his own life away from the madness that had consumed much of it. With the somber affair of Imelda's funeral approaching, it was nice to be reminded that not everything in the world was so cold and destructive. Even his own life wasn't as dreary as it had once been, even if it seemed to be only snatched moments of warmth. Gringotts, Harry, Amelia sighed. There wasn't much of a choice, Harry pointed out. The goblins would have killed her. Amelia shook her head as she wrapped her arms around his neck. You have a thing for saving people, don't you? I try not to. Well, if you didn't, I probably wouldn't be here now. Maybe it's one of the reasons I fell in love with you. So, it wasn't my charm, charisma, and good looks. That too, Amelia grumbled. You do realize I should probably turn you in, she added with a smirk. Harry chuckled as he stepped back and held his hands out. Be my guest. Amelia tutted and pushed his hands away. Don't tempt me, Jameson, she warned with a grin. But for the record, I'm proud of what you did, even if it was reckless, dangerous, and stupid. Please don't make a habit of it. When Riddle is gone and the others are dealt with, I'd like what a Linger and the other Harry have. A pedestrian, peaceful life. Each other, Harry, Amelia replied. It brought a smile to his lips as he remembered the way she had looked at him. It's not often you smile, a voice spoke, pulling him from his reverie. Not like that. Do I come across as a miserable bastard? No, Bellatrix answered, but you don't smile like that. Harry chuckled to himself and sobered as he eyed the young woman. There is something you can help me with if you don't mind. It's a pure-blood thing, and I want to get it right. Bellatrix nodded. What do you need? She asked curiously. Break. His wooden leg clunked dully across the hard floor of the atrium as he awkwardly stepped through on his way to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. He received odd stares from those passing him by, but Aleister didn't care. Although he was still struggling to adjust to the prosthetic limb, he knew he was making good progress under the care of the healers. Nonetheless, he was eager to return to duty. Life had become dull without being on patrol, and Aleister had never been one to be idle. He enjoyed his work, even if he hadn't realized just how much being an Auror had consumed him. In truth, it was everything, and without it, he didn't know what he would do. His colleagues broke out in a round of applause as he entered the open office, and he merely shook his head. He didn't want a pat on the back or adulation for what he'd done. It was his job, and losing a leg, though unpleasant, was not the worst thing that could have happened to him. Aleister, Amelia greeted him fondly, wrapping him in a tight embrace. What are you doing here? Just seeing if there's any work I can do, Aleister replied gruffly. Amelia shook her head. You know they won't let you back yet, she sighed. I know, Aleister muttered irritably, but I'm tired of doing nothing. She offered him a sympathetic smile and nodded over his shoulder, where he found Grim had arrived. Moody, what the hell are you doing? The man huffed, his mustache twitching in frustration. Reporting for duty, sir, Aleister answered. Grim shook his head. Until you've been given the all-clear from the healers, you know. I know, Aleister cut in, but I'd like to do something, even if it is being stuck here doing paperwork. Grim released a deep breath. All right, he conceded. We can always use help with paperwork, but I will have to clear it with Crouch first. Grim left, and Moody turned back towards Amelia. How's the leg? She asked. Wooden, Aleister answered with a grin. I understand you had quite the night of it recently. Albus told me when he came to visit. Amelia nodded. You could say that, she grumbled. I don't know what I'm going to do with that man. Aleister chuckled amusedly. He's a live one, but a good one. He is, Amelia agreed with a smile. I just can't wait for all of this to be over, then I won't have to spend every waking moment wondering what is going to happen next. No, that will be Harry doing that for you, Aleister chuckled. How is he? Taking it in his stride, she murmured. It's like it's nothing new to him. He does find himself in these situations, Moody replied with a smirk. What about Imelda? Her funeral is in a couple of days, Amelia informed him. I'll be there, Aleister assured her. She was a good lass and she'll be missed. Amelia nodded. I think you will be working with me and Kingsley when you're back. We've been partnered together for now. Makes sense, Aleister grunted. Anything new happened? Amelia shook her head. It's quiet, but Harry says that's not a good thing. He seems to think that Riddle is planning something. Alistair nodded his agreement. Whenever Riddle had been inactive, he'd done something rather spectacular to mark his return. "Well, best keep your wits about you," he urged. "Anyway, I'll be off. I have a meeting with Albus and some of our associates." Amelia eyed him questioningly, but Alistair said nothing before taking his leave of the office. It felt right to be back. Although he wouldn't be doing what he wanted, and likely for some time, it felt good. Besides, it wasn't as though he would be idle now, not with Albus's idea of forming a group to fight against Riddle. Alistair wasn't sure what that entailed exactly, but he was as keen to be a part of it as he was to return to work. Break. Sebastian Laurent had never looked more tired in the years Albus had been acquainted with the man. Given the week he'd endured, he was not surprised to have seen the French minister come ICW representative appear to have aged a decade. What had happened at the Paris branch of Gringotts had made the news across the world, but details had been rather lacking whilst the investigation was ongoing. It was Sebastian who'd requested the gathering today, and he wasted no time in approaching the center of the floor. "I call this meeting to order," Albus declared, tapping his podium with his gavel. "Mr. Laurent, I believe it was you who wishes to address the body." Laurent nodded and frowned at Albus before clearing his throat. "As I am sure you are all aware, just a few short days ago, quite a disastrous situation occurred in Paris, in which our branch of Gringotts was destroyed. At first, we believed that only the building of the bank had been damaged, but it seems that a considerable portion of the tunnels beneath have collapsed. This means that most of the patrons cannot access their vaults, even if they are accessible when the debris have been cleared at all." Albus listened intently to Laurent's version of events and gestured for the man to continue. He did so after taking a calming breath. Laurent was struggling to maintain his composure, something he was not known for. "The investigation remains ongoing," he informed his peers, "but having spoken with the goblins at length and relying on evidence, we have discovered the perpetrator." "Then you have them in custody," Albus pressed. Laurent's frown deepened as he shook his head. "He remains at large, and that is why I bring this before you," he explained, addressing the room. "The man responsible is one familiar to most of us in here. Some years prior, he was known across much of the continent as the Serpent." Many of the members of the ICW began murmuring amongst themselves, and Sebastian waited for them to finish before continuing. "He is an exceedingly dangerous man, and I cannot fathom why he would do such a thing. I used to look up to the Serpent and respect what he did for my country during Grindelwald's occupation. All I know now is that he seems to have changed over the years and has become the very thing we once united to fight. I have issued a warrant for his arrest, and I ask that each of you do the same in your respective countries." The murmuring among the members continued, and Albus knew what would come next. There was a certain group of countries who would unwaveringly support Laurent's plea, and others would simply follow. Were it not for what Harry told him about the very body he oversaw, Albus would not have believed it to be hosting such corrupt, violent, and unpleasant individuals, but it was. It wasn't that the supreme mugwump was naive, but he did not want to believe that perhaps the most powerful collection of wizards in existence was not beyond the greed of self-service or the purporting misery on others in the pursuit of it. It sickened him, and he tapped his gavel atop his podium once more, taking no small amount of satisfaction in what was to come next. "Mr. Laurent, we all sympathize with what has happened, but forgive me if I am wrong. But isn't this a domestic problem? You said the very same to me when I asked for help regarding our ongoing problem with Lord Voldemort, who continues to murder innocent British civilians. He has even attempted to breach the statute of secrecy, and you so aptly reminded me that it was a concern of Great Britain. If what you say is true, how is our situation different?" Albus leaned back in his chair as Laurent glared at him, and he was pleased to hear the agreement of his fellow representatives. "Because the Serpent used to be a hit wizard under the authority of the ICW," the Frenchman snapped. "But more than 2 decades ago," Albus pointed out. "Besides, I, much to my surprise, received this letter only yesterday morning from an individual claiming to be the Serpent. It makes for some rather interesting reading and explains why Gringotts in Paris was intruded upon. I will explain only the parts relevant to us. Do bear in mind, Mr. Laurent, that I have taken the time to corroborate what is claimed by this individual. Laurent was trembling in fury as Albus cleared his throat and began selecting the poignant statements of the missive he'd received. "Ah, here it is," he continued. "It is my understanding that against the many treaties implemented between us, the ICW, and the Goblin Nation, they did willingly hold a human captive against their will. In this case, that person was the wife of the individual who sent me this letter. His claim that doing so is an act of war against him and our kind, which gave him the lawful right to not only retrieve his wife from imprisonment, but to take whatever necessary action to ensure further hostilities were prevented. Now, I cannot attest to what happened in Gringotts, but is it true, Mr. Laurent, that the Goblin Nation did indeed hold a human prisoner?" Laurent's nostrils flared at the question, and it became clear to Albus the man had hoped to omit the goblin's part in what had occurred. "It was mentioned that they did have a human prisoner," Laurent admitted, "but that does not justify—" "On the contrary, Mr. Laurent, it does," Albus cut in. "You see, the treaties have been in place for centuries, and were their prisoner to be harmed, as was undoubtedly the intention of the goblins, you would have found yourself at odds with the home country of the lady in question. That being the case, it would have been the Bulgarians." The Bulgarian representative was taken aback and frowned at Albus. "Of course, further hostilities have been negated," he assured the men. "I have already spoken with the Goblin Liaison Office of the ICW on the matter, and although negotiations are ongoing, I am hopeful that any unpleasantness that may have stemmed from this occurrence will be avoided. Mr. Laurent, is there anything else you have to say on the matter?" "What of the vaults?" the Frenchman demanded angrily. "Ah, of course," Albus replied with a bow. "Arrangements will be put in place to ensure that the French citizens can access their gold at any other location across Europe. They need only provide a statement of their balance. I thank you, Mr. Laurent, for bringing this to our attention, but as I am sure you will agree, it is a domestic issue that France must solve. The ICW has granted a generous alternative, and for that, I am grateful for the work of those within the Goblin Liaison Office and the Goblin Nation. I now call this meeting to a close. Thank you all for your time." Laurent was furious, but no other offered any protest as Albus dismissed them. Most left the room immediately, and the Supreme Mugwump took note of those who remained behind to discuss the matter with Laurent. Every one of them was those that his professor of defense against the dark arts had highlighted, and Albus left the room, troubled by just how deeply seated the corruption was within what was supposed to be a gathering of countries working together for a safer, better world. It was those thoughts that plagued him as he made his return journey to Hogwarts, though when he arrived in his office, his focus shifted to the more immediate danger at hand. Tom Riddle. Thus far, his former student was having more success in his campaign than Albus would like, and had even managed to employ some exceedingly dangerous creatures to assist him. The attack of the giants had come as quite a surprise, and were it not for Harry's intervention. Albus did not wish to consider what might have happened, but as he looked around his office at those who had answered his call, he felt confident that the Dark Lord would soon face more resistance. Among those gathered was Dorcas Meadows, perhaps the most gifted witch in the country. Benji Fenwick, a gifted wizard in his own right, and even Caradoc Dearborn, an expert in the art of dueling. Each would undoubtedly prove to be an asset, along with Alastair, Gideon and Fabian Prowett, Arthur Weasley, and several others, all of whom brought their own expertise to the cause. "I apologize for being late," Albus offered, "and thank you all for coming. We as a country face a threat we have not faced in many years, and I fear that Voldemort is much more dangerous than any other who came before him. He was a student here some 20 years ago, and since then, he has become a bigger threat to us all than I could have anticipated. You have all seen what it is we are facing and what he is capable of. Our only chance to defeat him is to come together, and that is why we are here." Fox trilled a musical tune to emphasize his point, and Albus felt filled with hope as the phoenix landed on his shoulder. This was just the start of the resistance, and it seemed that Fawkes approved. Break. Harry had lost count of how many funerals he'd attended. After defeating Voldemort, he'd been there to bury both Remus and Tonks, Fred Weasley, and he'd even ensured that Sirius and Alastor had been given their own service. There had been many others over the course of the weeks following the final battle, and Harry had seemingly drifted from one to the next. Each of them had died fighting against Voldemort and his Death Eaters, and the same could be said for Imelda Yaxley. As expected, it was a somber affair, and as he stood with his arm wrapped around Amelia's shoulders, he looked on as the coffin was lowered into the ground. Those gathered bowed their heads silently, offering their thoughts and prayers for the woman. Though Harry didn't know her well, he understood the sacrifice she'd made. Amelia held Imelda in high regard, and that was more than enough for him. It was odd to see some of those in attendance. He'd not expected to see Charles and Doria Potter, and certainly not Arcturus Black and his wife. There were others who were somewhat familiar to Harry, and as they left the graveyard, he squeezed Amelia's shoulders comfortingly. She said nothing but offered him an appreciative smile, and as they followed the mourners into a pub not so far from where Imelda had been buried, they took a seat at one of the reserved tables. "Drink?" Harry asked. Amelia nodded. "Something stronger than Gillywater." Harry nodded and made his way to the bar. Ordering them both a honeyed mead, he returned and offered a nod to the approaching Alastor and Kingsley. "It's still strange going into the office and not seeing her," the latter sighed. "We went through training together and started at the same time." "Aye," Alastor acknowledged. "It never gets easier when you lose someone." "How many have you lost?" Kingsley asked. 6, including Imelda, Moody answered. "We do this job knowing the risk, but you don't expect to actually be killed. When you see it, it's a reminder of just how dangerous what we do is." Kingsley nodded, and Harry's attention was caught by another group approaching. He knew both Charles and Arcturus, and one of the men was undoubtedly Imelda's father. The fourth he didn't know. He was about a head shorter than the other 3, and his hardened eyes didn't seem to suit the rest of his appearance. He was balding and had a paunch. It was Imelda's father who addressed the group, offering each of the Aurors a respectful nod. "You must be Amelia Bones," he said with a smile, though it was strained. Amelia nodded, and Imelda's father offered his hand. "Reginald Yaxley," he introduced himself. "Imelda always spoke so highly of you, all of you," he added to Kingsley and Alastor. "We thought a lot of her, sir," Moody replied. "She will be missed." Yaxley nodded stiffly, as his gaze drifted towards Harry. "Your words are most appreciated, Moody," he replied, "but I was hoping to have a word with Mr. Jameson here if you don't mind." The 3 Aurors left, and the 4 men took seats around the table, each of them sporting a grim expression. "I understand it is you leading the charge against this Voldemort," Yaxley murmured. Harry shook his head. "That would be the Ministry." "Bollocks," Yaxley huffed. "I'm not interested in the pissing Ministry. My daughter was killed, and the only thing that will make it any better for me is to make sure the bastard dies. I fought against Grindelwald, and I will fight against Voldemort. So stop fucking around and help me do that." Harry looked towards both Arcturus and Charles, who nodded, and Harry released a deep breath. "All of you." "All of us," the 4th man declared. "We've known that girl since the day she was born. I will not work with Dumbledore, but I will fight with you," Charles explained. "And me," Arcturus added. "Gilbert served with us on the continent. All of us would trust him with our lives." "Even if he does have half his arse missing," Charles snorted. "Bugger you, Potter." The man identified as Gilbert grumbled irritably, shifting in his seat. "So, Jameson, what do you say? Are you going to help us?" Yaxley asked. Harry knew the men wouldn't take no for an answer, and though he was reluctant, it wouldn't hurt to have 4 veterans on his side. "I'll help you, Mr. Yaxley," he answered. The man nodded appreciatively as he stood and offered his hand. "Reginald Yaxley, but only my wife calls me that when she's angry with me," he introduced himself. It's Reg to everyone else. Harry accepted the proffered limb. Harry is just fine, Reg. Chapter 49, he looked around at what had remained of the Slytherin legacy before he'd been born and shook his head. His once revered family had been reduced to a few bumbling, inbred fools who clung to glory from times gone by. The Gaunts had achieved so little for themselves for several generations, choosing to ride the coattails of those that had come before them, believing that the blood that flowed through their veins made them great. The Dark Lord had proven otherwise. He was a half-blood and much stronger and gifted than any other he'd met. Although he grudgingly admitted it, even Dumbledore's exceptional talent could not be dismissed. He, too, was a half-blood, as was Harry Jameson, though his parentage remained quite the mystery. Still, the Dark Lord had not ventured here for any sense of self-fulfillment, or to consider the worthiness of his bitter rivals. No, he'd come to what may have been his childhood home, had things been different for one reason only. Removing the small box from within his pocket, he opened it to gaze upon the ring one last time. It was one of two things he had that had originated from the Slytherin line, and it was only fitting that the ring be returned to the place he'd taken it from. His uncle had worn it so proudly, but he'd not deserved the distinct honor of doing so. It was the Dark Lord's by rights, and he had taken it for himself. Now it housed a portion of his soul, and there was something undeniably pleasing about knowing that it would be guarded in the derelict remains of his mother's home. Carefully, he lifted one of the floorboards and placed the box within before replacing it and setting to work. He would not leave the ring unprotected, but no one would have reason to come here. The Ministry had done so when Morphin had died, and the Gaunt home was now all but forgotten about. Still, it would serve its purpose well enough, and though the Dark Lord did not anticipate ever needing it, the ring would be here if the unthinkable occurred. With it hidden, he felt better about proceeding with his plan. Britain had been given enough of a reprieve from his efforts, after all. Break. It was seldom they met as a group in such a way. For the most part, they communicated via official documents containing hidden messages using the hidden code they developed some 20 years prior, and so was the efficiency with which they conducted business. Sometimes, however, it was necessary to come together to discuss a matter of importance, such as the one Sebastian intended to raise this evening. His gaze swept around those gathered. They had scarcely changed since they'd established the alliance, with the exception of Braz, who had been replaced by Adamski. The rest were the original gathering who'd met with Grindelwald to form the power within the room. Even without the incarcerated Dark Lord, so few other entities could hope to muster so much influence, brilliance, and, if necessary, military power. And yet, all was not well. "We have a problem," Sebastian murmured darkly. "As you are all aware, the Paris branch of Gringotts was attacked. I admit the goblins were foolish, and I have already made my displeasure with them known, but it is not their actions that concern me so much. Please see for yourselves," he implored, gesturing to the pensive he'd pre-prepared. His associates eyed him skeptically, but they approached the bowl one by one and vanished within. Sebastian lit a cigar while waiting and sipping on a glass of scotch. He'd never met a palatable person from Scotland, but they certainly knew their liquor. He watched as the others emerged from the pensive, each sporting a troubled look as they sat around the table once more. "There were two of them," Adamski said with a frown. "There were definitely two of them." Berg grunted as he leaned back in his chair. "So the serpent." "The serpent," Espinosa, the Spanish representative of the ICW, broke in worriedly. "The serpent, but it only gets worse," Sebastian sighed. "The man who was with him, his name is Harry Jameson. He is the very same man investigating what happened to the former Lord Bones and his wife, and the one who has carved quite a reputation for himself in Britain. He is dangerous, and perhaps more so to us than the serpent. The vow still protects us." "He attacked your bank," Fontaine pointed out. "Because the goblins took his wife captive," Sebastian explained. Fontaine hummed, evidently unsatisfied by the explanation. "What do we do?" Abernathy asked. You've been a damned fool, Laurent. You sent men to kill Jameson, and what happened? A mere misjudgment of his capability, Sebastian said dismissively. Abernathy shook his head as he slammed his fist onto the table. You fucked up, he growled, and now we potentially have both Jameson and the serpent to deal with. What do you know about this man? The pair of them fly as though they are Quidditch stars, and what the hell were those brooms? I don't know, Sebastian huffed irritably, but they will be dealt with. Mark my words, they will be dealt with, but I may need help. Between them, you saw what they did to Gringotts. Alone, they are a threat to whatever garners their attention. Together, there is no telling the damage they could do, and it doesn't help that Grindelwald seems to be helping them. Why would he do that? Abernathy asked. Because he's a bastard, Sebastian muttered. He enjoys the chaos. Then why don't we just kill him? Adamski chuckled. I'll do it. And if you do that, the vow protecting us from the serpent will be broken, Sebastian explained, taking a deep pull from his cigar. He may be a bastard, but Grindelwald was no fool. A part of the vow was that if he were to be usurped, then the serpent would be free. Adamski cursed in his native tongue. The serpent is off limits, but Jameson is not, Manon interjected. You failed once, Sebastian. You will not do so again, will you? No, Sebastian assured the woman. Jameson will die, and if the opportunity arises to eliminate the serpent, we will take it. Berg, do you still have a certain group at your disposal? The large Norwegian nodded. I do. Sebastian nodded and slid a sheet of parchment towards him. Berg read it and scowled before burning it. How did you come across this information? I've been making discreet inquiries, Sebastian answered with a grin. His restaurant is all but untouchable, and his home is defended in ways my men have not seen before, but the farm is another matter entirely. Not even Jameson can perfectly protect such a vast amount of land. Berg hummed thoughtfully. Consider it done, he replied gruffly. Sebastian nodded appreciatively. Of course, my own men will offer their assistance, and there is another particularly keen on being a part of it. He will be at your office shortly. Between his and Berg's men, Jameson would be all but helpless when they found him, and he would suffer before they granted him the mercy of death. So we continue on, Espinosa asked. As we always do, Sebastian replied. What happened in Paris will not happen again. Both Jameson and the serpent are too much of a threat to be left unchecked. Together, they could be troublesome, but when one is gone, they are nothing alone. Break. He'd never considered the possibility of being embroiled in war again. Those who had fought on the continent, on both sides, had witnessed and lived through the horrors it brought and how little it left behind. Even now, Reginald's dreams were haunted by the stench of blood, urine, and excrement, and he was often startled awake by the echoes of the screams of the dying. In the dead of night, he would find himself in a cold sweat, and his breathing labored, but his wife would be there to remind him it was all over. In those moments, however, it was like being back in his worst moments as he helplessly cowered behind whatever cover he could find whilst being bombarded by all manner of unpleasant spells. The only time Reg had returned to Europe since had been to see Imelda on the train when she left for Hogwarts, and to bury her too soon after. He despised war and all that came with it, but for the little girl he'd lost, he would do it all again. He had to do it again. His conscience would not grant him a moment of peace if he did nothing. He wanted Riddle and his followers to suffer, for them to pay in blood for taking his daughter away from him. Reginald paused as he eyed the bottle of whiskey he grasped and placed it back on the counter. No. He'd wallowed in his grief for too long now, and he needed to be sober. Imelda wouldn't want him to lose himself, and Nancy had expressed her concern more than once that his chosen method of coping would not help. She was right. Nancy was always right. Can't sleep. He offered his wife a weak smile as he shook his head. I don't think I will until I know he's dead, he replied honestly. Nancy nodded as she stepped towards him and embraced him tightly. I know, she soothed. Is that what you've been doing? Reg nodded unashamedly. She was our daughter. I cannot let what happened go, and neither can the others. I know it isn't what you want to hear. Nancy cut him off with a shake of her head. I know you, Reg, she murmured. I know the kind of man you are better than any, and the moment we were told what happened. I knew what you would do. Just be careful. I won't lose you too. You won't, Reg assured her. Would you like some better news? Nancy frowned as he handed her a sheet of parchment from within his robes. She read it, and her eyes widened. Corbin is dead. Reg nodded. His son found him in his study, he explained. According to this, he suffered considerably, he added with a smile. Reg, I'm sorry. Don't apologize for him, Reg snorted. Corbin always was a bastard, and I'd bet my life he got less than he deserved. He was no brother of mine. My brothers bled with me across Europe. They didn't shy away and hide like sniveling cowards. He took a deep breath to calm himself. Anyway, his son is now the lord of the family and has requested a meeting with me. I have no idea why. I've never met him. You expect him to be just like Corbin. I would bet my life on it, Reg grumbled. Are you going to go? I am. I know for a fact that Corbin supported Voldemort, and if his son is anything like him, he will too. If that's the case, I'll cave his fucking skull in. Nancy offered him a sad smile. He might be different. He might be, Reg conceded with a sigh, but I can't see it. You didn't turn out like your father. No, but I might well have done if he didn't ship me off to fight against Grindelwald, Reg replied honestly. I became the man I am because of it, and for that, I'm grateful. So am I, Nancy said sincerely. I couldn't have asked for a better man. Although her words warmed him, it was only momentary. Try as he might, Reg could not shift the coldness that had settled within him since he'd learned what had happened to his daughter. Cowards. The cowards had attacked in the night, just as Grindelwald's followers had done on countless occasions. Break. Professor, I must say I was surprised to receive your letter. Are you here in an official capacity? Edgar asked. Dumbledore shook his head. No, not official, but no less important, Edgar, he replied. May I? Edgar gestured for the older man to take a seat and waited for him to speak. As you more than any are aware, we are facing dangerous times, Dumbledore said darkly. With Riddle doing what he is and the Ministry struggling to combat him and his followers, I have decided to form a group of sorts to assist them. Edgar frowned thoughtfully. Vigilantes. Not as such, the other man chuckled. I tend to leave that to Harry. I must say, he is proving himself to be quite an effective asset against the forces of darkness. But no, our role will be more clandestine. Our group, whilst assisting the Ministry with more immediate threats when needed, will focus on gathering information and, with luck, preventing attacks before they even happen. I have already begun assembling quite a gathering, many of whom you will be familiar with. I do not need an answer now, but I am offering you a position among us. You always were a bright young man, Edgar, and you would have much to offer us. Edgar nodded appreciatively, and his gaze drifted towards one of the very few family photos of him, Amelia, Chris, and their parents. He'd taken over from his father and had never been given the opportunity to see justice done. But assisting Dumbledore in whatever it was the man was doing would somewhat grant him that. Nonetheless, he knew that making an immediate decision could be rash, and Edgar was much more measured than that. He'd had to be, since his parents had been murdered. I will consider it, Professor, he assured the man. Dumbledore smiled as he stood. Thank you, Edgar. He returned sincerely before taking his leave, and Edgar leaned back in his chair as he pondered what he would do. Given the position the family was in, most would likely agree that he shouldn't involve himself in the conflict, that he should do his utmost to remain neutral and not draw the ire of Riddle. Perhaps that what Edgar would have done, but it was not such a simple choice for him. Amelia was already fighting in the war, so Riddle's attention was already on those with the name Bones. Not that Edgar expected anything less from his sister. Amelia had always been the most righteous of the siblings and had given her all into becoming an Auror. Edgar was unbelievably proud of what she'd achieved and the direction her life was seemingly taking. She had a good career, and she even smiled now, something that had been missing for so long. As much as Edgar did not want to speculate or jump to conclusions, and though he wished he'd been able to give his sister her smile back, there was only one person who could take the credit for it. A light frown creased his brow as he removed the letter he'd received from Jameson only the previous day. It said very little, but with the tone of it being so formal, it equally said so much. Jameson wasn't one for formalities, and he'd long ago foregone them when it came to their friendship, but this short missive was certainly an exception. Edgar had been pondering why the man would request a meeting with him, and only one thing sprang to mind, though Edgar did not want to jump to conclusions, particularly if it was the wrong one. He would simply have to wait until Harry arrived shortly to broach the subject, and then he would get to the bottom of whatever was on the man's mind. Still, he could not help but feel a bubble of excitement well within him at the possibility. If what he believed was true, he could only be happy for both Harry and Amelia, even if that meant trusting another with the sister he had raised from when she'd been a young girl. "Break." "You are right," Nicholas murmured. "Something has changed, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Perhaps it is that the two of you are so closely linked that it is too subtle to detect more specifically than a minor, unexplainable change. You both experienced much the same up until you were transported here." Harry nodded. "We already discussed it, and everything was exactly the same until the night Sirius died. After that, our lives were different." Nicholas hummed thoughtfully as he eyed the blood sample. It was very much as it had been after he'd assisted Harry in removing the abomination he'd been plagued with, but there was indeed something so subtly different. "I think it is best if we regularly test you both," the alchemist decided. "It could well be a temporary thing that will remedy itself in time. Do you feel out of sorts?" Harry shook his head. "No, nothing like that. I just feel different." "Interesting," Nicholas replied thoughtfully. "What of the other Harry?" "He doesn't feel noticeably different." Nicholas nodded. "Maybe it is that you lost most of your blood and it was replaced by his, so it hasn't affected him in the same way," he mused aloud. "This is quite unprecedented. What the two of you did should have killed you both, but it didn't. Maybe it is that the two of you are more connected by what happened." "A life debt." Nicholas frowned as he pondered the possibility. "I do not believe so," he answered. "Your magic, despite being your own, is so closely similar that I expect it would recognize what he did as saving himself. You cannot forge a life debt with yourself, Harry. It can't even be done between spouses." Harry shook his head confusedly. "Then I'm at a loss," he sighed. "As am I," Nicholas chuckled, "but try not to let it worry you. We'll monitor you to be safe. How is Alina?" "Blaming herself," Harry huffed. "I'm annoyed at what she did, but she only wanted to help. I can't blame her for that." "When it comes to the people we love, we aren't always rational," Nicholas pointed out. "I expect she feels very helpless. It's understandable with everything you went through before all of this." "I get it," Harry assured the man. "I would have done the same if I was in her position, but I walked away from everything to keep her safe." "Exactly, Harry," Nicholas returned. "You walked away from everything, and now you are all but back to where you were before you did. It's not easy for Alina, and she doesn't know how to cope. She wanted to help, that's all." Harry nodded. "I know, but I almost lost her." Nicholas chuckled as he shook his head. "And look at what you did to get her back," he urged. "Between you and the other Harry, you reduced Gringotts to a pile of rubble. It's best to chalk it up to a poor decision on her part, but one she was always going to make. You said yourself that you would have done the same. Where is Alina, anyway?" "She's visiting with Amelia." Nicholas grinned. "They've struck up a friendship." "I suppose they both have a unique perspective on each other's lives," Harry thoughtfully replied. "With what happened to me and Jameson, they've both experienced some strange things." "They have indeed," Nicholas chuckled. "Break." "You know, Jameson, we could have used you on the continent." Arcturus chuckled amusedly. I would bet you'd give Grindelwald a run for his money. Harry laughed uneasily along with the four men. He doubted that they would be so cheery if they knew he was somewhat working with the former Dark Lord in any capacity. Each of them had lost people close to them because of Grindelwald, and at the mere mention of the man, the mood within the room shifted to something deeply unpleasant. Ulfr had indeed fought against Grindelwald's forces on the continent. Charles's father, William, had been killed by Gellert himself, and though Arcturus was rather coy about his family's involvement, he'd gone against the grain and fought against Grindelwald. Reg had been all but forced into doing so, as had Gilbert, who had been a petty yet prolific criminal and had chosen the battlefield instead of the trenches. In many ways, they were the unlikeliest of friends, but here they were more than 2 decades later, closer than any siblings could be. I suppose Riddle is my war, Harry answered. I will put the bastard in the ground and make him suffer for all the things he's done whilst doing so. Hear, hear, Gilbert cheered. Well, I suppose I should be getting home. It's almost 10, Arcturus pointed out. Your missus will be furious if you're any later. Shut up, Gilbert huffed. The old lady hasn't got me by the balls. She would if you had any, Charles chuckled. Take it easy, Gil, and be ready. Because of you lot, I've never stopped being ready, he snorted, offering them a wave before vanishing through the fireplace. Merlin, he was pathetic when we met him, Arcturus said fondly. He saved our skins more than once, Charles replied. He did, Arcturus acknowledged with a smile. Shame he couldn't save Reg's arse. Bloody hell, Reg grumbled. Whatever you do, Jameson, don't let yourself have an arse cheek blown off. This lot will never let you hear the end of it. Come on, Reg, as far as injuries go. It's the only funny one we have to reminisce about. True, Reg conceded. Let us just hope there aren't any more, he added as he stood. I'll be waiting for your message, Jameson. Remember, we are all in this together. We fight as one as we always did. Harry nodded and offered the man his hand. He couldn't imagine what it was like to lose a daughter he'd raised to the likes of Tom Riddle. Come on, Charles urged Arcturus. They'll realize we're not in the basement soon enough. You hide in your basement, Harry asked amusedly. Charles nodded. It is the one haven we have away from the kids and our wives, Harry. You may want to consider having your own hideaway. I already do, Harry assured the man. It's the basement. Charles laughed and clapped him on the shoulder. Good luck with Bones, he offered. I can't see how or why he'd refuse you. Let's hope not, Harry murmured as the two vanished through the fireplace, leaving him to cope with his apprehension. He didn't know why he was so nervous. Maybe it was because what he intended to do was so final and was going against his own vow to never find himself entangled with a witch in such a way. But being with Amelia had just happened and felt so right. Eyeing the clock, which seemed to have moved much faster than normal, Harry released a deep breath and slowly made his way towards the fireplace. Here goes nothing, he murmured, throwing a handful of flue powder into the heart. Bones Manor. Break. Well, it won't solve our problem, but it will certainly put the wind up his back, Fontaine chuckled as he entered the office. Are there any messages? No, sir, Cassiopeia replied. The only time he ever addressed his assistant was to check for any messages or to demand she fetched him some coffee. It was a rather demeaning job, and one Cassie couldn't be paid enough to do were it not for her hidden agenda. What problem is being solved, sir? Fontaine waved her off. Never mind, he snapped irritably. Do you not have enough work to get on with? Of course, sir. Cassiopeia left the office pondering why the man was so suddenly cheerful. He'd been rather grim the past couple of days since she'd imprisoned his assistant. Not that he knew that, of course, but his demeanor had not been positive. He'd been drinking more than she'd usually observed, and he'd been particularly waspish. Whatever had improved his mood could not be anything good. He'd taken an unofficial trip to Paris only a few hours earlier, and Cassiopeia could only speculate about its nature. She knew that Fontaine was a part of the group that Gellert had intended to bring into the fold, and that the man shared a close relationship with Laurent. It was concerning, to say the least, but with nothing to go on, it wasn't as though what little information she had was of use. It was a frustrating undertaking, and she released a deep breath. This game of posing as his assistant was achieving nothing, and Cassiopeia had quickly lost her patience. Jameson had told her to kill the man if the opportunity presented itself, and she could think of no better time than the present. Preparing his coffee just as he demanded it, she returned to the office only a few moments later and entered. "Coffee, sir?" she asked sweetly, placing a cup next to him on the desk. "You do have a meeting with the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement in 1 hour," she reminded him. Fontaine cursed in his native language as he looked towards the clock and yawned. "Thank you, Beatrice," he grumbled, taking a large mouthful of the drink, frowning as he did so. "Did you do something different with?" His eyes widened briefly before his head hit the desk with a dull thud, and Cassiopeia laughed to herself. "Oh, you are pathetic," she mocked, using her wand to raise the man and secure him to the chair to prevent him from falling. The potion she'd laced his coffee with left him physically paralyzed, but lucid and able to feel everything, something he became aware of quickly as Cassiopeia sliced him across the face with a cursed blade she'd liberated from Grimmauld Place when she'd been a teenager. "The potion is the least of your worries," she said gleefully. "It will wear off in a few hours, but the curse will make everything deeply unpleasant for you. The more you cooperate with me, the quicker I will remove it. The longer it stays with you, the worse the rest of your remaining days will be. Now, let us begin, shall we?" Fontaine was positively alarmed by what was transpiring, but could not do anything to prevent it, so Cassiopeia pointed her wand towards him. "Fortunately for you, I am an expert in the mind arts," she informed him. "Unfortunately, I have no reason to be careful. Legilimens." Fontaine proved to have admirable defenses against such attacks, but seeing as Cassiopeia cared little for his well-being after she'd gotten what she wanted, she saw no need to indulge in a battle of wills with the man. Instead, she chose to simply tear through his mind and rip away at the memories that interested her. She cared little for his dalliances with his assistant, or that he was as corrupt as any politician she'd encountered. No, what interested her was what part he was playing with Laurent and the rest of the group she was assisting Jameson with destroying. By the time she was done extracting anything useful, she found herself disappointed that he'd gone to the trouble of removing many memories pertaining to his involvement, an intelligent yet frustrating move on his part. Nonetheless, Cassiopeia came away with more than enough to make the effort worthwhile, though not with much useful from his most recent meeting. Fontaine knew nothing about whatever was being planned to pertain to Jameson, save for the cryptic exchange of words between Laurent and Berg, which Cassiopeia could glean little from. They'd opted not to attempt to eliminate Jameson at his home or the restaurant he owned, and even implied that Jameson was not the specific target. So what could they be referring to? It was frustrating, to say the least, and Cassiopeia knew she would have to discuss the matter with Jameson. Perhaps he would be able to shed some light on their intentions. With a shake of her head, she eyed the dribbling mess that was Fontaine and snorted derisively. "Well, I wish you could have been more help, but that's the way things go. Don't worry, I'll make sure you die suffering." With no protest nor defense possible, Fontaine did not resist as she plunged the blade into the side of his neck, wiping it on his robes before leaving and locking the office. It wouldn't be long before he was discovered, but by then, it would be too late. Fontaine would be dead, and Cassiopeia would be nowhere to be found. What she needed to do was get a message to Jameson in the hopes that she was not too late. Break. He licked his lips in anticipation, almost tasting the blood he would soon be feasting on. Fenrir had waited for this moment for more months than he cared to count, and now that it was finally upon him, his patience was wearing thin. "What the hell is taking so long?" he growled. He grimaced as he was seized by a hand much larger than his own, belonging to one of the Norwegian men, and Fenrir wheezed as it closed tightly around his throat. He was stronger than any human the werewolf had ever met, and though he could not see his face beneath the hood he wore, Fenrir was in no doubt he had the eyes of the killer. "Shut the fuck up," the man whispered dangerously. "Another peep out of you and I will snap it. You're lucky you're even here, but if you fuck this up." He let the threat hang and released Fenrir, who gasped for breath. The man was a member of an elite team connected to the Norwegian Ministry of Magic, and not someone to be crossed. He suspected they were something akin to the Unspeakables, but given who their leader was, it was likely many of the things they dealt with were as unsavory as they were controversial. "Just another minute," another of the same team declared as he continued fiddling with the device he'd brought along. It was unassuming for the most part and appeared to be little more than a metal disc. The man's handling of it, however, spoke of both its value and its danger. "What does it do?" Fenrir asked curiously. The man fiddling with the device shot him a glare. "It will create a doorway through the protections," he explained. "Well, that is if I can tweak it to work here. I've never seen protections like these before." "What happens if we trigger them?" one of the Frenchmen asked. "Our final moments of life will be full of pain, misery, and suffering," the Norwegian answered with a smirk. "Best shut your froggy face whilst I do this." The Frenchman flared his nostrils but said nothing, and Fenrir took an instinctive step back. Anything Jameson had a hand in was bound to be dangerous, and judging by the scent of fear wafting from the man toying with the device, he was not entirely confident in what he was doing. "There we go, that should do it," he declared after several minutes. "Say a prayer to whatever God you plead with," he urged. "If this goes wrong, you'll be at their feet soon enough." Tapping the device with his wand, Fenrir felt it begin to hum ominously, and the ground vibrated beneath his feet. "Let's go," the Norwegian urged, stepping through where he'd marked the protections when they'd arrived. The others quickly followed, with Fenrir bringing up the rear, and the werewolf came to a halt, a hungry grin tugging at his lips. In front of him were several greenhouses as far as the eye could see, and in the distance, dozens upon dozens of houses. So this was where his traitorous pack had come. No matter. In the coming moments, they would feel the sting of his retribution. Taking off in a run towards the dwellings, Fenrir quickly passed his companions, snarling as he barreled towards where could see the signs of life. Break. It was something of a relief to have someone else to talk to, someone who understood the odd circumstances which had seen Harry brought into her life. Elinor had experienced the very same thing with her own husband, and to hear how she'd come to terms and coped with the strange life her Harry had experienced in the future brought Amelia comfort that everything would be okay. Perhaps not now, or even in the near future, but one day. She returned to Harry's home, or their home. She wasn't sure which, but considering she had not slept at Bones Manor for more days than she could count, she saw it more of her home than the one she used to share with her brother. Neither she nor Harry had broached the subject of their living arrangements. It had just progressed naturally over time, and Amelia couldn't imagine not returning every night to the peace and tranquility it brought her. Tonight, however, the home was quieter than usual. There was no sign of the elves puttering around nor Harry, who could usually be found in the kitchen. Seeing that the back door was open, Amelia stepped outside and spotted the man leaning against one of the paddock's fences. "Have you taken up astronomy?" she asked as she reached him. He chuckled and shook his head. "No," he denied amusedly. "When I was a boy, I would sometimes look at the stars and wish for a better life. In many ways, I can't say that I was granted it. I thought the wizarding world was my escape from the Dursleys, but my life only got worse. After I killed Tom, I really thought I was done with it. I had enough gold to never work again, but I was talked into taking a job as an unspeakable." "Do you regret it?" Amelia asked. Harry shook his head. "We wouldn't be here now if I didn't accept it. Well, I don't think we would be," headed with a frown. "Fate always has a way of getting what she wants." "I can't say I believed in it until I met you," Amelia admitted. "I always thought that life was just one cruel thing after another, with a little respite, and if you're lucky, some happiness thrown in." "Bloody hell, I thought I was pessimistic," Harry snorted. Amelia nudged him with her shoulder. I'm sure you understand that even more than me. I do. But you're not so pessimistic now. Not as much as I was. What changed? Meeting you. Me. Harry nodded. Call me a soppy git if you like, but the one good thing I can say I've had that hasn't been taken away from me is you. It warmed Amelia to hear it, but before she could speak, Harry's expression suddenly darkened and he drew his wand. What is it? I don't know, he murmured. Something's wrong. Here. He shook his head as he tried to focus on whatever it was that had disturbed him. Amelia knew Harry well enough not to dismiss his concern, and she remained silent as he seemingly racked his brain for whatever was bothering him. Bloody hell, the farm, he gasped, vanishing before Amelia could grasp what he'd said. The farm. She'd never visited, but judging by Harry's reaction, something terrible must have happened. He was not so easily alarmed, and he looked positively fearful at the realization. Bugger, she groaned, knowing there was nothing she could do but wait for him to return. Break. The smoke was so thick that he couldn't see more than a few feet in front of him, but with a wave of his wand, it began to clear, revealing the sheer carnage that had been caused. All of the greenhouses had been destroyed, either by fire or other means Harry could not identify, but it was not the state of the buildings that caught his attention. Bodies. There were countless bodies of men, women, and children spread across the length and breadth of the farm, and Harry felt the fury well within him. Somehow, someone had gotten to them, and had done so without alerting Harry until it was too late. How they had managed it, Harry didn't know, and being so caught up in anger and grief, it was not something he could ponder whilst the farm continued to burn around him, and the bodies of the werewolves he'd brought here were still warm. Nonetheless, he would get to the bottom of it, and when he inevitably discovered who was responsible, there would not be a nook or cranny they could hide in that would keep them safe from the retribution that would be exacted upon them. Chapter 50. Do you know what it is? Nicholas asked as he inspected the metal disc. Funnily enough, I do, Harry said with a frown. It's a device designed to create a doorway through the protections around a property. It's of Norwegian design and was banned in Britain during the late 70s when Voldemort was using them. I don't know how he got hold of it, but he has a way of getting what he wants. Even where I'm from, these were very useful for us when we were investigating a site. I never thought. He broke off and took a deep breath. Harry was equally saddened and angry at what had happened. He cared little for the greenhouses and torched lands, but the werewolves he considered to be friends were irreplaceable. Not a single one had been left alive, and what was troubling was that he knew nothing about it until it was too late. They must have left in a hurry if they forgot this, Nicholas mused aloud. Harry nodded. I expect they were still there when I arrived and made their escape. They didn't leave anything else behind. Professionals, Nicholas deduced. Norwegian professionals, Harry clarified, and maybe some others. Nicholas released a deep sigh. So what now? Harry frowned. He'd been pondering that very question since he'd arrived at the farm and had thought of little else. Thus far, the war between himself and the ICW representatives had been almost silent, but with such a bold move made against him, he saw no reason for it to continue to be. They'd crossed a line, and he would not let it pass without significant reprisals, and he knew exactly where he was going to begin. I don't know, he answered. I'm trying to figure out how they found the place. Only I and 2 others knew about it. Were they Canadians? Yes. Then you must consider that the French were involved, Nicholas urged. Most within both ministries are related or know people who are by association. Much of the Canadian population has French heritage, Harry. I didn't think of that, Harry huffed. It's something easily overlooked, Nicholas offered apologetically. Laurent undoubtedly has connections there, so if I were you, I would check with the people who did know about it. Knowing what protections you had in place, it would have been impossible to find without someone breaking your trust. Harry nodded thoughtfully. I will speak with them, he assured the man. Not that it will make any difference. The farm is gone and the werewolves with it. Nicholas gave his shoulder a comforting squeeze. I am sorry for your loss, Harry, he said sincerely. It's my own fault. I overestimated my ability to keep them safe. But you weren't to know they would be found, Nicholas pointed out. You did everything you could to ensure it wouldn't happen. Unfortunately, sometimes even our best efforts are not enough. You did nothing wrong in this. The sole blame lies with those who did it. I know, and they will pay for it, Harry declared as he stood. Nicholas offered him a sad smile. You know, I've been alive for more than 6 centuries, and the one thing that hasn't changed is that war always rears its ugly head. It's as though we humans simply cannot learn from the past. When one war ends, another begins shortly after. I had hoped that after Grindelwald, things would be different. There will always be another tyrant to take the place of one who has been defeated. And there will always be good men to fight against them, Nicholas replied. Harry chuckled humorlessly. I just wish it wasn't me for once, he huffed. I know, Nicholas offered sympathetically. What now? Now, I remind them that they've picked a fight with the wrong person. Payback will be swift, and with as much mercy as they showed the werewolves. Harry meant every word. There would be no more holding back or treading carefully when it came to his enemies. They had proven their willingness to harm him in any way they could, and he would show them equal consideration. Before the war was over, they would all see the errors in their ways. Harry would ensure that. He'd already begun the process by sending a personal package to one of his foes, and only wished he could be there to see the reaction when it was received. Break. Jameson's farm is finished. There's nothing left. And the werewolves? Dead, the man answered simply. Sebastian grinned gleefully as he placed a large bag of gold on the desk, every galleon of it well spent. Then I would keep a low profile, Sebastian urged. The man frowned. Who is this Jameson? He asked. A very dangerous man, and I suspect he will be looking for those responsible. Do not worry, he will be dealt with soon enough. The man scowled and snatched up the bag of gold he would be sharing with his team. Berg could pay the Norwegians out of his own pocket. Dead, Sebastian whispered, taking a moment to revel in the success of the mission, though a deep frown marred his features as the door to his office opened. Manon entered, her expression one of alarm as she slammed a newspaper on the desk before him. Fontaine, she said simply. Sebastian cursed in his native tongue as he read of what had befallen his colleague. Murdered in his office, he whispered. How did they get to him? Manon's nostrils flared. His assistant was found murdered in her home shortly after. By the same person. By the same person, Manon confirmed. What have you gotten us into, Sebastian? He waved the woman off. Fontaine is replaceable, he said dismissively, though he couldn't hide the budding concern growing within him. It was troubling, to say the least, and Sebastian wondered if Jameson had struck back immediately. It was likely, though, why he had chosen Fontaine as his target, Sebastian didn't know. Perhaps he was merely the easiest to get to on such short notice, or perhaps the attack had been planned well in advance. What is it? Sebastian snapped as a knock sounded at his door. Apologies, Minister, but this arrived for you, his assistant explained. She was carrying a large box from Sebastian's favorite bakery, and he gestured for the woman to place it on the desk. Jean the baker regularly sent him breakfast, a gesture much appreciated by the minister. His joy, however, proved to be short-lived, and he yelped in surprise as he opened the box. Instead of finding a selection of his favorite goods, the grotesque sight of a severed head was what greeted him. Pierre, Manon exclaimed in shock, her eyes wide with horror as she looked upon the lifeless expression of her nephew. Sebastian swallowed a mouthful of bile that had risen from his throat as he peered into the box once more. It was indeed the head of Pierre Dubois, but what caught his attention was the live snake protruding from his mouth, and next to it, a note addressed to him. Read it, Manon hissed furiously. With a trembling hand, Sebastian retrieved the piece of parchment and unfolded it, wincing as a cold voice spoke aloud. Everything you hold dear will be destroyed until I have you at my mercy, Laurent. Your death will not be swift, and your suffering will be great. This is only the beginning. A loud hissing filled the room, and Sebastian took a step back as the snake reared its head before bursting into flames, leaving nothing of itself, the box and Pierre's head except a small pile of ashes. Silence filled the room for several moments, and Sebastian could only stare at the spot the box had rested. Fix it! Manon spat before storming from the room, pulling the minister from his reverie. Sebastian. What now? Sebastian groaned as his door opened once more. It was DeLacker, and he looked positively alarmed. Jean's bakery is on fire. On fire. DeLacker nodded and said nothing else as he left. The Aurors would deal with the fire, but it was not something Sebastian wanted to hear. The attack on the bakery was personal, but not more so than the one on Pierre. How Jameson had gotten to the man was beyond Sebastian, but it was as troubling as the package reaching him in the first place. Marie, he called, summoning his assistant. The young woman entered and offered him a look of concern. Are you all right, Minister? She asked. Never mind that, Sebastian huffed. Who brought the package to you? Jean did, Minister. Did he seem like himself? Marie frowned as she nodded. He did. Sebastian released a deep breath and waved his assistant off. He may have gotten one over on Jameson, but the man had indeed struck back swiftly and with quite the vengeance. Manon was exceedingly fond of her nephew, and his loss would only spur her fury. Were it not for the fact she was in hiding and posing as his late wife, Sebastian had no doubt she would be looking for Jameson herself, though judging by what he had just witnessed, that perhaps was not a good idea. He needed to warn Berg and discuss what had happened to Fontaine with the others. They would not be pleased. Break. The Dark Lord eyed the grinning werewolf as he entered the room. Greyback looked rather pleased with himself and chuckled as he took a seat and leaned back casually in the chair. Might I assume that you have experienced some success, Fenrir? Voldemort asked. You could say that, the werewolf replied, his grin widening. My former pack is dead, and Jameson's farm is just a patch of burnt land. Jameson, the Dark Lord asked with a frown. Greyback nodded. I had some help from some friends on the continent, but we wiped the whole thing off the face of the earth, he gloated. Is that so? Voldemort asked amusedly. So Jameson will be quite distracted for some time. It will take him days to clean that mess. Then we should not waste a moment, Voldemort declared. Let us take advantage of the opportunity. Walden. Yes, my lord. Where are the giants? Currently resting just outside of Grimsby, my lord. Then see that they're ready to move, Voldemort instructed, consulting the map he kept nearby. To where? The Dark Lord traced the surrounding area with his finger, before nodding to himself. Scunthorpe, he decided. Macnair frowned. It will take them the night to reach it, and find somewhere to set up camp. Then we will attack tomorrow night, Voldemort informed the man. Of course, my lord, Walden complied with a nod, taking his leave of the room. You're not too exhausted from your own venture, are you, Fenrir? The werewolf laughed. It was over before I could really enjoy it. Good, then alert your pack and move them. I'm sure they will be of use to us tomorrow. Greyback bared his yellow teeth in response and followed Walden, leaving the Dark Lord to his anticipation. If Jameson was out of the country, they could strike quite the blow against the Ministry and bring them one step closer to seizing the power he desired. It was just what Lord Voldemort had been waiting for. Break. Already, the office looked considerably fuller with the numbers of the group having increased. Along with Alastair, Kingsley Shacklebolt had joined them, with Edgar Bones and Emmeline Vance, quite the talented witch in her own right. With Alastair on restricted duties, it gave the man the perfect opportunity to spend his time in the Ministry of Magic, listening for any whispers of those who may be supporting Tom in his efforts. Any news? Albus asked. I may have someone who will be able to help us, Kingsley spoke up. He's a petty criminal, but his information can sometimes prove to be useful. He has a tendency to know things he shouldn't. Would you like to meet with him? Albus nodded. I will do so, though not with the rest of the group, until I am satisfied he is not a liability. If you mean Fletcher, then he is a liability, Alistair chuckled. But Kingsley is right. He could be useful to us. Then I shall consider it carefully, Albus assured his friend. Anything else? Alistair nodded. Since I've been back at the ministry, a couple of things have caught my attention, he informed the group. The first thing is the Department of Magical Transportation. There is an increasing number of unregistered portkeys being used, and nothing is being done about it. Someone is either turning a blind eye to it, or... They're in on it, Albus said unhappily. See what you can find, Alistair. I will do my best, the Auror assured him. It's not easy getting a look at their documents, but if we have reason to, we can seize them. All documents contain the name of whoever dealt with the infraction. Albus nodded. There was something else. Moody murmured. I've been doing some digging where I can, and I found that Walden McNair, the executor for the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, took a leave of absence quite recently, and he returned shortly after the giant attack. Albus frowned at the revelation. Do you think his absence is connected? I do, Alistair confirmed. He's just the type to follow a nutter like Riddle. Then we should keep a close eye on Mr. McNair. If I remember correctly, he had quite an affinity for working with creatures. I must say, I was rather surprised to hear he'd taken the executioner's job. When you get to know him, it's not a surprise, Minerva chimed in. He always was rather unpleasant. I had him in my office several times for various reasons. Indeed, Albus acknowledged. Well, if there is nothing else, perhaps we can move on to something considerably brighter. As I am sure you are all aware, our very own Arthur and Molly will be getting married tomorrow. Both grinned from ear to ear at the announcement. I just wanted to wish you the very best of luck before the big day. I am certain it will be a wonderful service, and that you will have a very happy life together. The other members gave the two a round of applause. It was refreshing to be able to celebrate something, rather than be inundated entirely with the doom and gloom of war. If there is nothing else, I will end the meeting there. Thank you all for coming. The room soon emptied, and only Alistair remained behind. I am serious about McNair, Albus, he reiterated. I would bet my life that he is involved in all of this. I do not doubt you, Alistair, but proving it may be another thing entirely. You know as well as I do that we need evidence. And I'll damn well find it, Moody declared, hobbling from the room. Albus was glad to have such a man on his side. Alistair was not only a brilliant Auror, but someone the headmaster would trust with his life, though he hoped he never found himself in such a situation that it became a necessity. Break. I cannot fathom what it is you hope to achieve by destroying his farm, Abernathy vented. What the hell were you thinking? That is not how we operate. Sebastian frowned at the American. Abernathy held the most sway among the group, and in the political arena, but that didn't give him the right to be so dismissive of what they'd done. It will cause him financial hardship, Berg interjected. Abernathy chuckled humorlessly. Financial hardship, he scoffed. If you think men like Jameson rely on a single farm for his stability, then you are entirely clueless. A show of strength, Sebastian broke in. It showed him that we are not to be crossed. And how did that work out for you, Laurent? Abernathy asked. He sent Dubois' nephew's head to you in a fucking box. How does he even know about Dubois? We don't know that he does, Sebastian pointed out. Abernathy shook his head. We must assume that he does, he mused aloud. You acted rashly, and all you've done is give him reason to be blunter in his attack. Somehow he got to Fontaine and Bras. He killed Dubois, a hit wizard, and from his message to you, we can all but confirm that he is indeed in league with the Serpent. You both messed up. Jameson could have been dealt with quietly, but now he is going to come for us with everything he has. Do you think he can't find us? Because if you do, you haven't been paying close enough attention to what he is capable of. I'm giving you one last chance to fix this, Laurent. Do not mess it up again." With that, he stormed from the room, and Sebastian shook his head. It was unlike Abernathy to be concerned by one man, but he could understand the caution surrounding Jameson. The man was enigmatic and had already proven just how dangerous he could be. Sebastian needed to ponder his next course of action and be certain that it would not result in failure. His efforts at the farm had gone to plan, though if anything, it had made things worse. Abernathy was right. This wasn't how they operated. If someone needed to be eliminated, they would not live to see another week. Jameson, however, had proven to be elusive and as much a threat as any other that had garnered the attention of the group. Still, just like the others who had come before him, he would die. Sebastian just needed to discover how to make that happen before Jameson struck another blow against them. Break. It was with an unreadable expression that Edgar eyed him, and Harry wondered if he'd made a mistake by asking the man for his permission to marry Amelia. Bellatrix had helped him send the letter requesting a meeting, and having plucked up the courage to ask, Edgar had yet to say anything. "You know, I've been rather tolerant of what has been going on between the two of you," he eventually sighed. "You're not a pureblood, Harry, so I understand that things might be different for you, but for us, there is a tradition to follow, and that hasn't happened. For all intents and purposes, Amelia is already living with you, and people have been talking." Harry nodded. Edgar was not the first person to point it out. "But I can't say that our lives here have been all that traditional since our parents died," the man continued. "And Amelia certainly isn't a trophy, pureblood wife. There are very few who would allow her to continue doing what she does. To many, being an Auror is not worthy of a good wife, and to some, it would be an insult. I could never allow Amelia to be married to someone who would take her dreams away. Being an Auror is what she is good at, and she'd probably kill me if I ever tried." "True," Harry said amusedly. "And she would kill me even if I considered denying you," Edgar huffed. "Not that I would. You're a good man, Harry. This isn't easy for me, but you have proven that there is nothing you wouldn't do to keep her safe. If she agrees, then you have my full blessing to marry her. Now, come and have a drink with me," he added with a sincere smile. Harry shook his head as he adjusted his tie. He had shared a drink with Edgar, and the man had been very forthcoming with tales of the Bones' siblings' childhood, with stories Harry suspected Amelia would not be pleased he knew. Still, they might just come in useful one day if she agreed to marry him. He'd intended on broaching the subject with her before the attack on the farm, and even though he wasn't quite sure how he would go about it, he'd chosen that moment to save himself from having it plaguing his mind. "How do I look?" He turned to be greeted by the sight of Amelia in a form-fitting royal blue dress with matching hat, and he shook his head. "If you need me to tell you how beautiful you are," he chuckled. Amelia shot him a playful glare. "You know I don't usually wear these things," she huffed, tugging at the seams around her knees. "Uncomfortable?" "No, just not used to it. A few encouraging words would be nice." Taking pity on her, Harry grasped her hands and gave them a comforting squeeze. "I'm quite tempted to not let you go," he murmured. "You might just realize you can do better than me." She rolled her eyes at him and swatted his hands away. "Shut up, Jameson." "If only I was joking," Harry lamented. "There's not a person who's going to be there who will come close." Her cheeks began to redden, and she shot him another glare. "You know, I've never met anyone who can make me feel so self-conscious in a good way before," she mused aloud. "Or someone who has the ability to annoy you the way I do," Harry pointed out. "That's true. Maybe I'm just a glutton for punishment." "Could be, or maybe I am." "And what have I done to cause you such stress?" "Nothing," Harry answered honestly. "Not for a while at least." Amelia hummed. "The same cannot be said for you," she returned. "Destroying banks, and Merlin knows whatever else it is you get up to, Jameson." Harry held his hands up, conceding the point. "Do you think we will ever have the peace you wanted so badly when you first came here?" "I bloody well hope so," Harry muttered. Knowing you, you'd get bored of it quite quickly. Harry shook his head. I didn't before, he chuckled. You know, before I met you, I did have something of a peaceful life. He did. After Voldemort was gone, and when he'd all but left most of the wizarding world behind, Harry had carved something of a peaceful life for himself. Granted, it wasn't as fulfilling as he would have liked, but it didn't involve insane dark lords or a group of world leaders manipulating the world around them through murder, extortion, and whatever other means at their disposal. Nonetheless, Harry knew he wouldn't change a thing. Despite the turn his life had taken once more since journeying into the past, there was little he would do differently, and pondering it only served to remind him of why he'd involved himself in it in the first place. For Amelia, he still held strongly to his belief that he would watch the world burn around him before embroiling himself in anything resembling war. And yet, here he was. Still, he wasn't doing it for glory, or for anything else for that matter. He was doing it for her, all of it. Well, what's stopping you from going back to that peaceful life? I'm sure you could walk away from everything if you wanted to. You, Harry answered honestly. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't bother. Amelia shook her head. I don't believe that. I don't think you could sit by and let all of this happen. Harry snorted amusedly. Maybe, he conceded, but I think you are underestimating just how easily I could have ignored it if I hadn't met you. Amelia blushed again, before threading her arm through his. We should go before I turn permanently red. We probably should, Harry agreed, feeling somehow less nervous about what the future might hold. He'd meant what he said. Although he was yet to experience much of it throughout his life, he could see himself being more than satisfied with a peaceful existence if Amelia was a part of it. He just needed to ensure that such a thing would be possible, and to do that, he would have to continue the war on both fronts he'd already been fighting. Break. Even now that he'd arrived at the infamous prison built by someone he'd considered a foe for many years, he questioned his decision to come here in the first place. There would be no satisfaction in seeing Grindelwald locked away, nor did he expect to take any joy in the two of them potentially goading one another. But he felt he needed to come to finally put what had happened during the war to bed. Nurmengard was an unpleasant building, and the protections surrounding it were admittedly as impressive as any other he'd come across elsewhere, but it wasn't the architecture or the magic he'd come to admire. It was closure he sought, and he knew he required it if he was to somewhat work with the former Dark Lord. I did expect I'd be seeing you, Evans, the familiar voice greeted him. In the intervening years, Grindelwald had aged considerably. The once handsome, charming, and proud man had been reduced to something he did not recognize, and yet Harry took no comfort from it. If given the chance, Gellert would be as dangerous as ever, and it was not something he'd ever taken for granted. I suppose it was inevitable, Harry acknowledged. Grindelwald nodded. Not that I expected it to be in such circumstances, he replied. I had thought that you'd find a way to break the vow and that you would only come to tear the prison down around me. Can it be broken? Grindelwald released a deep breath. Not so easily, and we made it as close to as impossible as we could. We couldn't afford to have you able to come for us again. Back then, I would have rather had you killed, but it wasn't to be. Now I find myself grateful that you are alive. How has life treated you, Mr. Evans? Peacefully, until recently, Harry answered, finding it odd to be having something of an affable conversation with the man. Believe it or not, I am pleased to hear it, Grindelwald chuckled. When the vow took effect, I did not wish you ill, and it was never a personal vendetta towards you. You merely stood in my way. Someone had to. Grindelwald acknowledged the point with a nod. Without men like you, the world would be a different place, for better or for worse. Anyway, let us not dwell on what was and what isn't. It will serve no purpose in dealing with what is. It won't, Harry agreed. Why do you care? You were never opposed to creating your own new world order. Why do you care what happens outside of these walls? My intention was never to be a dictator, Grindelwald said thoughtfully. My intention was to show the magical how dangerous the Muggles were becoming and put us in a position where they couldn't harm us. The only way for that to be possible was to take control of them, and that meant being rid of the statute of secrecy. I still believe it will only come to harm us. My plan was to enlighten and see the magical world thrive where I believe it belongs. I did not wish to seize power for myself, but I was willing to go to any length to do what I believed in. You are a man cut from a similar cloth, Mr. Evans. I'm sure you can understand that. Harry nodded. He understood, even if he didn't agree with Grindelwald's logic. I do sometimes wonder what would have happened if things had been different, he mused aloud. I expect we would have continued fighting until one of us was dead, Grindelwald snorted. You always were a worthy opponent, and my end would have been much more to my taste. You wouldn't have imprisoned me, not the way Albus has. You're alive, Harry pointed out. I exist, Gellert corrected. This is no life, Mr. Evans. I am merely waiting for death, and I often find myself impatient. Death comes for us all eventually. Grindelwald nodded, his gaze flitting towards the end of the corridor where another set of footsteps was approaching. Evans, Cassiopeia Black hissed venomously. Harry shook his head as he turned to greet the woman. Black, you look as evil and spiteful as ever. Flattery will get you nowhere with me, the woman growled. Grindelwald looked between the two and chuckled, holding his hands up placatingly. You are on the same side, he reminded them. We will never be on the same side, Cassiopeia retorted stubbornly. You are working towards the same goal, Grindelwald sighed. You must learn to work together at the very least. You may come to rely on one another as you work against them, and being at each other's throats is not going to help. It will be your downfall. Cassiopeia glared, and Harry ignored it. The woman had never been a threat to him, not the way she liked to believe. If it came to a fight between them, she didn't stand a chance, even if she had proven herself particularly effective. Fontaine, he asked. Cassiopeia grinned. Dead, and anything useful torn from his mind. I may not be able to make sense of it all, but it is a piece of the puzzle we will need. You did well, Harry offered. I'm not beyond giving credit where it is due. Cassiopeia was taken aback by the compliment and nodded appreciatively. So what now? She questioned. Well, after what they did to Jameson's farm, I expect he will start moving against them quickly. He will want Laurent, and he is already making progress on Abernathy. Berg is a problem we will likely have to solve together, and both Espinosa and Adamski will need to be eliminated before then. I'll take the Spaniard, Cassiopeia declared. If you can find a way of dealing with Adamski, then do it. She said nothing else as she turned and took her leave of the prison. She will not fail, Grindelwald assured Harry, who nodded. He could not deny that it hurt his pride being so restricted, but with the death of Braz and Fontaine, he could feel the magic of the vow weakening. He hoped that his shackles would be removed soon enough so that he could finish what he had started more than 2 decades earlier. It had hung over him long enough, and he only wanted to be free of it. Then, maybe, he could enjoy a peaceful life with a linger without the burden that had plagued him for so long. Still, even though Laurent and his ilk were currently off limits to him, the same was not true of Voldemort. How that had come to be, he wasn't entirely sure. Perhaps the magic of the prophecy was stronger than that of the vow he'd taken. Regardless, he wasn't going to miss the opportunity to play his part when the time came. Until then, he could wait. He'd done so for more than 20 years, so even a few more wouldn't hurt. Not that he believed it would take so long. Riddle had already bitten off more than he could chew, and it was only a matter of time before he met his end. Break. The giants are in place. They will arrive shortly, my lord, Walden assured him. They have been instructed to begin the attack immediately. Good, Voldemort praised. What is bothering you, Macnair? I do hope you are not having second thoughts. The man's frown deepened as he shook his head. Of course not, my lord. I have become aware that a certain Auror is paying closer attention to our affairs within the ministry than I'd like. Which Auror? Moody, Macnair answered. He's on restricted duty and is sticking his nose into things that shouldn't concern him. He's been poking around my department and in transportations." The Dark Lord hummed thoughtfully. "Then he will be eliminated as a priority," he decided. "Would anyone like to volunteer? I expect he will arrive tonight." "I'll do it, my lord," the voice of Evan Rosier replied. "I'll kill him." Voldemort nodded approvingly. "I do not doubt you will, Rosier," he chuckled. The man was young, but as talented as he was keen. It would prove to be quite an interesting contest between the two. "Ah, I do believe that is the Giants," the Dark Lord announced, feeling the ground beneath his feet begin to tremble. Only a moment later, the first sounds of structures being damaged reached them, and he stepped forwards from the shadows, his followers falling into step behind him. "Break. Look how happy they are," Amelia said with a smile, nodding towards Arthur and Molly, who were sharing their first dance. "What happened to them?" She broke off, and Harry smiled fondly. "They had 7 children, but they lost one at the end of the war." "Oh," Amelia said sadly. Harry could only nod. It was strange to see more and more familiar faces around him, compared to when he'd first arrived. Arthur and Molly had both been children at Hogwarts not so long ago, but if all remained the same for them, Bill would be born in the coming months. It reminded Harry that with each passing year, he drew closer to the life he'd left behind, though he was determined things would change along the way. "What about?" Harry held up a hand. "Eventually, you're going to ask me a question you will not like the answer to," he murmured. "Sometimes, it's best not to know. Besides, I won't let those things happen again. Now, would you like to dance before Dumbledore makes it here and tries to introduce me to half a dozen people?" Amelia looked at him amusedly. "Dance, Jameson. Are you avoiding Dumbledore?" Harry shook his head. "No, but I'm quite enjoying my time with you. It's not often we get it." "It's not," Amelia agreed, accepting his hand and allowing him to lead her onto the dance-floor. Harry offered Albus a nod, and the man replied with a knowing smile, his eyes almost twinkling in the dimly lit room. "Git," Harry sighed. "I do hope you were not talking to me." "Would I dare? You're not exactly known for your caution, Jameson." He grinned at her, and Amelia rolled her eyes, though Harry was distracted by the sudden piercing shrill emitting from the small bag she was carrying. It also came from where Moody and Shacklebolt were standing near the bar, and the large tent they were in fell eerily silent, save for the alarms. "Scunthorpe," Amelia said worriedly. Moody was already stalking towards Dumbledore with Kingsley in tow, and the two men shared a hurried conversation. Albus approached him as Amelia began transfiguring her clothes, and Harry merely nodded. "I'll meet you there," he assured the man. "Harry, wait," Amelia pleaded. "You can't keep going on your own." He offered her a knowing smile as he drew his wand. "Don't worry, I won't be alone," he assured, vanishing after sending a brief message to those who needed to receive it. Chapter 51. The evening had been turned on its head in a matter of seconds. She'd been wearing a dress and contently dancing with Harry, but now Amelia found herself rushing through the Department of Magical Law Enforcement to answer an emergency call. By the time she arrived with Kingsley and Moody, most of the team was already there, and Crouch was packing back and forth impatiently in front of the fireplace of the open office. "This will have to do," he declared. "Mullins, remain behind and bring the rest when they arrive. Take note of their names. It shouldn't take this long." Mullins nodded, and Crouch paused, his gaze sweeping across the room of dozens of Aurors. "Reports are currently sketchy, but they are mentioning giant activity," he informed them. "I want you in groups of no less than 5. Your job is to disperse the attackers and secure the area. Any questions?" When none spoke, Crouch nodded. "I will be coming along. Your cards will take you to where you need to be. Do not do anything reckless if it can be avoided. I do not wish for any more lost limbs. We live in 10 seconds. He speaks as though I cut my own leg off," Moody grumbled irritably as he readied himself. Amelia followed suit, grouping herself with Alastair, Kingsley, and 2 other nearby Aurors she'd not worked with before. "All right, you sad sacks. Follow my lead," Moody growled. Amelia felt the unpleasant hooking sensation pull her away from the office. When her feet were once again on solid ground, the sound of destruction was the first thing she became aware of. The screams in the distance came next, coupled with the gleeful cheering of men and roars of the giants. "Bloody Dementors," Alistair grumbled. "Come on, we will get rid of them first before they do too much damage," he decided. The group navigated their way through the hellish streets and alleyways to find that, once again, the Dementors were spread across the town center, making it all but impossible to disperse them as one. "New plan," Moody growled irritably. "We are going to sweep from here to the center, where we should run into the others. Stay close, don't get separated, and keep your bloody wits about you. Shacklebolt, you take the rear. Bones, you're up front with me. You two on the flanks," he added to the other 2 Aurors. "Let's go." They pressed on and quickly came upon a group of masked individuals attacking what appeared to be a Muggle church. The first fell with a scream as Alistair caught him with a bone-splintering curse that impacted against his leg. Strictly speaking, it was not a curse he should be using, but Amelia certainly wasn't going to mention it after the fact. The wailing of their comrade caught the attention of the rest of the group, and they took it upon themselves to attack the Aurors. It was their lack of organization that proved to be their downfall. Amelia felled one with a stunning spell, and another with a particularly vicious blasting curse that sent the man crashing into the side of the building. With the rest being dealt with by the others, they again advanced towards the town center. "Expecto Patronum." The Dementor that was chasing a Muggle screeched as Amelia's fox charged towards it and quickly abandoned its efforts, though the nearby threat was not eliminated. A larger group of cloaked and masked figures were joining in on the merriment the attackers were sharing, and before they noticed the presence of the red-robed Aurors, Amelia and the others were already upon them. The man she found herself facing off with was sharper than the other 2 she'd already defeated, and Amelia was forced onto the back foot for a moment whilst she adjusted to his speed. She conjured a shield to intercept a blood-boiling curse and stepped out of the path of a piercing hex, only to have to duck below a gouging spell that would have torn through her like parchment. Unwilling to remain on the receiving end of the spells, she offered a rebuttal, banishing some nearby debris towards the man as a distraction, giving her time to take aim. He was flung off his feet and hit the ground with a dull thud, and before he could right himself, a loud snapping sounded as he was propelled into a lamppost, where he no longer moved. His twisted body made for a grim sight, and Amelia took a breath before throwing herself into the fray once more, idly wondering where Harry had gotten to. Not so far away, she could see Dumbledore's prominent beard as he attempted to fight off a giant, and even the flames of his phoenix companion as it assisted. Where Harry was, Amelia didn't know, but they could really use his help. Break. Somehow, this attack was proving to be even more chaotic than the one that had taken place in Portsmouth, and Albus was hard-pressed to fend off the giant, along with the half-dozen of Tom's followers attempting to engage him. Much to his relief, Benji was nearby to offer assistance, and Dorcas was steadily making her way towards them, her wand a blur as she dispatched of anything in her path. She truly was a brilliant witch and was showcasing her skill. Nonetheless, Albus's group and the Aurors remained considerably outnumbered, and faced with close to 24 giants, it truly was a struggle to find and seize an advantage. "Watch out, Albus." He brought his wand to bear in time to parry the sickly yellow spell aimed at him, and Benji intervened, allowing Albus to focus his attention on the giant once more. They were indeed a particularly troublesome foe, and with so many of them, the task was only made more difficult. Still, they would press on, undeterred until Tom, his followers, and the creatures he had brought along relented for another night. Albus could only shake his head at the thought. Something had to change. The Ministry had to begin taking the offensive in the war, or it would be much the same as they had seen already. In truth, they were losing. Slowly but surely, Tom was beginning to see the success to lead him to victory. It wouldn't happen overnight, but if the war continued in the same vein, it wouldn't be the Ministry of Magic to emerge victorious. Break. He'd taken a moment to bask in the chaos unfolding below him, to reel in the destruction being caused in his name. There was little else satisfying the Dark Lord had experienced during his life that still brought him such excitement. Violence was a beautiful thing, and exacting it upon others was something he'd come to love from a young age. He'd never felt any guilt whilst doing it. There was not a single person he'd met that was truly bereft of sin, and even if they were, why should he care? The world had seen fit to treat him cruelly. His mother had died birthing him, his father had fled, and even his magical family were pathetic. The Dark Lord had carved his own path, had achieved everything he had himself, with no help from any other. Besides, he simply enjoyed the scream of agony, the begging and pleading, and the chaos. It brought a smile to his lips, though he could not help but notice how poorly organized his followers were. The Aurors fought as one, making them a formidable force despite being outnumbered. His own men would have to be better if they wished to secure a decisive victory to end the war. As much as the Dark Lord appreciated their individual talents, as a combined force, he found them to be lacking. He would change that, but he did not suspect it would become detrimental this evening. As ever, the Ministry of Magic had been taken by surprise, and even with Dumbledore's pathetic efforts, little headway was being made against the Giants, Greyback's pack, his own men, and the Dementors. He smiled once more as another scream filled the air, and he was pleased to see that it was coming from one of the fools garbed in red robes. Despite his glee, the Dark Lord could not help but notice the absence of a particularly troublesome man. Jameson. It was unlike the man to miss such an opportunity to irk him, and him not being here was a glaring fault in the offense of the Ministry forces. He was a threat unto himself, and without him, the effectiveness of the intervention was clear. Although they were organized, they simply lacked the numbers to fend off the attack, and Lord Voldemort pondered whether tonight may just be the pivotal moment in the war that he'd been seeking. As if the universe itself had read his thoughts, another explosion sounded, and the Dark Lord could only look on as two of the giants were toppled. The Aurors did not hesitate to set upon them like a pack of hyenas, and soon enough, the roars of fury and pain followed. Lord Voldemort growled irritably as he spotted Jameson, but he had not come alone. With him were 4 others, each wearing gray robes to conceal their features. Almost as though he could sense him, Jameson looked directly at the Dark Lord. After a brief exchange of words with his comrades, he began stalking him. It would take the man some time to make it so far. With the protections in place, he couldn't apparate, and Voldemort took the opportunity to observe the others who had evidently arrived with him. What became quickly clear was that they were not Aurors, and nor were they the kind of people that Dumbledore would associate with. They fought with military precision, and they quickly proved themselves undeterred by the presence of the Giants and Dementors. In a matter of a few moments, they took down another 3 of the behemoths, and a frown creased the Dark Lord's brow. They were not untrained fools, as Dumbledore's group mostly consisted of, and they fought with a finality that the Aurors lacked. The Dark Lord couldn't fathom who they were, but as he continued to observe them, his irritation only grew. He did not like unknown enemies, and given that the foursome appeared to be tearing through his ranks far too efficiently for his liking, they were indeed such. With a shake of his head, he readied himself to deal with them personally, only to pause a wave of cold magic washed over him. "You made it here quicker than I thought you." He paused at the sight of the figure and tilted his head curiously. Why Jameson had decided to don a black mask was lost on the Dark Lord, but the almost glowing green eyes staring back at him were unmistakable. What he did not expect, however, was the furious hissing that sounded from beneath, nor the several snakes lunging towards him. With a wave of his wand, they were engulfed in flames, and Lord Voldemort glared at the masked man. "You," he spat venomously, "how dare?" His words were cut off as a plethora of spells erupted from the serpent's wand, and the Dark Lord was forced to shield himself. He was acutely aware that Jameson was also heading in his direction, but he would not flee, not when the opportunity to kill both men had presented itself so willingly. With a growl, he returned fire, and the fight between himself and the infamous serpent began in earnest. "Break. What are we facing?" Charles asked as they gathered around the hurried sketch of the area Harry had brought along. "Giants spread throughout," Harry explained. "There are Dementors with them, Riddle's followers. And what I suspect to be Greyback's new pack. The Ministry will be outnumbered, and even with Dumbledore's group, that won't change." "That's nothing new for us," Gilbert chuckled. "We've wiped out entire towns with less than 20 of us." Harry nodded. "Well, we may need some of that tonight," Harry replied. "Any experience fighting giants?" "We can take care of them," Charles assured him. "We developed quite the knack for it. We know what to do." "Then I will take Riddle. Not that I expect he will stick around long. He runs away when the going gets tough." "Why does that not surprise me?" Arcturus snorted. "All right, Jameson, we've got your back." With a wave of his wand, his robes changed to a dark gray, and the man was concealed beneath a gray hood. "No need for anyone to know our identities. 2 of us are on the Wisengamot." "Smart move," Harry complimented. It would also ensure Riddle wouldn't be able to identify them and cause further problems. "Well, what are we waiting for?" Reg demanded impatiently, his knuckles white from where he was gripping his wand. "Nothing," Harry answered. "We get in, we demolish them, and we leave. How does that sound?" "I knew there was something I liked about you, Jameson," Arcturus snorted. "Come on the count of 3. Checking the clock, Harry realized it was almost 15 minutes prior that he'd left the wedding, and during a battle, every moment counted. Still, he had faith that the Ministry and Dumbledore's group would do well enough in the interim, and that gathering Charles, Arcturus, Reg, and Gilbert would prove to be worth it. Now, only a moment later, the 5 of them arrived in Scunthorpe, and Harry immediately fired a blasting curse towards a building one of the giants was scaling. The resulting explosion rattled his eardrums, but not more so than the shriek of surprise from the falling giant. "Any idea where Riddle is?" Charles asked over the din. Harry nodded, his gaze shifting towards where he could sense the Dark Lord keeping his distance from the fighting. "Up there." "Then you go," Charles instructed. "We've got this covered." The 4 of them took off, and Harry headed in the opposite direction. He'd only made it a dozen or so feet before he became aware of a disturbance on top of the roof Voldemort had installed himself. "Evans," he murmured knowingly. The man had evidently taken it upon himself to come here tonight, and he was pulling no punches when it came to Tom, giving Harry the opportunity he'd been seeking since he'd discovered the annihilation of the farm. "Greyback." The man was here somewhere, and with Evans seemingly content with dealing with Tom, Harry shifted his attention to locating the man behind what had happened. It wasn't easy. With the scores of people here and muggles fleeing things they could only have seen in their nightmares, Greyback could be anywhere amongst them, but Harry could feel his presence. Pushing his way through the crowds, he dispersed the Dementors when he came to them, and even encountered a few of Riddle's followers along the way. Although it took longer than he liked, he eventually spotted the werewolf, pawing at a woman he'd already killed. Fenrir yelped as the searing curse collided with his leg, and before he could activate a portkey, he hurriedly removed from his pocket. A gout of fire incinerated it, along with the hand holding it. His yelp changed to a scream, but Harry wasn't done. He'd barely scratched the surface of the misery the werewolf would endure in the coming moments. Harry had already made the mistake of granting Greyback mercy when he'd chosen to capture him in the Forbidden Forest, but there would be no such thing now. Stepping towards the rightfully fearful werewolf, he batted aside the weak rebuttals before snagging his foe with a spiked chain. It dug painfully into his neck, and with a few further flicks of his wand, Greyback found himself dangling from the protruding sign of a nearby pub, gasping for breath as blood trailed from his wounds. You should have ran whilst you had the chance. Greyback's eyes widened as his suffering increased. The curses Harry aimed towards him and onto the chains growing more unpleasant than the one that preceded it. When he was done, Harry was content the man would live for a few hours yet in abject misery, and if anyone did entertain the notion of saving him, their efforts would be for nothing. Fenrir Greyback would die, and the rest of the world would be all the better for it. Harry could not deny he took a little joy in what he'd done, and he allowed himself just a moment to enjoy it before shifting his attention back towards the ensuing battle. It was raging on, and seeing that the combined forces of the Ministry, Dumbledore's group, and his own small ensemble were beginning to gain ground, he entered the fray himself in search of Riddle. Why should Evans get all the fun, after all? Break. Alastor took a deep breath and grimaced at the pain coursing through what remained of his leg. He'd not done anything so arduous since being fitted with the prosthetic, and it was beginning to take its toll on him. Nevertheless, he certainly would not withdraw himself from the fight. Even with one leg, he was one of the most experienced Aurors, and he would not leave his team to deal with the threat of Riddle's followers, let alone the giants. Oddly, the creatures had become rather silent, and as he chanced a glance towards where he'd seen dozens of them prior, he could not miss that there was now less of them. It was a considerable mercy, and one he was grateful for, though the same could not be said for the incessant curses being aimed towards him a particularly eager individual. Conjuring a shield to intercept a flurry of them, he returned fire, only to realize that his attacker had managed to slip another of their own between his. Turning his head to avoid it, Alastor cursed as a gout of blood erupted from a gash that formed across his face. It was bad enough that he'd allowed himself to be caught, but the mocking laughter of the man only incensed him. His rebuttal came as a trio of spells, one to demolish the shield of his foe, the second merely as a distraction, and the third aimed away from the man entirely. You'll have to do better than that, the man mocked. Alastor nodded, before looking just above the man and smiled. With the blood continuing to pour from his face, he suspected that it made for quite the sinister expression, and the very last thing his attacker would see. As he looked up, the remains of the car fell on top of the man, crushing him instantly. He wheezed for but a moment before falling still, and Alastor quickly took down two more of Tom's followers before snatching the white mask away of the one who'd wounded him. Rosier, he grumbled irritably, spitting on the man's remains. Merlin, what happened to you? Kingsley asked breathlessly. It's just a scratch, Alastor said dismissively. Kingsley shook his head. Moody, half of your bloody nose is gone. It was unlike Kingsley to curse, and Alastor frowned as he felt the still bleeding wound. Ami's still pretty, he chuckled. Kingsley looked horrified by his casual attitude, but Alastor was no stranger to injuries. After having the nose broken so many times, it was somehow fitting to be rid of it, well, a part of it at least. Break. It quickly became clear that Riddle was cautious of him. The only time Harry had seen the man duel had been shortly before being transported several decades in the past, the very night Dumbledore had intercepted the Dark Lord at the Ministry of Magic. He'd been in awe at what was on display from both men, but being older and wiser, and despite the power both undeniably wielded, what they'd used was rather simple magic, only amplified. Evidently, Riddle had been content to be a little more reckless whilst fighting Dumbledore, confident that the headmaster would not kill him. Harry, however, had no such reservations, and Voldemort knew that. It made the man considerably more cautious, though no less dangerous. Tom had invested much time and effort into developing his magic, and his knowledge and capability in the art truly were second to none. Nonetheless, Harry was an expert in his own right and was not morally restricted the same way Dumbledore was. It was an alien experience for Tom, and though it had taken him a few moments to adjust to the threat, he'd done so and fought with the vigor Harry had always expected from him. His spells came fast with aggression, and the frustration soon followed when Harry had an answer for everything thrown at him. Tom did not like being on the back foot, and Harry did his utmost to keep him there. Where the Dark Lord would rely heavily on his power, Harry was content with using faster spells, intermingled with sudden offerings not so easily countered. Nothing of true significance had been landed by either thus far, but to Harry, it felt as though they were only just getting warmed up. Sending a pair of cutting curses towards Riddle, he stepped out of the way of a rupturing curse and fired a pink ball of light towards the Dark Lord. Recognizing the spell for what it was, Tom cocooned himself in some of the surrounding debris, though the resulting explosion still sent him back several feet. Undeterred, he brandished his wand, sending the now smaller fragments of stone, wood, and glass towards Harry, who immolated them with a searing white wall of fire. Tom was quickly becoming frustrated, and if he gave in to the irritation, it would be his downfall. Although the duel was being contested heatedly, Harry remained patient, something Riddle clearly lacked. In a bout of petulant rage, his wand spewed an offering of several curses, which Harry avoided, deflected, and shielded where necessary, serving only to provoke the Dark Lord's temper further. To add insult to injury, Harry grinned at the man from beneath his mask and returned fire with a selection of his own. Tom once more proved his competence by intercepting them, but his lack of control over his demeanor was beginning to hamper his ability to do so, and Harry knew that soon enough he would make a grave error. He just needed to keep pushing him. "Come on, Riddle," he chuckled. "You must be better than that. I thought people were supposed to fear you." The Dark Lord narrowed his eyes before unleashing another plethora of spells. Once more, none landed, and Harry began hissing gently under his breath. He was growing tired of the stalemate the two found themselves in, and he was ready to drastically alter the odds in his favor. Riddle's eyes widened as Harry's shadowy companion lunged seemingly from nowhere, and the Dark Lord was forced to throw himself to the ground, humiliatingly to avoid the blow. The snake, however, was not done. Its attack continued as relentlessly as ever, and Harry smirked beneath his mask, reveling in watching Riddle scramble away. It had been Harry in that position once upon a time. He vividly remembered the incident in the graveyard, where he'd been simply outmatched in every aspect of magic, and Riddle had mocked and goaded. Now, the shoe was on the other foot, and Harry intended to enjoy himself. "If you're going to kill him, just do it," a tired voice sighed. "You're not him, don't make the mistakes that he does." Harry scowled at the other Harry, but conceded the point with a nod. Perhaps doing what Riddle had was not the best approach, but he couldn't help himself. Years of having his hands tied, whilst the world burned in the shadows, had left Harry frustrated, and to have a semblance of freedom was not something he wished to squander. Still, he knew it was foolish to tempt fate and decided that the time to end this rendezvous had come. When he looked to see where Riddle had fled, the Dark Lord was nowhere to be seen. Where did he go? "He ran," the other Harry sighed. "He does that when things aren't going his way." Harry cursed under his breath and shook his head. Peering around the town center, he could see that much of the fighting had now ceased, and Riddle's forces had followed their master and bid a hasty retreat. "Cowards." The other Harry nodded. "It's what they do," he huffed. "Now you know for next time." "I'm sorry," Harry offered. "I should've." The other Harry waved him off. "I made that mistake myself," he explained. "He's a slippery git. Remember, the only thing he fears is death and will do anything to avoid it. He will call it a strategic withdrawal, but he's just a coward." "A dangerous coward." The other Harry nodded his agreement. "Are we good, Jameson?" Harry frowned at the arrival of the four cloaked figures. "We are. Go on before Crouch starts sniffing around too much, and thank you." "It was just like old times," one of the men replied. "Until next time." All four vanished, and the other Harry turned back towards him. "You should go too," he urged. "Crouch won't like what we did here tonight." "What about you?" He shrugged uncaringly. "It's not like they have a prison they can send me to, and I have enough allies to ensure that won't happen. The The public has to be assured that there are those willing to break the rules when needed. Maybe Bagnold will see the necessity of allowing the Aurors to use lethal force. She should, Harry replied, offering his counterpart a nod before vanishing. Any fool could see what Riddle was doing, and if it weren't for Jameson and those willing to do what was needed to win the war, Harry couldn't help but wonder what state the country would be in. Break. What a damned mess, Barty grumbled as he walked among the destruction, the dead, the dying, and the wounded. Get the healers here and the magical catastrophes lot, he barked. What now? Barty flinched at the sight of Moody's face. A large chunk of his nose was missing, and he was covered in congealed blood. Barty suspected not all of it was his, but he did not comment on it. Go to a healer, Moody, he instructed. Oh, and good job, he added, clapping the man smartly on the shoulder. You too, the Auror returned. He left, and Barty shifted his attention to what remained of the town of Scunthorpe. It would take considerable effort to correct it, and it would likely fall to him to ensure that it was done. He winced as a sharp pain lanced through his ribs. For the most part, he'd escaped unscathed, but suspected some of the more fragile bones had been broken. Where is Dumbledore? He'd not missed the presence of the headmaster, nor that of several civilians who had accompanied the man. He was here a minute ago, sir, one of the Aurors answered. Barty frowned and grunted when he couldn't see him or the rest of his group. In truth, it was better that they had left. Soon enough, an army of journalists would descend on the place, and he did not feel like explaining more than he needed to. Not that he could truly hide as much as he would like. Scanning the area, it was clear that there were more garbed in robes and a mask who had perished than his Aurors. Barty was pleased, but there were those on the Wisengamot who would not be. Mr. Crouch, you might want to see this. See what? The Auror who had addressed him was pale, and Barty followed the man to a bowed lamppost. Is that? It is, sir, the Auror answered. Greyback. The werewolf had been wanted for years, before being captured, and then somehow escaping custody. There was no doubt in Barty's mind that it was him. He'd seen enough photos of the man plastered around the office. What happened to him? The Auror shook his head. We don't know, sir, he answered darkly. Doesn't look pleasant, though, does it? It didn't. Greyback's dying expression was one of sheer agony, and his body had been burned in several places to the point that he had more seared flesh than was untarnished. Cut him down, Barty huffed, rubbing his eyes tiredly. Tell no one of this. He thought it best to remove the body immediately. It would not do for the press to see it, even if Greyback deserved no less. The law was still the law, and though he did not believe that any of his Aurors were responsible for it, Barty did not feel like wasting so much time investigating what had happened on behalf of the monster who'd finally become the victim. Then again, he knew he would still have his hands full. A couple of dozen dead giants littered the ground, and there were more of Riddle's followers who had died than he could simply explain away as collateral damage. Barty did not hold it against any of his Aurors, who may or may not have used lethal force, but it put him in quite a bind. It was bad enough that civilians had actively arrived here to assist, but the death toll was quite extraordinary, especially the giants, who had killed so many. With a shake of his head, Barty realized that he would have to do some digging, discreetly, of course, to ascertain exactly what had happened here. The Wisengamot would demand an explanation after all. Break. Amelia was one of the first Aurors to be relieved once the magical catastrophes team arrived, and she had been instructed to get a broken hand tended to. With the healers on the scene busy, she had made her way to St. Mungo's and was quickly reunited with the wounded Alastair. Is it really that bad to look at? It's not pretty, Alastair, Amelia sighed, grimacing at the wound and flap of flesh that had once been a nose. How did it happen? Rosier, Moody chuckled. I got him, but he took a good bit of me with him. He prodded the skin, and Amelia felt her stomach turn. How the healers would salvage what remained, she didn't know. Even magic had its limits. What about you? Just a broken hand, Amelia said dismissively. Lucky you, Moody chuckled. It was a good fight. A good fight. Alistair nodded. You're telling me you didn't have fun. Not all of us are clinically insane. How do you pass your mental assessments? I lie mostly, Alistair replied unashamedly. Amelia could only shake her head as she yawned. The sun had risen some time ago, and she'd never seen St. Mungo's so busy. They could be here for a while yet, but she was fortunate that she would not be working for the next 2 days. It would give her time to recover at least. Or Moody, a voice called. Merlin, man, what happened to you? I tripped and I fell. The healer shot him a disapproving look. Tripped and fell, she wrote on her clipboard. What about you? Just a broken hand, Amelia answered. Let me guess, you tripped and you fell. No, Amelia denied. Someone cursed me. Alistair snorted amusedly, and the healer glared at him. I do not know what you find so amusing, Moody, she huffed. It won't be long before you are mostly comprised of whatever miracles we can work here to hold you together. Come on, I will fix the pair of you up. They followed her to an examination room, and the healer guided Alistair into a chair before lighting the tip of her wand to examine the wound. Ghastly, she declared. That's a nasty curse wound, and the flesh cannot be salvaged. It is compromised and will rot away. It's best if we cut it out. Great, Moody huffed. Don't worry, Moody. I'm sure we can give you something resembling a nose. Moody hummed and folded his arms petulantly. Miss Bones. Amelia showed the woman her hand, and she nodded. Nothing so complex, she declared a moment later. Amelia winced as the woman knitted the bones together with practiced ease, and then placed a small file in her hand. For the pain, she explained, you'll be good as new in a few hours. You, however, will be remaining with us whilst I attempt to figure out how to put you back together. Cone along, Moody. I will find you one of the gowns to wear you seem to love. Bloody hell, Alistair cursed as he was led from the room by the persistent healer. Anything you need, Amelia asked, trying not to laugh at the man. A new healer, Moody answered. Amelia did laugh this time as the woman began to chew him out. With how busy the hospital was, she decided not to hang around. Her hand had been fixed, and she'd been given potion to help with her recovery. What she wanted to do was ensure that Harry was okay. She'd seen him very briefly in Scunthorpe, but had no idea what had happened beyond her own struggles in the town. Knowing he'd likely have returned home by now, she gathered her things and took her leave of St. Mungo's, knowing she'd be back soon enough to check on Alistair's progress. Break. Who was the other fellow with you? Reg asked curiously. Just another person who wants to help but wishes to remain anonymous, Harry answered, taking a sip of the whiskey Charles had poured him. Amelia had gotten a message to him some time ago that she needed to get her hand treated, and she'd assured him that she was okay. As such, he'd accepted the invitation to join Charles and the others in the man's basement to share a drink. It certainly didn't hurt to get to know the group better. Well, he looked like he could handle himself, Gilbert commented. Harry nodded. He's useful to have on our side. Gilbert nodded and raised his glass. It's strange how similar that felt, Arcturus murmured. It's only different because we can understand what they scream now when they're dying. I find it stranger how you can take a life and not dwell on it, Reg broke in. But then I remember what happened to us when we were at war, and my Imelda. If we don't kill them, they will kill us. They will, Harry sighed. Your priority should always be making it home to family. Best to act first and ask questions later. The others nodded their agreement. What about your family, Jameson? Gilbert pressed, missing the unsubtle headshakes from both Charles and Arcturus. Harry waved the pair off. I don't have one, he answered the man. My parents were killed before I could talk. Shit, I'm sorry, Gilbert replied, horrified at his slip. It's fine, Harry assured the man. You can't miss what you never had. What about the lovely Miss Bones? Charles chimed in with a grin. You two seem to get along well. It's no good denying it, I've seen the way you look at her. How do I look at her? Harry asked with a frown. The same way I suspect I look at my wife, Charles answered fondly. You care for her. I do, Harry confirmed. I've even gotten permission from her brother to ask her to marry me. The other men cheered, and Harry grinned as Gilbert slapped him on the back. You won't regret it, lad, he chuckled. I don't know where I'd be without my wife. In prison, probably, you reprobate, Arcturus snorted. Old Gil here met his wife in Bulgaria. He helped her fix up her house, and he never bloody left. Gilbert shrugged. It's where I belong. Arcturus offered the man a rare smile. Every man needs the love of a good woman, Jameson. Knowing I had Melania to come home to is what got me through the war, and being with this bunch of morons, I suppose. Harry nodded his understanding. I look forward to when it is all over. I'd like to enjoy some peace with Amelia. We've never had it. It will come, Charles said with certainty, and when it does, you'll realize that it was worth fighting for. She already is, Harry chuckled. There was a long road ahead of them yet, but they would get there. Of that, he had no doubt. So, when are you going to ask her? Charles queried. Harry shrugged. Soon, he answered. The next moment we get. Chapter 52. Barty rubbed his eyes tiredly as he exited the pensive for the umpteenth time. For the past 48 hours, he'd been reliving the misery that had descended upon Scunthorpe through the many eyes of the Aurors under him. Despite emerging victorious, it had been a disaster for the ministry, and the public was demanding something be done about Riddle and his followers. Barty agreed wholeheartedly with the vocal masses, but convincing the Wisengamot and the minister was another matter entirely. Nonetheless, he would once more reiterate the urgency in the upcoming meeting due to take place this afternoon. Until then, however, he had much to occupy his time. As expected, the death toll had been significant for both the magical and Muggle populations. More than 400 of the latter had perished, and Barty had lost a further 6 Aurors. In truth, he'd expected it to be higher, but a single life lost to Riddle, and his group was too many as far as he was concerned. Still, seeing the memories of others made for particularly enlightening viewing, and Barty was beginning to piece together all that had occurred. He was proud of how his Aurors had conducted themselves. Were the memories to become a matter of public interest, many of their actions would be called into questions, but Barty would defend them until his dying breath. His men and women had done what was necessary to fend off the attackers, even if some of what he'd seen had been questionable. Moody killing Evan Rosier with a car was not something he'd forget, and nor would the young man's family when they inevitably learned of it. No, it didn't matter. Rosier had been trying to murder Alistair, and the Auror had simply been quicker to achieve it. What was troubling Barty, however, was the presence of Dumbledore and his group of civilians, though considerably less than the 4 masked me who arrived and began slaughtering Riddle's followers without prejudice, along with most of the giants who were killed. Who these men were, Barty didn't know, but he wasn't going to make a point of mentioning them. Their actions had saved several lives, and for that Barty was grateful. Still, questions needed to be answered, and he knew if he was to be completely transparent, many of those who had fought against Riddle and his ilk would find themselves at odds with the powers that be. That was why Barty was going to be vague when it came to the actions of his Aurors and those who had assisted them. He would highlight the damage done by Riddle's forces, the death toll of the Muggles, and how impossibly difficult it had become to maintain the statute of secrecy with the disruption, damage, and deaths they were causing. That, unfortunately, was the truth. Despite Barty's best efforts, the war was not being won as decisively as it should have been. Something had to change, and if the Wisengamot did not see fit to finally support him, then Barty did not know what would happen next. Riddle had grown to be quite the problem, and he'd already proven he had no limits when it came to getting whatever it was such a madman could want. Break. Cassiopeia had never really liked Spain. Before Gellert's rise, The country had undergone significant political changes, and the effects of it could still be seen. The Muggles had been embroiled in the war that followed a revolution, and the magical population had not fared well either. Corruption remained rife in the country, and the head of international magical relations, Fernando Espinosa, was at the forefront of it. Not even the minister could stop him, and the woman supposedly in charge certainly knew it. Why Espinosa had not taken the top job for himself was beyond Cassiopeia, but he evidently had his reasons. Having been watching him for a few days now, it was clear that he was as cunning as he was shifty. He often made public appearances to mingle with the population and said all of the right things, but his words were little more than wind. Espinosa came across as genuine, but when push came to shove, there was little of substance about him unless it came to his own interests. He lived in a rather lavish villa on the south coast with his wife and 3 children, who were enrolled at Beauxbatons. Mrs. Espinosa was a magical historian, and rather dull, though she served the purpose of being a dutiful wife to a powerful man. From what Cassiopeia had observed, her target was not unfaithful to his wife, and by all accounts, he was a proud and doting father. It was a shame that beneath it all, he was the worst kind of human. Having only read through some of the newspaper archive at her leisure, she'd identified at least 3 murders in the past few years that were more than a little suspicious, including that of a man who'd wished to challenge Espinosa's position. Senators had been found murdered in Albania, of all places, whilst on a family holiday, only 2 weeks before a vote was to be held to decide if Espinosa was to be replaced. None had challenged him since. Cassiopeia certainly didn't like it, nor the air of innocence the man had about him. To her, it meant that he was perhaps one of the worst of the group Gellert had convinced to join him. Still, it wasn't as though he was long for the world. He was cautious in everything he did, but Cassiopeia Black was determined to find an opportunity to get to him, and such thing might just present itself sooner rather than later. She simply needed to continue dogging his movements, and then she would strike, much like a serpent from the shadows. She paused at the thought and tried to find an equal alternative, not willing to compare herself to the man she still saw as a foe. Perhaps when this was all over, Cassiopeia would once again turn her attention to the infamous man. Until then, however, Espinosa would be next, and as she watched him take his leave of the ministry, flanked by 6 Aurors, a smile of anticipation crested her lips. Now was as good a time as any, after all. Break. Amelia took no pleasure in seeing the remains of the dead, but she couldn't help but feel a little satisfaction at the grimace of pain that adorned Greyback's features in his final throes of life. If anyone deserved such a miserable end, it was the notorious werewolf. Not that she was here for the sheer satisfaction of seeing Greyback a last time. Although it was evident he'd been killed during the Battle of Scunthorpe, a cause of death needed to be ascertained. "What do you have, Jenny?" The woman yawned. She'd been as busy as any other in the couple of days that had followed. The Department of Magical Catastrophes had been doing everything they could to repair the town. The Aurors had been maintaining a strong presence, and Jenny had been dealing with the dead. A grim and thankless job, but someone had to do it. "I don't know," she answered honestly. "I have never seen anything like it." "What do you mean?" Jenny shrugged. "Whatever magic was used on him, I've never seen it. What I can tell you is that Greyback suffered. Every single bone in his body is shattered, and the muscles are torn apart. The last thing to happen was a slow and painful shutting down of his organs. With him being a werewolf, I expect it was much worse than if it was a human." Amelia nodded. Harry never did anything by half measures, and given Greyback's involvement in what happened at the farm, she wasn't surprised. "So, you'll put it down as an unexplained magical incident?" "I will," Jenny confirmed. "He was killed, that much is obvious, but it is impossible to prove exactly what killed him or who did it." Amelia could only shake her head. For Greyback, it was a case of what goes around comes around. He'd been the source of misery for many, and he had perished in quite the fitting manner. "How are you?" Jenny asked. "Tired," Amelia answered. Her 2 days off had been less than relaxing. She'd been called into the office twice to provide a memory for Crouch and once to be interviewed by Grimm. The two men were putting together a detailed report of what had occurred to present to the Wisengamot in the hopes of passing legislation to prevent further attacks. It wouldn't work. Voldemort and his followers didn't care what laws were passed, nor would they be deterred by the potential punishments awaiting them if they were captured. They'd already proven that time and again, but Amelia was no fool. She knew that Barty was angling to pass legislation to allow the Aurors to use lethal force without fear of repercussions. Aleister certainly already did, but there were those who would not take such risks, and it could prove to be to their detriment. "You and me both," Jenny groaned as she stretched. "I still have another 11 to get through today before I am done." "Well, I'm finally finished," Amelia declared. "I'm going to go home and do nothing until I have to come back in the morning." "I'm sure Harry will love that," Jenny snorted. "How is he?" Amelia quirked an eyebrow at how the woman had asked the question. It was a little too suggestive for her liking, though that wasn't unusual for Jenny. She liked to hear any gossip she could, especially when it came to Amelia and her love life. "He's fine," she answered dismissively. He was, even if he had been a little quiet the past couple of days. Something was on Harry's mind. Whatever was bothering him, he would eventually tell Amelia, but he'd not been so forthcoming since what had happened in Scunthorpe. Both had been busy in the aftermath of the attack, but there was something definitely bothering him. "You don't seem so sure." Amelia released a deep sigh. "I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking about it too much, but he's just quieter than usual. It's like something is bothering him, but it's not like him not to tell me." "What do you think it is?" Amelia shrugged. "I don't know, but it's worrying me. Do you think he might have changed his mind about us?" Jenny rolled her eyes. "Bones, I have seen how that man looks at you. He has not changed his mind about you." "Then what do you think it is?" "I can't say. I know him well enough to have the foggiest idea." Amelia frowned. "Well, I suppose there's only one way to find out," she declared. "I'll just have to ask him." "And what if he doesn't tell you?" "He'll tell me," Amelia said confidently, "or I must just strangle him." Break. As had become the norm when the Wisengamot gathered now, the mood was rather somber, and there was a palpable tension in the air. Over the weeks, Albus had noticed the clear divides that had formed, and although they were not openly discussed, not a person in the room was unaware of them. On one side were those who supported Tom, not openly, of course, and then there were those who were doing their utmost to remain neutral, hoping to be left out of the affair entirely. The most vocal were those who opposed him, and much to Albus's relief, they still made up the majority, though it seemed to be dwindling with every attack and subsequent meeting. In the middle of it all was the newly minted Minister Bagnold, who had the job of attempting to keep the peace between them. It seldom worked, and Albus suspected that her gavel would be liberally used this evening. Barty was present and carrying an enormous stack of parchment, his expression one of a frustrated man. Tapping his own gavel on his podium, Albus cleared his throat and prepared himself for the impending back and forth, arguments and disagreements to follow. "I call this meeting to order," he declared. "Minister, if you please." Bagnold stood, her eyes already adorned with heavy bags and her posture inspiring little confidence. "Before I address the room, Mr. Crouch, I have read your report, but I would ask that you summarize it for those who have not." She took a seat and Barty stood, his steely gaze sweeping across the room. "My report makes for grim reading," Barty began darkly as he shuffled through his stack of parchment. "At the latest count, 403 Muggles were killed during the Battle of Scunthorpe along with 6 Aurors, 41 identified to be followers of Tom Riddle, and 22 Giants. I do not need to tell you how deeply disappointing this is. The statute of secrecy was breached countless times during the incident, and the Magical Catastrophes team, with the assistance of the Aurors, are continuing their work to repair the damage done. More than 2,000 muggles have been obliterated, and that number will continue to grow exponentially over the coming days. Barty retook his seat, though it was clear there was more he wished to say. For his own reasons, however, he held his tongue. "Thank you, Barty," Bagnold offered appreciatively. "Your work and the efforts of the departments involved is most appreciated. I am sure you will keep us updated with anything else relevant." Barty nodded, and Bagnold shifted her attention to the room at large. "We can simply no longer pretend that what is happening is a problem outside of these chambers," she spoke darkly. "War has somehow found its way onto our shore, and amongst ourselves no less. I will not feign ignorance to spare the blushes of any. There are those of you in here who support the Dark Lord, and there are those of you who oppose him. I intend to be on the right side of history, and I will not allow these disgusting acts to continue. That is why. Minister, it is rather unbecoming of you too." "You will be quiet, Lord Lestrange," Bagnold snapped irritably. The young Rodolphus was taken aback by the tone with which he was addressed with, but offered no argument. "Now is not the time for any of you to speak," Bagnold continued firmly. "You are going to listen to what I have to say, and my word will be final. These attacks are going to stop. One way or the other, they will not continue, and this Tom Riddle will stand before me to face the justice that awaits him. Failing that, he will be hunted down like a dog, and his very existence will be wiped away. For those of you that follow him, I urge you to rethink your decision, because you might just meet the same fate. The Muggle Prime Minister will no longer stand for what is happening, and I will not see Britain being responsible for an irreparable breach of the Statute of Secrecy. That is why I am exercising my right to implement emergency laws that will become effective immediately." Albus was surprised by the decisiveness of the minister, and he leaned forward to listen to her closely. "As of now, the Aurors will be granted the powers to meet Tom Riddle and his followers with deadly force. It has been proven that they have no qualms in killing those trying to protect, and I will no longer see them inhibited by inaction." A displeased, worried murmuring came from some of those within the room. "Silence," Bagnold snapped. "This law will become retroactive as from 3 days ago, so any Auror who may or may not have used lethal force during the incident in Scunthorpe need not fear being punished for their actions. No, I am not interested in what your lawyer has to say, Lord Knott, so you may as well throw that file you are carrying on the fire. I will not be bribed, blackmailed, or intimidated by any, and unless you wish to draw considerable unwanted attention to yourself from here on out, I suggest you remain quiet." Knott, too, was taken aback by the countenance of the usually neutral minister. "In addition to this," Bagnold continued, "any and all suspected of being involved in the actions of Tom Riddle and his followers will be subjected to questioning under veritaserum by a panel selected by me. I will inform you of those individuals when they have been chosen." There were several concerned expressions to be seen around the chambers, and Albus took note of them. "I have only 2 more points to make," the minister announced tiredly. "Firstly, the upcoming Quidditch season will once more be postponed until further notice, and I am imposing a nationwide curfew for all magicals in Britain. Unless you have a valid reason for exemption, every man, woman, and child of magical Britain must return home by 9 p.m. There will be no negotiation on this. These restrictions will be lifted only when I am satisfied that it is safe to do so." "I have nothing further to say." Bagnold shot Albus a pointed look, and he cleared his throat once more. "Meeting adjourned," he declared. Minister Bagnold stormed from the room before she could be waylaid, and Albus could only shake his head. How she intended to police such drastic action remained to be seen, but he could not fault her decisiveness on the matter. Tom would certainly be displeased, but Albus was not foolish enough to believe that it would prevent from continuing. What it would do, however, was mitigate the casualties amongst the magical population, leaving only those actively participating in the fighting at risk of being killed. Well, that was clearly the intention of Millicent Bagnold, at least. What would come of it, Albus didn't know. Perhaps it would do some good, or maybe her measure would be seen as too draconian and only encourage more people to join Tom's cause. Break. The fallout from the destruction of Gringotts had been more widespread than Harry had anticipated. Having arrived in Paris early in the morning, he'd witnessed quite the significant protest by the members of the magical community here demanding the goblins allow them to retrieve their valuables from the vaults below. The bank, however, remained steadfastly closed to the public, and the scene had become rather ugly when the Aurors had arrived to disperse the furious crowd. According to the newspapers, the protests had been an almost daily occurrence in recent days, and with no reassurances from Laurent, the French were becoming impatient with the minister. That would only serve Harry in his own efforts. If Laurent was ousted, he would lose the protection of the French ministry, though to Harry, it didn't matter. The man would die regardless of what protection he had in place. That eventuality, however, was reserved for another day. Harry's target was not currently Laurent, but the woman posing as his wife. Dubois was something of an anomaly in the magical world. With most already believing her to be dead, her absence wouldn't be noticed other than by Laurent and his associates, which made the dangerous Dubois the perfect person to remove from the equation, something easier said than done. The duo were exceedingly careful when making public appearances together, and for the most part, Dubois remained hidden. Getting to her would be the biggest obstacle to overcome, but Harry was certain he would manage it. Without Dubois, the consortium would be less another member, bringing Harry one step closer to being rid of them entirely, and the truth of what happened to Amelia's parents. For now, there was little to be done until Harry found a way into the Laurent home, which he had been closely observing for the past several hours from beneath his cloak. He'd learned much in the short period of time. The two Aurors standing guard outside the entrance were relieved every 2 hours, and there were 4 other guards posted around the property. 6 in total, which was less than he'd expected. There would, of course, be other measures to contend with along the way, but Harry was confident that within the coming week, he would be rid of Dubois. He would strike when he knew Laurent was absent, likely when the man left for the office at 6 a.m. That would give him a considerable window in which to act, but until then, there was little else he could achieve here. Taking his leave of the area and walking a few additional miles to ensure his presence would be detected, he activated his portkey to return home. There was something else which required his attention this evening, something he'd put off for long enough. Over the past couple of days, there had been no real opportunity to speak with Amelia about what he wanted to. Both had been preoccupied with what had happened in Scunthorpe and waiting to hear news on Moody's condition. Despite the man being in relatively good spirits, the curse he'd been hit with was particularly nasty, and as the adrenaline of the fighting had worn off, he'd become quite ill. The healers had taken good care of him, and he was over the worst of the ordeal, though his nose had not been able to be salvaged. Once more, the man began to resemble the one Harry remembered from so many years prior, with the missing leg and a large chunk of the facial appendage missing. It was somewhat comforting to have something of his past returning, though he was not so eager for other parts of history to repeat themselves. Not that he would allow it. Releasing a deep breath as he crossed the length of the entrance hall of his home, he noted that Amelia was upstairs showering, and that Bart was stoking the fire in living room. "Master Harry, sir," the elf greeted him. "It's wonderful news, sir." "Wonderful news?" Harry asked. Bart nodded, and his ears flapped comically. He wasn't usually so animated, unless it came to something pertaining to the creatures he'd become so fond of. "Zelda, sir." "Zelda?" She got her wings back. Har's eyes widened at the revelation. "Where is she?" "She's in her room, and very excited to see you, sir." Harry all but sprinted up the stairs and opened the door to the den he'd created for the Akami. He'd lost count of how many years ago it was that he'd taken her from the rescue center, but he remembered it so vividly. She'd been so sad, and the color of her scales dull. Now, however, she looked like a new snake entirely. The bluish hue of her scales was vibrant, and resting along her back was a powerful, almost glowing pair of wings. Zelda hissed contentedly as she slithered towards him, and Harry laughed as she wrapped herself around his shoulders. She was still rather shy in nature, but had become more vocal the longer she'd been with him, and it seemed that the hard work and patience had finally paid off. Zelda was happy, and it was all that Harry could ask for. "How do you feel?" he asked. The snake only hissed in response, but it was one of confidence and gratitude. Harry chuckled as he petted her head fondly. She had steadily grown more independent throughout the months she'd been here, and could often be found harassing the Thestrals and hippogriffs in the paddock. To see her so vibrant warmed Harry's heart, and he was so proud of how far she'd come when he'd never been certain she would truly recover from all that she had endured. "What's going on?" Amelia asked worriedly. "I heard hissing." She was wearing only a towel, and her thick, red hair was still wet from where she'd been showering. "Look at her," Harry urged. Amelia smiled at the sight of the snake and ran a finger down the scales on Zelda's neck. "She looks amazing." Harry nodded his agreement as he took in the splendor, and Zelda rubbed her head against him affectionately. "Would you like to test your wings?" he asked. The snake hissed gently, and Harry carried her from her room and into the kitchen, where he opened the door leading to the grounds. Without hesitation, she uncoiled herself from around his neck and took off, flapping her wings to take to the air. Harry watched as she flew laps around the perimeter of the property, beaming at the noises of contentment she made. "I'm just glad to see you smile again." Amelia's voice pulled him from his observations, and he turned to find that she'd gotten dressed in a set of his pajamas, which had become the norm. He shook his head amusedly as she quirked an eyebrow at him. "I didn't say anything," he defended. "You were going to." "No, I wasn't." Amelia hummed as she wrapped her arms around his neck. "What's bothering you, Harry?" she asked worriedly. "I know the war." He shook his head to cut her off. "The war is nothing new to me," he snorted. "Then what is it?" "Something that isn't so familiar," he murmured. "There's not much that makes me nervous these days, but there's something." Amelia frowned but said nothing, and Harry released a deep breath. "I spoke to your brother." "My brother? Why?" "To see if he would give me permission to marry you." He couldn't bring himself to look at her reaction to what he'd said. "Marry me?" Amelia whispered after a moment of seemingly letting his words sink in. "What did he say?" She sounded as nervous as Harry felt, and though it was not so easy, he managed to finally meet her gaze. "What do you think he said?" "Well, if he said no, I'll." Harry chuckled amusedly at the fiery response. "He didn't," he assured her as he removed a small box from within his robes. "I've been trying to find the perfect time to do this and think of something creative and brilliant to ask you. But when I think of everything we've been through since we met, there's not anything left. We've hunted werewolves." "Fought Riddle," Amelia murmured as she eyed the box. "And that," Harry confirmed. "I really don't know what I'm doing here, but I know that this is what I want, and I hope you do too." This wasn't going exactly as he'd intended, but given that such a thing was so far out of his comfort zone, Harry was just pleased he wasn't fumbling his words too much. "I do," Amelia replied sincerely. It was a sense of relief like no other that washed over Harry, and Amelia positively beamed as he placed the ring on her finger. He knew her well enough to know that she wouldn't want anything gaudy or too extravagant, so he'd chosen a gold band adorned with a simple diamond. Amelia seemed to like it, and she stared at the ring on her finger for several moments to get used to it before wrapping her arms around his neck once more. "So it's a yes then?" Harry asked. Amelia nodded. "Did you really think I would say no?" Harry shrugged. "You might have." He could feel her roll her eyes. "Idiot," she sighed contently. "Come on, it's cold out here, and I'm only wearing my pajamas." "My pajamas," Harry corrected. Amelia shook her head. "If we're getting married, you have to get used to knowing that whatever is yours is mine." "Is that right?" Amelia nodded as she grinned. "Don't worry, Jameson. I'm not so difficult to keep happy. Just share your pajamas with me and everything will be fine. I've been sharing my pajamas with you for the past 5 years. Then it's not anything new, Amelia quipped. For some time, they simply sat in front of the fire, where Amelia's gaze would constantly flitter towards the ring she now wore. You know, it's not just going to vanish, Harry chuckled. I'm just getting used to it, or coming to terms with my fate. Coming to terms with it. Amelia nodded. You're not the easiest person to tolerate, Jameson, she pointed out. You're a troublemaker, you're stubborn, and you always find yourself caught up in some mischief. That's true, Harry conceded. Strangely, they are some of my favorite things about you. Well, that bodes well for our future. Amelia hummed, but the smile didn't leave her lips as she continued to eye the ring fondly. And in other news, Minister of Magic Fernando Espinosa is in critical condition after an attempted assassination was made in Madrid today. One person remains in custody. Harry sat up suddenly as he heard the announcement from the wireless and released a deep groan. What is it? Amelia asked worriedly. Harry shook his head. You know, it's a good thing that you find my proclivity for getting into trouble quite endearing. Why? Amelia asked with a frown. Because I'm about to cause a lot of it, he sighed as he stood. The assassination attempt. Harry nodded. Espinosa is one of those involved in the group, he reminded Amelia, and someone clearly got too zealous. Bloody hell, I'd best get going. I can't see the Spanish being happy about this, but then again, some will be pissed that she failed. I'll keep you updated. With that, he sent off a patroness before readying himself and taking his leave, wondering why nothing could just go smoothly. Cassiopeia had gotten herself caught. How it had happened, Harry didn't know, but it was now down to him to ensure she got out of there, and he didn't have much time to do it. Break. Madrid, as ever, was a hive of activity. With the dozens of museums, milder weather, and selection of fresh food, people flocked to the city year-round, and despite it being October, today was no different. Cassiopeia sipped her coffee as she observed the comings and goings of the wizarding market in the magical district, watching Espinosa as he went about his business, flanked by 4 aurors. She watched as he visited the local wandmaker, an apothecary, and even a few bookstores. By the time that man had finished browsing, it was nearing lunchtime. I think we will go to Rosita's today, Espinosa declared with a smile. What about getting treats for George? Ah, thank you for reminding me, Gerard. We will get the treats first. The small group wandered to a nearby pet store, and the moment they were out of sight, Cassiopeia quickly located the restaurant Espinosa had mentioned. It turned out to be more of an intimate diner, and as she entered, she found that the place had just opened. Welcome! An older woman greeted her with a smile, only for her eyes to widen briefly as Cassiopeia stunned her with a nimble flick of her wand. Acting quickly, she dragged the woman into a nearby cold store and tied her up before removing a single hair from her head and transfiguring her own robes to match the uniform she wore. Adding the hair to a measure of polyjuice potion completed her transformation just as she heard the bell, signifying the arrival of a customer. It was a relief to see Espinosa, and the man greeted her with a beaming smile, taking Cassiopeia's hands and placing a kiss on each of her cheeks. Rosita, he said fondly, we will have 5 of your delicious omelets when you are ready. Of course, Cassiopeia replied. Espinosa and his entourage took a seat, and she headed into the kitchen to ponder her next move. With the minister all but at her mercy, she could pick her moment, but Cassiopeia saw no reason to delay the inevitable, and with the diner only playing host to Espinosa, the sooner she killed him, the better. Having no idea how Rosita made her omelets, Cassiopeia did what she could using the ingredients at hand. She'd never been much of a cook, but it didn't matter. The eggs only needed to look the part. Finishing up in the kitchen, she re-entered the dining area and placed the 5 plates on the table. As she stepped away, the moment to act presented itself. Whipping her wand upwards, she unleashed a vicious curse, and though Espinosa instinctively turned his head to avoid it, the spell still cut deeply into his neck. What Cassiopeia had not expected, however, was that she would immediately be surrounded by more than a dozen Aurors as they removed their invisibility cloaks. 4 would have been a difficult task, but she'd been confident she'd be able to hold them off long enough to make her escape. With so many wands pointed at her, however, she didn't even have time to attempt to activate her portkey before darkness took her. With how many stunning spells she'd been hit by, Cassiopeia was lucky to be alive, let alone feeling as though a stampede of hippogriffs had trampled her. Still, the dark room she found herself within was spinning wildly, and it was all she could do to not throw up from the sickness she felt. Cassiopeia didn't know how long she remained there secured to a chair, but soon enough, she heard the sound of approaching feet, and the sudden influx of light pouring in from the corridor only made her more nauseous. "Tell us how to reverse the curse," a masculine voice demanded. Cassiopeia cackled in response. "No, I do not think I will," she replied. "My job is done." She recoiled as she was struck with the back of the man's hand and spat the resulting mouthful of blood at his feet. "Tell us." Cassiopeia shook her head. "The more you harm me, the less likely I am to help you," she said with a grin. "Or we will harm you until you speak." "You could," Cassiopeia said thoughtfully, "but you will not break me, and your minister will die anyway. He has probably a day or so at the very most. It all depends on how strong he is. You should think about that. Now, I would really appreciate a coffee, and don't attempt to lace it with anything. I can assure you, I have quite the immunity to Veritaserum." The man growled frustratedly and slammed the door behind him as he exited. Straining her ears to listen to the hushed conversation taking place outside the room, Cassiopeia grinned as she heard her family name mentioned. It was good that they knew who she was. Despite their differences, Arcturus would not allow anything that happened to her to go unpunished. Still, her position was not favorable, and unless she could come up with something to see her way out, it appeared as though this could well be the end of the road for her. Break. It was not often that Grindelwald cursed, but he did so as he paced back and forth across the width of his cell, contemplating what it was he had learned. It is not like her to be careless enough to get caught. "Well, she did," Harry sighed. "Is there anything you can tell me that might be useful?" Gellert shook his head. "Espinosa comes across as someone quite clueless, but he is anything but. He's as shrewd and as cunning as they come, so you have to expect just about anything from him." Harry nodded his understanding. "I thought Gringotts was bad. Taking on the entirety of the Spanish government is something else." "Well, if there's anyone who can do it, I suspect it is the two of you." Harry snorted as he turned towards Evans. He'd considered informing Arcturus Black of what had happened, but that would entail disclosing much more than he was comfortable with. No, he and the other Harry would have to manage, just as they had in Paris. "Come on, it will be a fun day out," Evans snorted humorlessly, clapping him on the shoulder. Harry chuckled. "I wouldn't go that far, but we can't leave her there." "We can't," the other Harry agreed rather reluctantly. "Shall we?" Harry nodded. "Let's go." Chapter 53. There was an undeniable sense of anticipation in the air throughout the city, and as Harry waited for word from Evans, it only seemed to grow with each passing moment. The assassination attempt on Espinosa had been made known to the public, but the status of his condition remained a mystery. Harry did not know Cassiopeia well, but she'd never given the impression of doing anything by a half measure, so it was likely that Espinosa would be dead soon enough, which meant they truly needed to act quickly before the task ahead of them became more difficult. "What did you discover?" Harry asked quietly as Evans returned, gently nudging him from beneath his own cloak. "She's being held in the lower levels of the ministry," he explained, high breathing labored. "As expected," Harry murmured. "Are you all right?" "I'm pushing the boundaries of the vow," the other Harry answered. "I'm not sure how much help I can be." Harry nodded his understanding. "Well, if you focus on getting Cassiopeia out, I will do the rest," he assured the man. Sounds like a plan, Evans replied. How do you want to approach this? I say we get in and out as fast as we can. If I'm right in thinking that Espinosa will soon be dead, we can't afford to linger, and the more likely he is to die, the more desperate they will become to see if there's anything that can be done to save him. The other Harry hummed unhappily. Bloody hell, he cursed. What do we call this one? Operation out of the frying pan and into the fire. Harry snorted amusedly. It does have a certain ring to it, he mused aloud. Come on, I don't plan on dying here. Spain isn't so bad, the other Harry pointed out. It's not, but I have too much to do before that day comes. Besides, Amelia would only dig me up just to kill me again. He could feel the other Harry grimace beneath his cloak. Yeah, let's not die today, he agreed. Come on, time to tempt fate again, I suppose. Break. She watched as her tormentor paced back and forth in front of her, pleased that she was continuing to frustrate him. Despite his best efforts, Cassiopeia refused to speak, and knowing that if he went too far in causing her harm, she wouldn't be able to tell him what he wanted to hear, he'd been reticent to do so. What do you want? He snapped irritably. What is it going to take for you to tell me how to reverse what you did? Cassiopeia laughed. There is nothing I want from you, she answered. Espinosa is going to die. You should just accept it and move on. The man growled before kicking one of the other chairs across the room before drawing his wand. He pressed the tip of it painfully into Cassiopeia's neck before unleashing a roar of anger. I would love to slit your throat. Then just get it over with, Cassiopeia sighed. This is really getting quite boring. Maybe I will, the man muttered. If the minister dies, I can do with you whatever I wish. Cassiopeia hummed. I look forward to it, she goaded. He stuck her across the face with an open hand and raised it to strike her again, only to pause as the floor began to tremble. Only a few seconds later, a screeching alarm began to blare, and the man looked around worriedly. I did tell you I wasn't alone, Cassiopeia cackled amusedly. I expect I'll hear you screaming in the coming moments. The man laughed. If anyone has been foolish enough to come to your aid, it won't be my screams you are hearing. Every Auror in the country will be here in a matter of seconds. Then every Auror in the country will be dead soon enough. The man's expression shifted to one of concern, and he left the room in a hurry, slamming the door behind him. Cassiopeia released a staggered breath as she leaned forward in her chair. She was too old to be treated in such a way, and it had taken its toll on her. In truth, she didn't know what had caused the alarm. She didn't expect anyone to be coming for her, but given the activity she could hear coming from above, she felt a little hope that they indeed had. Break. Navigating his way through the spellfire without falling victim to an errant curse was no easy feat, and with the laughter of Jameson ringing in his ears as the man fought off those within the Spanish Ministry of Magic, Harry realized just how ridiculous what they were attempting was. The other Harry, he realized, was much like he'd been when he was younger, reckless to a degree, brilliant, and exceedingly creative when it came to his spell work. Conjuring dozens of snakes to harass the workers was quite the stroke of genius, but blowing up almost half of the atrium. Harry shook his head, choosing to focus on his own task rather than the mindset of his companion, who was having too much fun for his liking. Still, he couldn't deny that he was quite enjoying the experience himself. When they'd broken into Gringotts, he'd not been able to enjoy it as much, but now it was something akin to what his life had been like when he'd become a hit wizard so many years ago. Department of Magical Law Enforcement, he murmured, stepping aside as a lone, large man barreled from the corridor in a bid to make it to the atrium. Well, whatever would be left of it when he arrived. Harry wouldn't put it past Jameson to bring the entire building down on their heads, if necessary. Once more, he cleared his mind of such thoughts. Cassiopeia Black was nearby after all, and he could feel her presence growing stronger the further he delved into the depths of the ministry. Although it took a few wrong turns in the labyrinth of corridors and entering a utility cupboard to find her, he eventually found a door guarded by two men. Just the very notion of attacking the two guards made his chest constrict painfully. But if they were to attack him first? Shaking his head, he released a deep breath before removing the cloak. "Hello," he greeted them with a smile. For the briefest of moments, the two men stared at him with their mouths agape before eventually sending a pair of stunning spells towards him. Harry deftly swept them aside and shook his head. "You really shouldn't have done that," he chided as he whipped his wand upwards. The floor between them was torn upwards, and though the two men attempted to prevent what was happening, their efforts proved to be in vain. They were buried under the rubble, and for good measure, Harry cast a powerful shield above where they lay to prevent them from escaping. With the area now clear, he set about the task of unlocking the door the duo had been guarding. And as he entered, it was to the sorry sight of a pale and beaten Cassiopeia Black, who merely glared at him irritably. "You know, I didn't ask for your help," she huffed as Harry undid the bindings holding her to the chair. "True, but you didn't say you don't want it," he pointed out. "Come on, old girl, I think you're a complete nutter, but I won't have your death on my conscience, especially if it isn't me that gets to put you in the ground." "In your dreams, Evans," Cassiopeia snorted. "Ah, so you are a seer," Harry mocked. "I can tell you that I've dreamed about it more than once, but if you really want to, we can kill each other later. For now, I want to get home. My wife brought some of my favorite ice cream this morning, and I have no intention of dying before I get my fair share." Cassiopeia rolled her eyes at him as he helped her from the chair. "Do you always crack jokes? Have you always been a humorless old cow?" "I have." "Why doesn't that surprise me?" Harry huffed, steadying the woman as she stumbled. "Can you walk?" "Yes." "Can you walk quickly?" Cassiopeia glared at him, and Harry cursed under his breath as he hoisted her into his arms. "Put me down, Evans," she protested. "Oh, shut up," Harry grumbled as he carried her from the room and down the corridor. She continued to complain, but Harry ignored her as he tried to find his way back towards the atrium, where the sound of distant explosions and fighting continued to emit. "Jameson?" Cassiopeia asked. "Who else?" Harry snorted amusedly. "You know, the two of you are quite insane." "You should be grateful for that," Harry quipped. "If we weren't, you'd still be chained up." "True," the woman conceded irritably. "Good grief," Harry scoffed as they reached the atrium. What had been a room of splendor and opulence, when they'd arrived appeared as though it had been hit with a bomb. The marble floors and walls had been torn asunder, and not a single pane of glass from the offices above remained intact. Amongst the chaos and destruction was Harry Jameson, his wand a blur as he fended off those who had come to intercept them. Already, there were several he'd rendered unconscious, but it was not a fight he could continue in perpetuity, and Cassiopeia was certainly in no fit state to assist him. All of her weight was on Harry, and she was bereft of a wand. "I think it's time for us to get out of here," Harry decided, grimacing as what appeared to be a clerk was sent skidding through the shards of marble. "How do you plan on getting us out of here?" Cassiopeia asked. Harry felt a grin tugging at the corner of his lips. "Oh, you're going to love this," he replied. "Just watch." The woman said nothing as Harry continued to all but carry her around the edge of the atrium, and he was grateful that they made it close to the exit before a troubling disturbance could be felt from beneath them. "What is that?" Cassiopeia demanded to know. "Our way out." "What did you do?" Harry grinned as the trembling continued to grow. "I might have had a hand in it. Best hold on tight, this could get unsettling." Before Cassiopeia could protest, the other Harry was sprinting towards them as he continued to fend off the Spaniards attempting to apprehend or kill him. "We need to get far enough away to Portkey," he called over the din. "Leave it to me." Aiming his own wand towards the ceiling, Harry fired a blasting curse, punching a hole in which they could escape. As the dust finally began to settle, the second part of his plan came into effect, and the floor erupted in a geyser of water, spewing through the hole he'd created. "Evans, don't you think about it," Cassiopeia warned as he began sprinting towards it. "EVANS." Anything else she may have said was lost, as the trio were swept into the current, and Harry used his wand to manipulate the flow of water so that it would carry them through the streets of Madrid and away from the Ministry of Magic. He'd never done anything like this on such a grand scale, but he cheered jubilantly from within the bubble he'd conjured around his head. Cassiopeia glared at him from her own, and Jameson continued to scan for any threat, though Harry suspected that they were in the clear. It wasn't as though any Auror handbook provided instructions on how to halt such a powerful flow of water, especially one with 3 powerful wizards within. Still, despite quite enjoying himself, it was not time to dawdle, and when Harry was confident they had gotten far enough away from the center of the Spanish capital, he took hold of Cassiopeia and activated the portkey Jameson had given him. Much to his relief, their departure was not hindered by any magical protections, and only a moment later, he found himself in the basement of his counterpart, breathing heavily from the exertion. "You stupid swine," Cassiopeia gasped. "You could have damned well drowned us." Harry laughed, as did Jameson, who stood, sopping wet but highly amused. "That's got to be the most fun I've had in a while," he declared gleefully. "Can we do it again?" "The pair of you need your heads looking at," Cassiopeia huffed. "We got you out of there, didn't we?" The woman conceded the point with a nod, though she remained rather unhappy with them both. "Come on," Jameson urged, helping her to her feet. "We will get you patched up and I will take you wherever you want to go. Are you fine to inform those who need to be?" Harry nodded reluctantly, and Jameson clapped him on the shoulder. "We make quite the team." "We do," Harry agreed. "Just imagine what we could do if we decided to not to help damsels in distress." "Damsel in distress," Cassiopeia growled. "I'll give you." Whatever she said next, Harry didn't hear. He took the opportunity to leave Jameson's home, eager to be done with what he'd been asked to do so that he could return home to his wife. And the ice cream that waited for him. He hadn't forgotten about that. "Break." The Dark Lord tapped his finger on top of the desk he was sitting behind, pondering the most recent outing of his forces in Scunthorpe. Only 6 Aurors had been killed, and he'd lost almost 24 giants, and more followers than he cared to count, including Evan Rosier. Although their efforts had been largely successful, what followed was rather troubling. Bagnold, the newly minted minister, was pulling no punches. Where Leech had been reluctant to take any decisive action against the Dark Lord, Bagnold evidently was not, and as Lord Voldemort read through the list of the measures the woman had put in place, he could only nod his begrudging respect. Still, he would not be deterred from continuing on the path he was treading. Of course, he would need to be cautious, implement his own measures to ensure his continued success, but he could not deny that such a response was quite troubling. Nott had already voiced his concerns, as had several others. Assuaging them had not been easy, but their plans would proceed without delay, even if there were more opposition to overcome than he'd initially thought. "Who were the men in the gray robes?" Avery asked. "I do not know," the Dark Lord answered. "It was them who killed the majority of the giants, and they tore through our men with ease. They're good, my lord, better than most on our side." "They will be dealt with, Avery," Voldemort assured the man. He was at a loss as to who these men could be. The Dark Lord had viewed several memories of what had transpired from some of his followers, but he was no closer to identifying them. The robes they wore concealed their faces, but it quickly became evident they were trained and familiar with one another. It was another obstacle the Dark Lord could do without, and having faced off with the serpent, the last thing he needed was more difficult opposition. It was a frustrating development, and one he would need to be prepared for the next time his followers ventured out. Until then, Voldemort knew he needed to use whatever advantages he could seize, and fortunately for him, the memories he'd viewed had provided him with ample information on those who opposed him. The robed men had been clever in concealing their identities, but Dumbledore's group had done no such thing, and it would prove to be to their detriment. Not a word. The man entered the room only a moment later and offered him a bow. "What can I do for you, my lord?" The Dark Lord leaned back in his chair. I need information, he said thoughtfully. There is a man I wish for you to locate. Break. He'd not been able to rest, nor distract his mind. Gellert had spent the past hours packing back and forth in his cell, wondering if Evans and Jameson had been successful in their efforts. Cassiopeia had been the one constant in his life over the past decades, and he had come to care for the woman dearly. In truth, Gellert would be rather distraught if she were to come to any harm, especially because helping him was the reason she'd been captured. It was a sense of trepidation that filled him as a single set of footsteps began echoing off the walls, and he swallowed deeply at the lone figure of Harry Evans as he approached the cell. The man's expression gave nothing away, but he looked to be rather tired. Is she? Evans offered him a reassuring nod. We got her, he confirmed, and Gellert breathed a deep sigh of relief. She is mostly unharmed. Jameson is seeing to her now, and he will take her somewhere safe. Gellert nodded his understanding and took a seat on the edge of his bed to simply revel in the news that Cassiopeia had been retrieved, by one of his most notorious foes, at least. Was it difficult to get her? Evans snorted amusedly. It certainly wasn't easy, he sighed. She was being held in the Spanish ministry, but we managed it. I expect our escapade will make for some interesting news stories. It wasn't a quiet affair then. Evans shook his head. No, we felt it best to get her out as quickly as possible. We made quite a mess. Gellert chuckled, not having expected anything less of the two men. He was grateful for what they'd done, and even more so that he'd not found himself facing both during the years he'd been making waves on the continent. Gellert had accumulated an enviable roster of foes throughout his rise, but none more formidable than the man standing before him. Had he not managed to halt the Serpent's efforts against him, the war could well have ended rather differently for him. Thank you, Evans, Gellert offered sincerely. For getting her, we may never have seen eye to eye when things were different, but I am grateful for you and Jameson. I don't expect us to just let bygones be bygones, but I appreciate what you've done. Evans nodded. We're very different people and believe in different things, but right now, we are fighting for the same end. That's good enough for me. With that, he turned to leave, though he paused as he reached the end of the corridor. Maybe I'll bring you a few articles on what we did, he said amusedly. I'm sure you'll get a kick out of it. I'm sure I will, Gellert replied. I'm sure I will. Break. She looked towards the clock as she entered the office. Harry had not returned before she left for work, and Amelia was worried. It wasn't that it was unlike him to leave suddenly, but the announcement on the radio had prompted him, which meant he was likely doing something reckless involving the Spanish government. Amelia could only shake her head. Morning, Bones, Alistair greeted her gruffly, his smile twisting his newest scar into something most would consider to be a rather sinister expression. Moody, she replied tiredly. You're already back. I've spent long enough sitting on my arse since I lost my leg. And most of your nose. Alistair snorted amusedly, and he stilled, his eyes widening as he pointed at Amelia's finger. Are you? Amelia nodded, unable to prevent herself from smiling. He asked you to marry him. No, he just put the ring on whilst I was sleeping and claimed me as spoils of a conquest. Moody snorted amusedly. The two of you are perfect for one another, he sighed. He's rubbed off on you. He has, Amelia agreed. I'm not sure whether that is a bad thing. Could be. Alistair chuckled. He does tend to get himself into trouble, but then again, so do you. Not intentionally, Amelia pointed out. Harry seems to enjoy being in trouble. He does his best work when he is. Amelia nodded, her gaze drifting towards the clock once more. It was a little before midnight that Harry had left, and it was nearing 9 am now. Merlin, it's not just our country going to pot, Kingsley sighed as he joined them. Spain isn't doing so well. Seems like the minister might croak. You haven't heard the latest, Kingsley asked. It's all over the radio. Amelia, immediately tapped the wireless on her desk with her wand. She often listened to it if she was working late and wanted some background noise when she was completing paperwork. "We ask that any witnesses come forward." That was the voice of internal affairs at the Ministry of Magic in Spain. Minister Espinosa remains in critical condition, and 2 men are wanted in connection to an incident at the ministry which saw widespread destruction of the building and the escape of a prisoner. We will have more after this beautiful ballad from Stubby Boardman. Amelia could only stare at the wireless as the soulful tune began to play. It didn't take much time for her to deduce that Harry, and likely the other Harry, were responsible for what had happened. She knew that the Spanish minister was involved with the other countries who had been associated with Grindelwald, but why would Harry take such a risk to free a prisoner unless a linger had been captured, though Amelia had her doubts. The woman would not be so foolish to put herself in such a reckless position after what happened in Paris. So, who had they broken free? Amelia didn't know, but she took comfort in the knowledge that Harry had escaped from whatever he'd gotten himself caught up in this time. "Something you want to tell us, Bones?" Alistair asked with a smirk. Amelia shook her head. "I wouldn't even know where to begin," she murmured. "Break." Sebastian paced back and forth in the meeting room of the French ministry, unable to believe how such a drastic turn had been allowed to happen in recent months. Both Braz and Fontaine were dead, the former out of precaution, but not his Belgian counterpart. The man had been murdered in his office in cold blood, and now Espinosa was on the cusp of his own demise. "How," he asked the others who had gathered, "how has this happened?" "Because someone knew too much and used it against us," Abernathy answered. The man seemed rather unperturbed by the entire affair, and his demeanor elicited a frown from Sebastian. "What of Espinosa? Do we even know anything?" "He was cursed," Abernathy explained. "An assassination attempt was made by someone posing as a local restaurateur. They were apprehended by Espinosa's team. And then damned well broken out by 2 men. I think we know who they were." "Jameson and Evans," Abernathy acknowledged. "It was a rather bold move." "One that should have failed," Sebastian snapped irritably. "How did they manage it?" "Because they are both exceedingly gifted and ruthless," Manon interjected. She'd been rather pensive since she'd learned of the death of her nephew, and Sebastian had no doubt the woman was plotting. He could only nod his agreement with her observation. "They have done too much damage," he declared. "It seems as though somehow they are coming for each of us. Something must be done." "And what do you suggest?" Abernathy questioned. Sebastian shrugged. "We could use the ICW resources," Berg offered. "We could have the hit wizards hunt them down. And risk them being taken in alive and telling what they know." "Do they have any proof?" Sebastian snorted humorlessly. "My friend, they are stalking us from the shadows. They may have little evidence, but they have enough to risk their lives coming for us. Why?" He'd been pondering that very notion for weeks now. Why would Jameson go to such lengths to come for them? It made little sense when he seemingly had nothing to gain from the venture. "Then we pool our resources," Abernathy spoke, pulling Sebastian from his thoughts. "We come together to eliminate them once and for all." Sebastian nodded. "I believe it is our only option," he murmured. "And from here on out we must be on our guard. Look around. Our numbers are quickly dwindling. If Espinosa dies—" "When he dies," Abernathy interjected, "let us not hold on to any illusion that he will live. I expect his days are numbered to very few." Sebastian swallowed deeply. "When Espinosa dies, our power will be lessened. We cannot afford to lose any more of us." "And we won't," Abernathy assured him. "I have already instructed my very best men to begin the hunt. Both will be dead soon enough." "What if they fail?" Abernathy smirked as he shook his head. "My men do not fail, Laurent. There is not a place that they can hide. My men will get the job done." "As will mine," Berg declared. "I will have them stateside in only a few hours." "And mine," Sebastian offered. Abernathy nodded as he stood. "All of them," he said. his gaze sweeping across those gathered. "We must all send our men, but we must plan this carefully. There can be no more mistakes." With that, he left the room, and the others began talking amongst themselves. Sebastian, although bolstered by the support of his companions, was nervous. Nothing they had done thus far had been truly successful, and he could not help but think that something would go amiss in the endeavor. To that end, he began to ponder how he could survive the coming storm. Despite enjoying the power the group wielded as a collective, he much preferred a scenario that he lived to see his way past what was unfolding around him. Break. The entire building trembled as he cast his first spell, a blasting curse that tore chunks of marble and mortar from the wall, burying a trio of aurors passing through the atrium. A mere second of shocked silence followed before the inevitable panic ensued. Most ran for the exits, but others chose to remain behind and fight. "Secure the prisoner," a large man in black robes instructed, rallying those around him into something resembling a fighting force. The majority were not aurors, and seemed to be comprised mostly of maintenance workers and even some members of the public. Harry did not wish to harm the innocents, nor anyone not an enemy of his, but he would not hesitate to do what was necessary to ensure he was able to leave the Spanish ministry with Cassiopeia secured and himself as uninjured as possible. "Dolly is with her," one of the aurors informed the man, seemingly taking the lead in defending the ministry. "Not for long," the man growled. "Get down there." Two aurors tried to follow in Evan's footsteps, only to be forced to flee as another spell slammed into the wall next to the door they were sprinting towards. More marble exploded, sending the men sprawling. There, Harry deftly diverted the spell sent towards him, and he quickly found himself inundated with further attacks. As outnumbered as he was, he knew that chaos would be his greatest ally, and instead of targeting the men and women attempting to apprehend him, he decided to use the environment to his advantage. Shielding and dodging spells when needed, Harry began destroying the floor, doors, and windows surrounding him, whipping up the debris in a frenzy of sharp and blunt projectiles to keep his attackers on the defensive. It was a useful tactic to use when outmanned, and it was something he'd invested much time into perfecting. It had certainly come in useful over the years, as it was in this moment. Whilst being pelted with the debris, the ministry workers struggled to mount any offense, and though Harry felt comfortable holding them off, he was aware he could not do so permanently. Something would have to give, and with the numbers stacked against him so heavily, he hoped that Evans would hurry in retrieving Cassiopeia. As confident as he was in his ability, he did not wish to push his luck. Much to his relief, they emerged from the depths of the ministry, though not before Harry had all but destroyed the atrium and much of the rest of the building. He shook his head as he relived the moments of madness. The venture could have gone so wrong, but thankfully it had not, and Harry had made it back to Britain in time to patch Cassiopeia up, arrange a portkey for her, and make it to Hogwarts to teach his first lesson of the day. He was tired, but he had a few other things to complete before the day was over. Harry watched as Bellatrix set about the task of undoing the curses he had imbued into the block of wood he'd placed before her, fighting the urge to smirk as her nostrils flared in frustration. Despite everything else happening in his life outside of Hogwarts, he could not be prouder of the young woman. Her introduction into teaching had been something of a reality check for her, but Bellatrix was truly beginning to thrive in every task she was set. If only everything else could be so easy. With how quickly things were moving against the representatives of the ICW, it was difficult to remain focused on the pressing issue that was Tom Riddle. Although he, by no means, presented the same threat as those on the continent, he remained an irksome obstacle Harry could do without, and one he needed to be more proactive in dealing with. It simply would not do to leave the man to continue as he was, and he intended to begin the ending of the Dark Lord who'd somehow plagued him for most of his life imminently. Riddle's power and influence needed to be mitigated, and fortunately for Harry, he knew exactly who he needed to deal with to ensure that happened quickly, and with a little luck, efficiently. He did not wish to waste any more time when it came to the Dark Lord. The same, however, could not be said for his enemies on the continent. Although their numbers had been reduced, the most dangerous of them yet remained, and Harry was not taking the influence and power they wielded for granted. Spain had been both a dangerous and foolish undertaking, but one that had been necessary. He needed to be more careful and had no intention of finding himself in such a situation again, though he knew it was all but inevitable. "Is it actually possible to undo this?" Bellatrix snapped, pulling him from his thoughts. "It is," Harry confirmed with a chuckle, "but I don't expect you'll be ready to do it just yet. There is much more to learn before then." "So, why did you let me try?" "Because sometimes it is good to be reminded that despite how brilliant you are, there are things that will always stump you." "Even you?" "Even me," Harry answered with a smile. "Now, I have some feedback for you from the assignment you returned last week," he explained, handing the woman a roll of parchment. She read it carefully and frowned when she was finished. "Exceeds expectations." Harry nodded. "You exceeded my expectations," he confirmed. "You work on flesh-eating curses is as good as it gets." "So, why didn't I get an outstanding?" "To get an outstanding at this level, Bella, you must come up with something new, something innovative on the subject you are studying. Although you argued your observations expertly, you still relied on the work of others. There is nothing wrong with that, but becoming a master means that you are able to create your own theories, your own spells, and your own defenses. I am not chastising you in any way. The work you submitted is brilliant, but I need more from you. Do you understand?" Bellatrix nodded thoughtfully. "I think so," she murmured. Harry offered her a smile. "I'll tell you what, why don't you give me a subject, and I will write an example of what I would like from you. That way, you can see for yourself what I mean." "That would be really helpful." "Then I will do it," Harry declared. "What would you like me to write?" Bellatrix frowned as she pondered it. "Could you write an example on concealment charms?" "I can," Harry confirmed as he looked towards the clock. "I will have it done by the end of the week, and then we can go through it together." It was getting late, and there were things he needed to begin looking into. Unfortunately, Voldemort wouldn't simply die. With his enemies on the continent likely licking their wounds and plotting their next move, he had a small window that he intended to use. "Thank you," Bellatrix offered appreciatively as she gathered her things. "Oh, did you manage to propose to the lovely Miss Bones?" "I did," Harry confirmed with a smile. "It didn't exactly go as I intended, but she agreed to marry me." "Poor woman," Bellatrix replied with a grin. "I expect an invite. I think I helped enough to deserve it." "You did." "Good," the woman declared as she made her way to the door. "Congratulations, Professor." She left, and Harry began preparing for his own departure from the castle. Having already gathered the diadem and Slytherin's locket from the cave, there was only one other he had an inkling about where he could find it. He remembered the blackened hand of the headmaster after his own venture, but Harry was not foolish enough to put the ring on. He didn't share the same desire for the Hallows that Dumbledore had, after all. Checking the clock once more, he took his leave of the castle, certain he could retrieve the ring and make it home before Amelia would be finished for the day. Well, that was if everything went according to plan, which, in his experience, was scarcely the case. "Break. I see that you are no worse for wear." Cassiopeia frowned at the smirking man and rolled her eyes at him. "It will take more than a greasy Spaniard to get the better of me," she declared. Gellert chuckled as he shook his head. "I'm just grateful to see you alive and well," he said fondly, "and that our new comrades managed to get you out. I do not know how my pride will ever recover." "Is your pride worth your life, Cassiopeia?" The woman shrugged. "It might well be when it comes to him." Gellert released a deep sigh. "He is undoing a mess that I created, and it is much better to not find yourself on his side than against him. I still don't see how they can manage it. Espinosa, Braz, and Fontaine are one thing, but the others." "I know," Gellert murmured thoughtfully. "I have every faith in them, but it is not easy. I do not believe they have fully grasped what it is they are facing just yet. Even after his farm was destroyed, Jameson has not seen anything yet. Cassiopeia nodded. So what do we do? Gellert frowned as he peered out of the window. There is someone who may be able to help. You don't mean? I do, Gellert said gravely. Where would we even find him? You have to make him want to find you, Gellert chuckled humorlessly. I've not seen him since I was locked up, but I have no doubt he is monitoring things. He is always monitoring things. So, how do I get him to find me? My dear, I would not know where to begin in understanding how he works, but I expect if you leave a sign, he will find it. From there, I suppose it is his decision on whether or not he chooses to find you. Chapter 54. What remained of the gaunt shack was pitiful at best, but the familiar magic Harry could sense protecting the place was sinister and oozed malicious intent. This is all that remained of the Slytherin legacy. It was a tragic tale, the decline of the Slytherin legacy. Once a family of power and influence, it had succumbed to the ravages of time. Generations of inbreeding, the squandering of wealth, and the descent into madness had reduced it to a mere shadow of its former self. It had, and all that was left was a dilapidated shack and a megalomaniac who would soon perish. Crossing the threshold of the property with his wand drawn, Harry readied himself for whatever lay within. He knew where to find the ring and the unpleasant, withering curse it had been imbued with, but Dumbledore, as ever, had not gone into detail about what other unpleasant surprises awaited anyone who came here. Still, Harry had made his living by venturing into places most dared not, and this would be no different. He was surprised, however, that Tom had chosen this place to hide one of his Horcruxes, given that his identity was known. If anything, it served as a reminder of just how egotistical the man was, and how untouchable he believed himself to be. Harry had already proven that he wasn't such, and he would do so again in due course. For now, his focus was on retrieving the fragment of soul hidden here, but he looked forward to the day that Tom Riddle was no more, in body and in spirit. Reaching the front door, he idly acknowledged the decomposed remains of a snake that had been nailed to it, a threat or perhaps a warning. Undeterred, he pushed it open, and the rusted hinges screeched in protest. Footprints in the dust. It was the first thing he noticed on the floor, which meant that Tom had only taken it upon himself to hide the Horcrux quite recently. Harry nodded to himself as he used his wand to check for any hidden spells he'd rather not fall victim to, ensuring to scan the entirety of the room. There was nothing save for what lurked beneath one of the floorboards, and though it would be easy to attribute the lack of protection to Tom's ego, it would undoubtedly lure some into a false sense of security. Dumbledore had known who it was who'd laid the magic here, and he'd still been outwitted by the Dark Lord. Harry would not, and as he pried the floorboard away from the others, not even the sudden influx of intoxicating magic invading his senses could overpower him. Tom had never had much luck in getting Harry to do what he wanted, not with the imperious curse, and certainly not the compulsion charm he'd placed on the ring. Dumbledore had given in only because of his desire to possess the stone, and that moment of weakness had cost him his life. Harry harbored no such wish. As useful and as powerful as the Hallows were, the risk in possessing them was not worth it. The cloak only remained so because its secret had been closely guarded by generations of his own family, and the stone had been lost. The wand, however, did indeed have a bloody, violent history, and Harry was left in no doubt the others would share a similar story if not for them being so well hidden. Opening the box, he looked upon the ring briefly before closing it. Having gotten what he'd come for with little fanfare, Harry saw no reason to linger here. Perhaps Tom would learn of its absence before he'd die, or not. It truly didn't matter to Harry so long, as Tom Riddle perished sooner rather than later. What's on your mind? Huh. Amelia snorted amusedly at his incoherent reply. You've been staring at that piece of parchment for almost 15 minutes. You've not even touched your breakfast. Sorry, Harry offered before taking a bite of his toast. I'm just trying to start an example essay for Bellatrix. And you got distracted. I did, Harry chuckled. Amelia hummed as she took a sip of her tea and reached across the table to take his hand. You got the ring, she pointed out. As far as you know, it's only him left to deal with. And the diary, Harry sighed. I wouldn't even know where to begin finding it. It doesn't matter even if you don't, Amelia assured him. By the time this is over, not even those who have sided with him will want him back. Besides, I know you, Jameson. You'll do what needs to be done. Just look at what happened in Spain. Amelia had not been impressed by their antics on the continent, though when Harry had explained what had happened, she'd proven to be as understanding as ever. No matter what mess Harry found himself in, he could always count on the redhead for her support, even if she did think him to be quite mad in his own unique way. So, any thoughts on when you want to get married? She asked, her eyes alight with amusement. You've not even thought about it, have you? Amelia accused. You can't just propose to me and think you don't have to follow through, she chastised, a grin tugging at her lips. Amelia laughed as she shook her head. It's not like we've had much of a chance to give it any thought, she sighed. But I mean it, Jameson. You better intend on marrying me, or I might find myself arranging a funeral instead. Harry nodded as he chuckled, and Amelia stood and placed a gentle kiss on his lips. Do try and have a day where you don't find yourself in trouble, she implored. You know, I am surprised you've not been in custody in Britain. I'm smart enough not to get caught. Amelia quirked an eyebrow at him. Remember when I said for you not to make me arrest you? Harry nodded. That still stands, Jameson. You might be my husband one day, but I would get more enjoyment than you could imagine seeing you in cuffs. Oh, I'll look forward to that, Harry returned with a wink. Amelia could only shake her head. Don't push your luck, she warned, her cheeks reddening slightly. Oh, and Edgar has invited us for dinner tomorrow night. Can you make it? I can, Harry confirmed, but it might be easier if you come to Hogwarts and cuff me. Amelia narrowed her eyes at him playfully. Harry laughed as she left the room before turning his attention back to the parchment, doing his utmost not to be distracted by everything else happening in his life in a bid to get the essay written. Break. Here, drink this, Nicholas urged. What is it? Harry asked, grimacing as the unpleasant aroma of the potion wafted under his nose. Just a tonic to help calm your magic, Nicholas explained. How are you feeling? Better, Harry answered. It's just causing problems whenever I even think about helping without being provoked. Nicholas nodded thoughtfully. I have a theory, he mused aloud. I'm guessing that the vow you took has been somewhat nullified by the incident that saw the two of you sharing blood. You are still bound to the vow by your magic, and that is why you are experiencing these symptoms. I thought the same thing, Harry huffed irritably. It's something I could do without. But something you must live with. You are fortunate that you're able to help as much as you are. You got Black out of there. I'd rather not risk my life for the likes of her, Harry grumbled. I won't forget that she supported Grindelwald so ardently. But it is Grindelwald who is helping you now. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Not in this case. Grindelwald will never be absolved of what he did, nor anyone who followed him. I saw what they did across the continent, Nicholas, and I won't forget it. You shouldn't, Nicholas agreed, but you are facing a similar threat now. This consortium is not so transparent with its goals or what they have done, and that, in many ways, makes it even more dangerous. To the outside world, you are fighting an invisible war. None understand it, but the undercurrent of what is happening is being felt. 2 ministers dying within days of each other is noteworthy, and it is almost certain that there are those looking on in anticipation to what will happen next. Harry shook his head. I still don't like it. I know, Nicholas comforted, but when it is all over, you can return to normality with the peace that you've always wanted. Break. Cassiopeia couldn't remember when she'd last set foot in Germany. It had been during the war some 2.5 decades prior, but when or why eluded her. She remembered the state of the country back then. The Muggle world was in turmoil because of the German government, but as always, it was the people who suffered. Few men could be seen on the streets, save for those who were a part of the war machine, but most had been sent to unfamiliar lands to fight for a cause they no longer believed in. Cassiopeia didn't empathize much with the plight of her Muggle counterparts, but the war had seen so much senseless death, and as history was wont to, it would only repeat itself when the memories of the horror faded. Despite the significant damage sustained here, the Germans proved to be as efficient as ever in rebuilding their cities. Still, the scars remained of what had happened, and the memory remained fresh. For now, perhaps war amongst the Muggles could be avoided for some time yet. The same, however, could not be said for the magical population. Britain again found itself in the midst of such, and even if they didn't know it, the magical world at large was playing host to its own struggle between what had become a few traitors and the not insignificant power they wielded. This time, many would likely agree that Cassiopeia found herself on the right side of the conflict, which was what brought her here. What fruit her efforts would bear, she didn't know, but the man she sought would be an invaluable ally, as he had been to Gellert during his rise. His help, however, would depend on whether or not he was still alive, or if his interest lay in doing something that would benefit wizardkind at large. Cassiopeia had her doubts, but Weber was all but impossible to understand. Had the man turned his attention towards thwarting Gellert, the war could have been much more difficult to fight than it already had been. Much like Gellert, Weber enjoyed chaos and thrived in it better than any Cassie had ever met. It was a testament to his brilliance that the Allied forces of the ICW had never even become aware of him, and the part he'd played in much of Gellert's successes. If he were amiable, he would indeed become quite the headache for Abernathy, Laurent, and the rest of their allies. Arriving at a spot a short distance away from the German ministry, Cassiopeia ensured that no one was paying too close attention to her as she left a few etchings on a nearby building. Gellert's own mark was joined with a simple W and a question mark. If Weber were keeping abreast of what was happening in the world, it would be brought to his attention. Cassiopeia did not know how that was so, but then again, no one did when it came to Weber. The man simply knew things he had no business knowing, and if he couldn't find the information, then it didn't exist in the first place. Such was his brilliance and the danger he posed. When she was done, Cassiopeia did not remain where she was, choosing to leave Berlin as she idly wondered what Weber had been up to all these years. It was likely that he'd found another purpose to focus on, and she hoped that it did not involve allying himself with Laurent and his ilk. She shook her head at the troubling thought. If that were true, Jameson and Evans would not have made it as far as they had with the few problems they had encountered. "Break. What news do you have, Not?" Voldemort asked as the man arrived. He looked tired, and his voice was hoarser than usual when he spoke. He has been spending considerable time in the room of records and paying particular attention to portkey departures and arrivals. The Dark Lord frowned. He had several agents working within the ministry, most of which being in the Department of Transportation, though he was beginning to recruit a number of Aurors who simply did not wish to be killed in the line of duty. Then he is getting too close to discovering things he should not, Voldemort declared. "What would you have me do, my lord?" "Kill him," Voldemort answered. "Take as many as you need to get it done and ensure his body is found. Leave our symbol above where he is left. It won't take long for someone to discover him. It will also serve to send a message to the old fool. He should never have involved himself." "Very well, my lord," Not replied with a bow before taking his leave of the room. Voldemort leaned back in his chair and nodded to himself. It was easy enough to conceal his operation from the likes of Aleister Moody. As an Auror, his followers knew to be careful around the man, but civilians were another matter entirely. It would take only one slip of the tongue or a foolish mistake for them to be found out, and then they would be rendered useless, leaving the Dark Lord without eyes and ears within the ministry. No, it was best the threat was eliminated before he became more of a burden. Break. Diagon Alley remained devoid of life. Only a few of the shop owners were courageous enough to keep their establishments open, but most had closed their businesses, some altogether, and others choosing to run an hour-order service. It was rather eerie to walk the length of the street, and the presence of the dozen goblin guards standing vigil outside Gringotts only made it more so. There was a handful of people milling around, and more Aurors than there were civilians. It was telling of the times they lived in. He'd only come here to pass through on his way to the ministry. Having had a late night, he'd opted for an early lunch as he'd missed breakfast entirely. It was close to sunrise when he'd made it home, and yet he was already returning to the place he'd left what had only been a few hours prior. The war was something he could do without. Although he was a talented wizard in his own right and a gifted duelist, he was a businessman at heart, but he would not sit back and allow Tom Riddle to continue his campaign of terror. One needed only to take a look at the state of any wizarding dwelling within Britain to see the effect the man was having. With a shake of his head, he reached the apparition point and left Diagon Alley, arriving on a side street a short distance from the Ministry of Magic. Despite not wanting to believe it, he knew that something was amiss within the government building. Riddle was able to gather information too easily, and his ability to have giants and an enormous pack of werewolves enter the country, seemingly without detection, was concerning, to say the least. It was suspicious, and although Alastair was doing an exceptional job uncovering what he could, he was limited by the fact that everyone within the building knew him well. The addition of his wooden leg certainly did not make for subtlety. As such, Benji had volunteered his services. He had several friends in the various departments of the ministry, and his presence would not provoke suspicion, though as he made his way across the atrium, he could not help but think that he was being watched closely. Scanning the swathes of people passing by, none caught his attention, and he decided that he was perhaps being needlessly cautious. It was understandable, given the paranoia that had gripped the company, but even when he was clear of the atrium, he couldn't shake the feeling of unease that had gripped him. Break. Her sudden appearance in his homeland, after more than 20 years, had piqued his curiosity, and as he traced her path through the center of Berlin, he could almost smell the floral perfume she'd always worn. He made a point to keep tabs on people of interest, and though Cassiopeia Black had all but vanished after Grindelwald had been defeated, he'd ensured he was aware of her movements over the days. Most curious was her recent activity. She visited Grindelwald often, but Cassiopeia had also ventured to Britain, Belgium, and Spain, countries she seldom graced with her presence. He found it odd that she would kill Fontaine and Espinosa, considering that they were once primed to become allies of Grindelwald, but with only a little reflection, it quickly became clear why she had done so. The Serpent. The infamous hit wizard had been quelled during the war, but had resurfaced in recent months, and had even played his part in rescuing Black from the clutches of the Spanish government. Something was afoot, and Weber had been expecting it would happen one day, though perhaps not so soon. He suspected Jameson was responsible, but he would not pretend he had all the pieces of the puzzle. Jameson and his sudden appearance was another curiosity that caught his interest, and as he arrived where Cassiopeia had left her mark for him to find, Weber nodded to himself thoughtfully. Perhaps he would get the answers to the many questions he had sooner rather than later. Nonetheless, until he had them, he would remain cautious. It was his thorough nature that had kept him undetected during the war and throughout his life after. Now, however, he may have just found his own next venture as, once again, his future seemed to be intertwined with some of the more interesting people that had appeared in his periphery over the years. Break. Having spent another day in the Ministry of Magic with little to show for his efforts, it was a tired Benji Fenwick who was leaving later than he'd intended. With each department much busier during the day, it was difficult to snoop in the files he wished to see, but listening into conversations was equally important. Even if he seemed to learn next to nothing. Still, he was hopeful that someone would slip up, that an offhand comment would be made that would provide him with a firm suspect of who was passing information onto Riddle. Someone was, or perhaps several. It was almost impossible for the Dark Lord to move his supporters in such a way without someone actively assisting the man from within the ministry, or at the very least, turning a blind eye. What was happening went beyond neglect of duty or simple incompetence. No, there were agents within the ministry, and Benji was determined to find them. Reaching the fireplaces, he huffed irritably as he found all of them to have been snuffed for the night, a measure Bagnold had introduced in her long list of restrictions. Strictly speaking, he should have been home more than an hour ago now, but he always had an excuse to hand if necessary. He could simply say he was having a business meeting that had run over or that he had been abroad and lost track of time. He knew enough of the Aurors that they wouldn't probe too deeply into what he'd been doing. With a shake of his head, he made his way towards the lift that would allow him to exit into Muggle London. From there, it was a short walk to the leaky cauldron, where he would be able to use the flue to take him home. With winter approaching, it was a brisk evening, and Benji shoved his hands in his pockets to stave off some of the chill in the air, keeping his head down as he walked towards Charing Cross. He'd only covered the distance of a couple of streets when he felt the same peculiar sense that he was being watched, and though there were muggles around, none gave him the impression of being out of place. Still, to throw off the scent of anyone paying too close attention to him, he took a turn into a nearby alley and then another before emerging back onto the main walkway, but the feeling remained. It was unnerving, to say the least, and as he picked up the pace, he heard the unmistakable sound of someone following suit. Realizing that he was indeed being followed, he readied himself, though as he turned to face his assailant, he found himself quite alone. Was he being paranoid? Benji would have sworn he'd heard another set of footsteps, but with no one in sight, he continued on his way with his wand gripped tightly in his hand. "Evening, Tom," he said, feeling the relief wash over him as he entered the bar only a few moments later. The smile he received in return was rather forced, but it was too late for Benji to rectify the mistake he'd made. Before he could even draw his wand, every would-be patron in the bar had aimed theirs at him, and Benji only had time to release a humorless chuckle of defeat as dozens of spells slammed into him. "Break. Congratulations," Eliza gushed as Harry and Amelia entered the dining room of Bones Manor. The woman all but crushed Amelia in her arms, and the redhead blushed as her sister-in-law squealed at the sight of the ring. "You seem surprised that I'm getting married." "I am," Eliza said unashamedly. "I never thought I would see the day that there was a man you would agree to marry. You've always been so selective. I was going to say picky." Edgar snorted as he clapped Harry on the shoulder. "She didn't give you too much difficulty, did she?" "Damn near ripped the thing out of my hand," Harry chuckled. "I did not," Amelia denied. "You can always have it back." Harry quirked an eyebrow at her and held his hand out expectantly. Amelia glared at him before shaking her head. "Don't play games with me, Jameson," she warned. "You don't want to start married life on my bad side." Harry merely grinned at her in response. "Well, she didn't curse you," Edgar said amusedly. "Our Amelia has always been quite handy with the curses if you annoy her." "I wouldn't want a reputation for abusing my husband," Amelia returned with a shrug. "You are another matter." Edgar held his hands up innocently. "Did I tell you how much of a favor you're doing for me by marrying my sister?" he asked Harry. "That's why you offered me such a large dowry," Harry replied thoughtfully. "I should have asked for double." "You never mentioned a dowry," Amelia interjected with a frown. Harry offered her a grin. "It's the pureblood way, isn't it?" "It is." "Well, Harry didn't take any gold," Edgar assured her, "but I insisted on paying for the wedding. Have you decided when you're going to have it?" "We've not really spoken of it much," Amelia answered. "We've been busy." "Well, I suppose we know what the dinner conversation will be," Edgar sighed, nodding towards his wife. Eliza was all but trembling with excitement at the prospect of speaking of weddings, and Amelia rolled her eyes. "Would you like to help me with what I need to do?" Eliza squealed again, and Amelia gasped as the air was squeezed from her lungs. "Any regrets yet?" Edgar asked Harry. "None whatsoever." Break. With the school year in full swing once more, Albus found himself as busy as ever. Fortunately, he'd not needed to find any new staff, a mercy he was grateful for, but the usual mountain of work remained the same. Still, he wouldn't give up his job for anything, even if his duties were regularly interrupted. "Alistair," he greeted the grizzled Auror as the man's head appeared in the fireplace. "What can I do for you?" The man was paler than usual, and he seemed to be lost for words for a moment before he managed to find his voice. "It's Benji, Albus." "Benji? What's wrong with Benji?" "He's dead, Albus," Moody said grimly. "Murdered, and we can guess who by." Albus was taken aback. Of all the things Alistair could have told him, the death of one of the members of the group was not something he expected. "Murdered," Albus whispered. "Aye, brutally." Albus swallowed deeply and took a moment to let the news sink in. "What happened, Alistair?" The Auror released a deep sigh. "He was ambushed in the leaky cauldron, and his body was dumped outside the Owl Emporium with Riddle's mark above it. The owner of the shop is dead, and Tom from the pub is in St. Mungo's," Alistair explained. "The healers aren't sure if he'll make it." Albus was lost for words. He knew it had been a risk forming the group to intercept Tom's attacks and to gather information to help end the war, but he'd not expected it to result in cold-blooded murder. "Any suspects?" he asked sadly. Alistair shook his head. "With the amount of magic saturating the place, we couldn't pick up any independent traces. I'm guessing he was noticed snooping around the ministry." Albus nodded his agreement. "Very well, I will call a meeting to inform the others, and from now on, we must be much more cautious in what we are doing." Well, I thought I would let you know. I will do my best to find out who did it, but I wouldn't hold my breath. Want me to send for the others?" Albus shook his head. "No, I will do it shortly," he murmured. "Thank you for informing me, Alistair." With that, Moody vanished from within the fireplace, and Albus released a deep breath in a bid to calm himself. He was deeply saddened by what had happened, and though Benji had known the risk of what he was doing, the man had not deserved such a fate. Tom truly needed to be stopped before any more damage was caused, but as ever when it came to his former student, it was much easier said than done. Break. It warmed his heart to see Amelia so enthusiastic as she and Eliza were discussing the ins and outs of what she would like for her wedding. It wasn't that Edgar thought his sister never wanted marriage or to start a family of her own, but it had never seemed to have been a priority for her, not until she'd met Jameson. Amelia had changed since the man had come into her life. Well, not changed exactly, but she'd regained a spark she'd lost when their parents had died. Edgar remembered the vivacious, funny little redhead who'd gone out of her way to make his life hell at times when they'd been children. But after what had happened, she'd become focused only on justice and had lost much of herself along the way. With Jameson, she seemed to have found it once again, and there was nothing more that Edgar could have hoped for. "I never thought I'd see the day that she'd be talking about flowers and dress colors for her bridesmaids," he snorted amusedly. Amelia narrowed her eyes at him from across the table, evidently having heard his comment. He merely offered her a wave in response, before turning his attention back to Harry. "It's not that surprising to me," the man chuckled. "I've seen her dressed up, and when she's not wearing her aura robes, she's just as terrifying," he corrected amusedly. Edgar nodded his agreement. "She's damned quick with her wand, and since she's met you, even more vicious." Harry grinned proudly. "Good," he declared. Edgar could only shake his head. He knew that Harry had killed several men and had likely done other things that would make most balk, but Edgar had got to know him well enough over the years to know that Amelia was in good hands. Still, although his sister was a grown woman, There was a part of him that couldn't separate who she was now to the little girl he'd raised, and he still felt a keen protectiveness of her. "Harry, I will protect her with my life, Edgar," the man broke in reassuringly, as though he'd read Edgar's mind. "I know." In truth, Edgar didn't need to hear the words to know that Harry would, but he took comfort in them nonetheless. "Is that the flu?" Eliza asked with a frown as a chime sounded throughout the room. Edgar nodded. "Excuse me," he murmured as he took his leave of the dining room and entered his study a short distance away. "Albus, what I can do for you?" The headmaster's expression was grave, and Edgar immediately felt a sense of concern wash over him. "There's been an incident, Edgar," the man said gravely. "Are you able to join the rest of us for a meeting?" "I have Harry and Amelia here," Edgar explained. "We are having a dinner to celebrate their engagement." "Engagement?" Albus asked, surprised by the revelation. "Well, that is most welcome news. Perhaps I can visit with you in the morning and explain what has happened elsewhere. I wouldn't want to ruin your night." Edgar frowned deeply, but nodded. He did not wish to have his evening ruined either, and with the rest of the group there to assist Dumbledore, whatever news he had could wait until the morning. "Of course, I can come to you at 9 a.m. "Thank you, Edgar," the man offered before vanishing, leaving Edgar to wonder what had happened to have shaken Dumbledore in such a way. Still, he would learn all he needed to come the morning. Tonight, however, was a celebration, despite what news awaited him when he woke. "Break." "It is done, my lord," Nott informed him tiredly. Voldemort nodded as he stared into the flames. He was pleased that his followers had been successful, but one less of Dumbledore's group was barely a scratch on the surface of what he needed to overcome. Dumbledore the Ministry, Jameson the Serpent. His enemies were plenty, and though Fenwick's demise was a welcome development, he needed more. "Who is next on the list?" he asked. "Next, my lord." "When is not enough, not?" The man frowned thoughtfully. "Well, Meadows is one of the more dangerous enemies," he mused aloud, "but it may take you to kill her, my lord. She will not be as easy as Fenwick." "Then make the arrangements, and I will be there when needed," the Dark Lord assured the man, waving him off in a gesture of dismissal. Nott left, and Voldemort continued to stare into the flames. Now that he was on the cusp of gaining some true momentum, his campaign would pick up steam, and the more of his enemies who fell, the closer he would come to crushing Britain beneath his mighty heel. Break. It was the sound of approaching heels that pulled Gellert from his thoughts, as he was observing the moon outside the small window of his cell. "You should be resting," he chastised Cassiopeia lightly. "I intend to," the woman replied. "I left the mark this morning. I suppose we wait to see if he even sees it." "If he is alive, he will see it." Cassiopeia did not seem convinced. "What if he doesn't?" "Then Jameson and Evans will have to make do without Weber," Gellert sighed. "Can they do it?" Gellert nodded. "Alone, I do not think so, but together, it is possible. It will not be easy, but I have learned to have faith in them, and I suspect you might too. They took quite the risk rescuing you." "I still don't know why they did." "Because deep down, they are good men who do not wish to see people suffering needlessly. It is their morals that urged them to act when you needed them. For some, it is a weakness to be such a way, but for them, it complements them." Cassiopeia shook her head. "I hope I don't owe either a life debt." "I think you would know if you did," Gellert pointed out. "Go home and rest, my dear. Tomorrow is a new day, after all, and you are lucky that you will see it." The woman said nothing as she took her leave of Nurmengard, and Gellert returned to his vigil of watching the moon. He'd lost count of how many times he'd watched it wax and wane over the years, but the novelty of it had never worn off. "You wish to see me?" The voice startled Gellert, and he turned to see the familiar though worn face of a man he'd not seen in more than 20 years. "I see that you have not lost your ability to go unnoticed," he commented. Weber merely offered him a tight nod. "It is what I do, Gellert." "Indeed. Are you aware of what is happening around us?" That depends on what you mean. There is much happening around us. Laurent. Weber nodded. I know of him, his cohorts and their ambitions. The serpent. Weber's expression darkened at the mention of the man. What about Jameson? Ah, now he is a curious one, Weber replied, a ghost of a smirk tugging at his lips. Just as curious as the serpent. He is, Gellert acknowledged, more than even you know. Is that so? Gellert offered the man a grin. It was not often that he could profess to know something Weber didn't, and yet he felt no urge to reveal Jameson's secrets, not unless it became absolutely necessary. What is it you want from me, Gellert? You cannot believe your cause has any traction left. Gellert chuckled. No, I am aware it doesn't, but Laurent and his ilk have become a problem. Weber frowned and gestured for him to continue. Jameson and Evans are the best hope of putting a stop to them. And you wish for me to assist them. The man was surprised. This is most unlike you, he mused aloud. You enjoy the chaos Laurent could bring to the world. No, Gellert denied. Not that kind of chaos. Weber chuckled humorlessly as he turned his back on Gellert. I will think about it. Think about it. Weber nodded. I will, he murmured. For now, you should perhaps warn them that Abernathy has sent his very best men to kill them, and Berg's men will be assisting them. Failure is not an option for them, so they will come with everything they have. How do you know that? Weber said nothing as he made his exit, his footsteps as eerily as silent as ever. Chapter 55. Being imprisoned as he was meant that Gellert couldn't simply pass a message at a whim, and since Weber had left, it seemed as though he had been packing back and forth in his cell, waiting for a visitor to come along. Maybe it had only been a few hours since, but he'd watched the sunrise and set once again before he heard the telltale sign of someone approaching. What is wrong? Cassiopeia asked as she came upon him. Weber, Gellert answered gravely. He came here shortly after you left. And? Gellert released a deep breath. He said he will think about assisting us, but he gave me a warning. Abernathy is sending his very best after Evans and Jameson. Cassie, my dear, you must warn them immediately. That bad? Gellert nodded. Do you remember that, before Albus defeated me, the ICW group who retook Athens? Cassiopeia frowned before nodding. There was a few hundred of them, and they just vanished overnight. Not vanished, Gellert sighed. I asked Abernathy for his advice on how to displace them. He assured me it would be dealt with. A week later, Athens was mine, and officially there was no trace left of the ICW force. Officially. Gellert released a deep breath. Abernathy sent his men in there and they slaughtered them all. They removed their heads and put them on spikes, waiting for me when I arrived. The things they did to them. Cassiopeia was taken aback by how much Gellert had been affected by what he'd seen that day. Having been given the word that the city had been retaken, he'd opted to see it for himself before moving his own men back in. It was the very grotesque sight he described to the woman in front of him that had greeted Gellert, and he'd spent hours cleaning up the mess left behind. The buildings had been sprayed with blood. The men had been mercilessly cut down in droves, each of their dying expressions speaking of the agonizing end that had befallen them. Gellert didn't know exactly what had been done to them. The corpses piled high had been too mutilated to differentiate between magic and draconian torture methods. It was something Gellert would never forget. You must warn them as quickly as you can. They will be unable to avoid what is to come, but they can be prepared for it, at the very least. Cassiopeia nodded reassuringly. I will visit Jameson at Hogwarts, she decided. I can do it under the guise of visiting my niece. Thank you, Gellert said appreciatively. When you have done that, I would urge you to keep your head down for a while. It would not do to draw any more attention to yourself. Cassiopeia rolled her eyes at him. Fine, she agreed. I will keep my head down. She left without delay, and Gellert breathed a sigh of relief. What good his warning would do, he didn't know, but he'd done all he could for Evans and Jameson. The rest would be up to them. Whether they lived or died would be up to them. Break. Having had dinner with her brother and Eliza, the realization that she was getting married to Harry had set in for Amelia. Although it was quite terrifying in some ways, the nervousness she felt gave way to the excitement of what was happening to her, and since the ring had been placed on her finger, it finally felt real. "If you're here for the report on the owner of the Owl Emporium, it's not ready yet," Jenny informed her as Amelia entered the examination room. "I'm not," the redhead replied, leaning her back against one of the counters and folding her arms. "Ah, so this is a social visit." "It might be." Jenny frowned as she turned to look at her, pausing as she immediately spotted the ring on her finger. "Are you?" she gasped. Amelia beamed as she nodded, and quickly found herself pulled into a tight embrace, not dissimilar to the one Eliza had given her. "When, how, I want to know everything," Jenny demanded. Amelia complied, explaining how it came to be that she was now engaged to Harry. Jenny was ecstatic, and seemingly even more excited than she was. "Well, we need to look for dresses, flowers, and a cake," she reeled off. "Oh, this is going to be so much fun." Amelia could only shake her head as the woman fetched a quill and sheet of parchment and began writing notes as she continued to speak. "What about a venue?" "Jenny, we don't have to do everything this very second." "I know, but I want to help." "You can help," Amelia assured her friend. "We need to go shopping," Jenny declared. "Oh, there's not much chance of doing that here. Maybe we can take a trip to Paris or Milan. That would be perfect." "Not Paris," Amelia said dismissively. The French were still having their own troubles after what Harry had done in the capital. "Then Milan it is." "Fine," Amelia agreed and found herself wrapped in another tight hug. "Why do I feel like I'm going to regret this?" "You won't," Jenny said with a grin. "It is going to be amazing. You're getting married." Break. The air was saturated with magic, and once more, the entirety of Diagon Alley had been closed to the public. Not that it made much of a difference. The place was desolate at the best of times now. "I'll be back shortly, Kingsley," Alistair sighed. "I'll speak with the rest of the group about what has happened." His partner nodded as he drew his wand, ready to defend himself if needed. Shacklebolt had been a quick study. He managed to remain calm in even the most dire of circumstances, and he was one of the few people Alistair trusted with his life. Taking a final look around the pub, he stepped through the flue and into Albus's office, where he found that the group was already gathered. Judging by the somber mood, Albus had informed them of what had happened to Benji, but there were questions, and they came at Alistair thick and fast. "What happened? Do you know who did it? How did they get to him? Are we safe?" Alistair held up a hand to silence the group. It was the early hours of the morning, and Benji had been found only a few hours prior outside of the Owl Emporium. Why Riddle had killed the owner, Alistair didn't know, but there had never been any rhyme or reason to the things the Dark Lord did. Benji is dead," Alistair confirmed. "We are struggling to find any usable evidence, but we won't stop trying. I'm guessing people were paying more attention to what he was doing than we thought, and no, none of us are safe, but then again, who is these days?" "Is there anything you can tell us, Alistair?" Albus asked. "Not at the moment," Alistair sighed, "but I will keep you all informed of anything we do find. For now, there is only one thing we can rely on: constant vigilance. Be careful and do not take anything for granted. Do not ignore your instincts and always have an escape plan for wherever you are." His words brought them little comfort. Alistair understood. Most of those gathered were not trained aurors, and they had already witnessed the horrors of war. To most, such a thing was only ever read about in the newspaper, or was little more than an announcement on the radio, with a number of people who had been killed. The reality was much worse, and they were experiencing it for themselves firsthand. It was a grim observation, but it was what the entirety country was facing. It was a morose Alistair who returned to the leaky cauldron, and his colleagues appeared to be as lost as ever as they milled about, murmuring amongst themselves. "All right, you lot, come on, look sharp," Alistair barked. "Christ, Moody, are you always this loud when someone is trying to work?" Alistair was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the man who was berating him. "Jameson, what are you doing here?" "Helping, I hope," the man answered. "We heard about the place being closed down on the radio, and you know what Amelia is like. She couldn't sleep until she came to see it for herself." Alistair snorted as he nodded. I know her well enough. You're the damned fool who's going to be married to her." Jameson grinned proudly, and Alistair shook his head. The two of them were perfect for each other. Bones was about as terrifying as anyone he'd met when she chose to be, and Jameson was an outright lunatic in his own way. Alistair could only imagine the shades of red he could have Grimm achieve if Jameson had chosen to become an Auror. Perish the thought. Jameson would be sacked within a week. He was not so good at following rules, and he certainly wouldn't pay attention to the handbook each Auror was expected to adhere to. Of course, Alistair bent the rules to his benefit when needed, but Jameson would flout them entirely. "What is it?" Alistair asked as the man paused. Jameson released a deep sigh. "There are a lot of magical traces here, but I've managed to pick out 2 of them." "Then what's the problem? Give me the names and I will bring them in." Jameson shook his head. "You'll never get any of the charges to stick, Alistair. They could say that they'd been here earlier in the day. There's not enough to arrest them, and even if you did, they'd get away with it." Alistair cursed under his breath. "But you're certain?" "Absolutely." Alistair nodded as he remembered exactly what had happened here, and the state of Benji's corpse. "Then this conversation never happened, Jameson," the Auror murmured. "Do what you think is right. This is war, after all." Jameson merely nodded in response before taking his leave of the bar, and Alistair shifted his attention back towards his colleagues. "Clean it up," he instructed. "There's nothing else we can do." It had taken little deduction on his part for him to realize what Jameson would do with the information he'd gathered, but Alistair had decided that feigning ignorance was his best option. Without doing so, Benji would not get the justice he deserved, and whoever was responsible would get away with outright murder. That was something Alistair would not stand for. "Constant vigilance," he murmured to himself as he leaned on the staff he had procured. It had been in the works since he'd been fitted for his leg, and certainly helped make him more mobile, even if he was yet to reach the age at which he should be relying on such a thing to assist him with his walking. "How does it feel?" the healer asked. "It's not bad." The woman rolled her eyes at him, but offered Alistair a fond smile. "You'll get used to it. Besides, I think it makes you look rather dashing." Alistair released a bark of laughter. "With most of my nose missing and the damned wooden leg, dashing is something I will never be." The healer quirked an eyebrow at him. "You know, there are some of us that quite like a rugged man. You should remember that, Auror Moody." She left the room, and Alistair followed only a moment later, frowning at the dull thud emitting from his prosthetic leg with every other step he took. Break. Harry waited patiently as he watched Bellatrix read through the essay he had completed. A frown creased her brow as she did so, and when she was done, she placed it in front of her and adopted a thoughtful expression. "You're very critical of the Fidelius charm," she pointed out. Harry nodded. "As a charm, it is quite brilliant," he conceded, "but as a means of protection, it is deeply flawed. It relies on trust, and when it comes to protective magic, putting your faith in trust can be a fatal mistake. I prefer approaches that rely on me and not on another. People change, and people can be bribed or coerced. The Fidelius charm is good at preventing the latter of these things, but it remains as flawed as ever when the entirety of the effectiveness depends on putting your life in the hands of someone else." "When you put it like that, I get it," Bellatrix replied. "It doesn't seem like such a good idea." "It isn't," Harry sighed. "Now, if you consider blood magic, you are tapping into the power of your own blood to protect yourself, a property, or even an object. It is extremely difficult to overcome and is usually powered by intent-based magic. For example, if you place adequate blood protections around your home, the magic itself can read and detect the intention of anyone trying to enter. If they mean you harm, that magic will react quite spectacularly. But isn't it illegal to have them? Only if you get caught, and blood wards are not something that are easily detected. Also, the Ministry of Magic have to find your house first, and even then, them accessing it is almost impossible. Our laws are very flawed. Bellatrix laughed amusedly. What does your future wife have to say about your law-breaking? Harry shrugged. I was breaking the law the first time we met and just never really stopped, he mused aloud. I think she'd be worried if I wasn't causing trouble. And they let you be in charge of educating our future generation. That's on Professor Dumbledore, Harry defended. He offered me the job. I didn't apply for it, and funnily enough, it was my law-breaking that got his attention. We live in a crazy world, Bellatrix sighed. Dark lords and law-breaking professors. What next? Harry frowned as he recognized an approaching, familiar presence, two of them together, and he knew it could only mean trouble. I don't know, but I think we are about to find out, he murmured. Bellatrix appeared to be confused, though only a moment later, a knock sounded at the door. Come in, Harry called. As he'd anticipated, Dumbledore entered the classroom with Cassiopeia Black in tow. Aunt Cassie, Bellatrix greeted her excitedly. What are you doing here? Seeing Cassiopeia's rather grave countenance, the younger woman became concerned. It's all right, Bella, Cassiopeia assured her. I just need to speak with Professor Jameson. Why don't you run along and we can spend the afternoon together when I'm done here? Bellatrix looked towards him worriedly, and Harry nodded. Go on, and remember, you have an essay due to me on Friday. Take this one and use it as an example. She said nothing else as she gathered her things and left, and Harry waited until the door was closed before shifting his attention to his visitors. What's happened? He asked. Albus had already informed him of Benji Fenwick's fate, and Harry had already visited the leaky cauldron to see for himself if there were any identifiable traces of magic. He found two, and both belonged to men he was more familiar with than he'd ever wanted to be. Harry intended on visiting them shortly, though it appeared that once again his efforts to be rid of Tom Riddle would be delayed. You're in imminent danger, Jameson, Cassiopeia said severely. I cannot say how I know, but Abernathy and Berg are going to be coming for you and Evans. They have already instructed their men. Then they will die. Cassiopeia shook her head. Jameson, Abernathy's men are not like any others you've faced. They have the very best training from all over the world. You must take this threat seriously. He'd never seen Cassiopeia Black show any sign of real concern, not even when they'd been in the ministry in Spain, in which she'd been captive. Miss Black, I can assure you that I take any threat made against me as seriously as anything, but that doesn't change what the outcome will be. They will die, and then Abernathy will have no protection. He will follow shortly. Cassiopeia eyed him critically for a moment before nodding. Very well, she murmured. I thought it best you knew what is coming for you. Thank you, Harry offered sincerely. I will be ready for them. You'd better be, Cassiopeia sighed. You cannot afford to make a mistake where they are concerned. They never fail in any mission given to them. There is a first and a last time for everything, Harry pointed out, already planning how he would combat what appeared to be such an elite force. Before he did anything else, however, he needed to inform Evans of the latest development. Perhaps the serpent may even have a few suggestions. He would find out soon enough. If there is anything I can do, Harry, you need only ask, Albus broke in. I appreciate it, but I expect that what is going to happen is something you do not want to be involved in, Albus. The headmaster nodded his understanding as he wore an expression of concern. Then we shall leave you to do what you must, but the offer remains. Harry offered the man a smile of gratitude, though it faded as the duel left his classroom, and he allowed the anger bubbling beneath the surface to emerge. Abernathy was in for a rude awakening. Of that, Harry had no doubt. Break. My men are ready to move, Abernathy informed Sebastian. They know their job and they will do it. Berg's men have arrived also. Sebastian nodded as he took a sip of his whiskey. They must not fail. My men do not fail. Abernathy's head vanished from the fireplace, and Sebastian loosened his tie. It would be an apprehensive wait until he received news that Jameson was dead. Sebastian hoped that with one of the duo eliminated, the serpent would yield and simply fade back into the obscurity he had been living in over the last couple of decades. The two of them had caused unspeakable damage to all the work Sebastian and his colleagues had achieved, and it had to end. Abernathy did not seem to be concerned, but for the most part, he'd been distanced from all that had unfolded. He'd not witnessed what Jameson and Evans were capable of, and Sebastian hoped his American counterpart was not being dismissive of the threat the two of them posed. It could be to all of their detriments, and Sebastian had no intention of seeing the empire they'd built crumble before his eyes. You seem concerned. Sebastian nodded as Manon took the seat opposite him. He poured her a glass of liquor, and she took a sip. What are you thinking? I am thinking that we may well have to implement our contingency plan if this goes wrong, Sebastian murmured. Is it truly so dire? It is, Sebastian said grimly. Jameson and Evans are not mere men. They are monsters of the very worst kind. Neither would hesitate to slit your throat in your sleep. You saw what happened to your nephew. Manon's expression darkened. What is the contingency plan? We leave, Sebastian answered. I already have everything in place if that outcome is unavoidable. Manon said nothing for a moment as she finished her drink and stood. Then we'd best hope that Abernathy and his men are successful. She placed a kiss on his cheek and left the study, leaving a thoughtful and tense Sebastian to his thoughts. He had a terrible feeling in the pit of his stomach, a niggling fear that something was soon to go terribly wrong. Break. Evans was packing back and forth in the basement, a frown of concentration marring his features. Harry had explained what Cassiopeia had told him, and though he didn't trust the woman, he could not see why she would be trying to lure him down a false path. Even Evans seemed to be reluctant to disbelieve her. Grindelwald had a way of knowing things, he sighed. Things that he had no business knowing. There were whispers that he had a spymaster of sorts, but nothing was ever substantiated. I believe he did. There was just something almost supernatural about how he seemed to know these things. A spymaster. Evans nodded severely. He knew things he shouldn't, and he'd never been anywhere close to where that information could have been gathered. I suspect this spymaster is back. And working for Grindelwald, what's in it for them? Evans shrugged. I don't know, but it would be foolish to ignore the threat. Now the question is, what do we do? Harry released a deep breath. I don't know. Well, I have a plan, but I don't think you're going to like it. Harry frowned and gestured for the man to continue. They know where this house is, Evans pointed out. They found it before, and I can only imagine they will do it again. They're not going to attack Hogwarts, not with Dumbledore as the headmaster. It's too risky, so the only other option is that they will come here. Harry nodded his agreement, and Evans grinned, similar to the way he suspected he did when he was plotting something both reckless and ridiculous. Harry, are you home? It was Amelia's voice that pulled him from his thoughts, and he even managed a sincere smile as the woman entered the kitchen. You look very happy about something, he commented. I don't know whether or not that is a good thing for me. That depends on if you think you can survive without me for the weekend, Amelia said sheepishly. A whole weekend. Whatever will I do? Is there any particular reason you are abandoning me for so long? It's for the wedding. And let me guess, it involves you wandering off to a beautiful city somewhere. It does. Harry chuckled as he held up a hand. You don't need to explain, he assured her. Here, take this. Amelia tutted as she looked in the small bag he'd handed her. Jameson, I don't need your gold. I know, but I'd rather you took it, just in case. Just in case. You might see something you really want." Amelia shook her head. "In the last 2 years, I've barely touched a galleon of my salary. You don't let me pay for anything." "Well, if I knew you were so flush." Amelia shot him a pointed look. "Fine," Harry conceded as he took the bag back. "Where are you going?" "Italy." Harry nodded appreciatively. "I can see why that would appeal more than spending a weekend with me." "It really is." "And the wound gets deeper," Harry huffed dramatically. "Honestly, it will be nice for you to get away. You deserve it." Amelia offered him a smile before making her way out of the kitchen. "I need to pack," she declared. Harry released a deep breath when he was alone once more. He'd miss Amelia, but he had more than enough to keep his mind occupied. With what was all but on his doorstep, it made it easier that the woman would be away, though Harry didn't know how he would explain what happened when she returned. "Bloody Evans," he muttered. The man's idea was admittedly brilliant, but Harry was not pleased by it, and he suspected Amelia would be less so. Still, he wasn't going to take the threat against them lightly, not when it was so apparent. Nonetheless, he would continue to curse Evans for coming up with such a diabolical and exceptional plan. "I'm just about ready to leave," Amelia announced as she entered the room once more. Harry stood up to greet her and pulled the woman into his arms. "Have fun," he urged. Amelia nodded sadly and placed a kiss on his lips. "I'll miss not sleeping next to you," she murmured. "It's a definite improvement from when you detested me." "I never detested you," Amelia denied. "You just used to test my patience. Some things never change, Jameson." "True," Harry snorted, knowing he would be living up to that declaration soon enough. "I'll be back Monday morning," Amelia assured him, giving him a final kiss before vanishing through the fireplace. With her gone, Harry began the many preparations he needed to complete, and once more, he cursed the other Harry, even if he was anticipating the chaos that would ensue soon enough. Not that what was imminent was all that was on his mind. Not in Mulciber. Harry had certainly not forgotten about the two of them, and neither had the other Harry. Once more he smirked at the plan they'd formulated, even if he was reluctant to go through with it. "Break." He turned sharply as he sensed something nearby and frowned when he found the Cornish street to be empty. With a shake of his head, he released a deep breath. Living through war was tiresome enough, but given the clandestine nature of his role, it made it only more stressful. He wholeheartedly supported the Dark Lord, even if doing so wasn't easy. "Who's there?" he demanded as he drew his wand. Again, there was no one, and instead of remaining where he was, he apparated a way to give his report. "Not," the Dark Lord greeted him as he entered the study. "You seem rather unsettled." "It's nothing, my lord," Nott assured the man. "Following Meadows hasn't been easy." "So, you haven't a way of reaching her?" "I have, my lord, but as expected, it will not be easy. Her home is protected by exceptional magic and will be all but impenetrable without causing quite a ruckus. I fear that reinforcements will arrive before the protections can be breached." The Dark Lord frowned. "Then we must wait until she leaves," he said thoughtfully. "You have done well, Nott." "Thank you, my lord." With that, he took his leave, opting to take the flu directly home rather than apparate. Even so, when he arrived in his own study, the same eerie feeling that he was being watched returned, and the lord of the manor peered out of the window into the darkness, certain there was someone out there observing him as he went about his business. "Break." "When do you move?" Abernathy asked impatiently. "Tomorrow. We cannot do so any sooner. It will take considerable time to break through the protections. We will arrive at the property line tonight, lay low, and begin work when we are certain he is at Hogwarts. This is not an operation to be rushed." Abernathy's nostrils flared, but he nodded his understanding. He would sooner his men were thorough and successful than hasty, and failed in their efforts. "Very well," he murmured. He was by no means a nervous man, but when dealing with the likes of Jameson, who were seemingly capable of unleashing hell itself upon him, it was more than a little unsettling, to say the least. Break. He'd become rather adept at stalking his targets from the shadows. From when he was but a boy, it had been Harry who'd been the prey of such men. Voldemort, Quirrell, Crouch, but now the shadows were his home. During his short-lived campaign against Grindelwald, he'd become a master of disguise, and he'd go as far as to say that there was likely no other who was able to conceal themselves so well. It was serving him well now, especially because time truly was of the essence. The plan he and Jameson had conducted would be a reminder to Abernathy, Laurent, and the others that there was nothing they were not willing to do to see the end to them. Even if the other Harry was not as thrilled by their plan as he was, it still brought a mischievous smirk to his lips, though it faded as he watched his target leaving the seedy pub in Knockturn Alley. For as involved in Riddle's ploy as some of the prominent members of Wizarding Britain were, they lacked the ability to keep a low profile. They were too comfortable in their roles, somehow feeling assured that their identities remained unknown. Their laxity would be to their detriment, and the man he followed towards the apparition point a short distance away would become an example of their foolishness. Edging closer to him the nearer they came, he remained unaware of his presence, and Harry's grip tightened around the object he carried. There would be no magic cast, and so long as he timed it right, anyone potentially looking on would not suspect a thing. A dull thud echoed around the street as he struck, and before his target could hit the floor, Harry caught him in his arms and immediately apparated away, breathing a sigh of relief as he arrived in the basement. "You managed it then?" Jameson asked amusedly. Harry nodded, fighting the urge to yawn. It had been a long day for them both. It had been spent accumulating what they would need for their plan to unfold as intended. Managing to take Mulciber was just an added bonus, and the man deserved more than what was coming for his part in the murder of Benji Fenwick. "What now?" Harry asked. "Now the real work begins," Jameson murmured thoughtfully, his gaze sweeping around the length and breadth of his basement. Break. It was rather strange how the magical district of Milan was so busy. The people here were either unaware or uncaring about what was happening in Britain. Although Italy was not so far away, especially for witches and wizards, it couldn't be any more different than the English capital, which was as daunting, depressing, and devoid of life as it had ever been. In Milan, the streets were full, vibrant, and oozing with life. "It makes you realize just how bad it has gotten at home, doesn't it?" Jenny sighed. Amelia nodded. "Let us hope it is all over soon." "It will be," Jenny said reassuringly. "Besides, this is your short break away from all of that. What would you like to shop for first?" "You're going to make me try on dresses, aren't you?" "I am, but I wanted you to think you were being given a choice." Amelia rolled her eyes at her friend. "Fine, we will look for dresses." Jenny squealed and all but dragged her from the hotel they were staying in, granting Amelia barely a moment to put on her shoes before she once more found herself on the streets of Milan, her mind far away from the problems back home, as she allowed herself a moment of excitement to plan her wedding. Break. All was quiet. On the job they'd been given, such silence was a blessing. And only the sounds of nature, the distant flow of a stream, and the gentle whispering of the curse-breakers could be heard. For the better part of 17 hours, they had been grafting, identifying, and bypassing every magical protection around the property. Were it not for the knowledge of the house being within, it would have been near impossible to find, and the most experienced man with them had found what seemed to be the only thread leading to the rest of the protections. They were plentiful, each one as obscure and as dangerous as its predecessor, but they were each experts, and between them, they had yet to meet anything they couldn't manipulate, remove, or destroy. Jameson had been meticulous indeed, and his efforts were testing the group to the very limits. Still, they would not be deterred. Failure simply was not an option, and when they were done with what they'd been sent to achieve, each of them would be rich beyond their wildest dreams. "More gold than you could ever hope to spend," Abernathy assured him, sliding a slip of parchment across the desk. He frowned as he read the figure. Usually, he would be delighted, but given the willingness to pay so much, he had many questions. Who is this man? One dangerous enough to warrant such a fee. That is all you need to know. With only minimal inquiries, he discovered that Jameson was a prominent figure in magical Britain, that he was the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts, and that his achievements were not negligible. Perhaps the most cautionary information he'd uncovered had come from two of his Norwegian comrades who'd been here once before, both recounting their own experiences. It was sobering to hear what had happened to half of that team, and those with them seemed to be so under protest. Still, his team simply did not fail, and this endeavor would be no different. "What is taking so long?" one of the Norwegians demanded. "Do you want to die?" one of the Americans whispered harshly. "Because if you do, keep rushing us. Thankfully for you, we are almost done. It's just one last layer and then the blood protections." "Blood protections," the Norwegian gasped. "Unless you know." "We know," the American insisted. "Now shut up, or you will be joining Jameson and Bones." The Norwegian said nothing else, but it was clear he was uncomfortable. Fortunately, his colleague's prediction proved to be true, because it was only a short while later that he released a deep breath of relief as he removed a device from within his robes. "Now this will give me control of the blood wards," he explained. "From there, we will be able to see and know all that we need to proceed." He carefully manipulated the rectangular device until it glowed an ominous red, and as a test of his success, he drew his wand. The man was nervous, and his hand trembled, but he steeled himself. "Hominem Revelio," he whispered. There was a slight delay, but he nodded satisfactorily. "Two," he confirmed. "There are 2 people in the house." "So it's safe to go in?" the Norwegian asked hopefully. "As safe as fighting an accomplished wizard and an auror," the American snorted. "No, we do not even need to use our wands for this. Watch and learn." Tapping the device with his wand once more, a sudden magical surge rippled across the land they stood upon, and a sudden, short scream could be heard from the sizable home in the distance. "And that is how it is done," the American chuckled. "They're dead. Killed by their own protections." The Norwegian did not seem to believe him, and the American shook his head. "Yes, of course we will be checking," he confirmed. "I am certain." "Best to be as cautious as possible," the Norwegian urged. The Americans agreed, and all 30 of them in attendance made their way towards the house in an evenly spread formation, taking nothing for granted. "My spell is returning no signs of life from the home." Having seized control of the protections, none would have been able to apparate away, nor could they have used the flu network or a portkey. It seemed that their venture had indeed been as successful as the many others they'd undertaken, and as they entered the home to be confronted by nothing save for the silence they'd endured throughout the day, the excitement and relief within the group became palpable. "They're in here." He raced towards where he'd heard the voice and descended the stairs into the basement to find 2 bodies on the floor waiting to be discovered. Upon doing so, he paused, and a deep frown creased his brow. "Wait," he whispered before his colleagues could celebrate. "That isn't Jameson or Bones." He'd seen photos of both, and neither of the men was Harry Jameson, and certainly not a red-headed woman. The sudden gravity of the situation fell heavily upon his shoulders. As he turned to look at his colleagues, he spotted a red envelope drifting from the ceiling. It opened to form a pair of lips curled in a mocking grin. "Better luck next time." It stuck out a tongue of ribbon and blew a raspberry, just as the ground beneath their feet began to tremble. "You said there were no other protections," one of the Norwegians hissed angrily. "There are no other magical protections." Break. Hour upon hour, they had laid in wait for the inevitable breach, and Evans all but shook with gleeful anticipation as they watched the intruders approaching the house from beneath their cloaks. They entered, and it was only a few moments later that they felt the rumbling of their plan coming to fruition. The entire house and surrounding area exploded in a shower of brick, mortar, wood, and undoubtedly dismembered limbs. Evans clapped Harry on the shoulder in joy as he laughed at what had befallen the would-be killers. "I told you it would work," he proclaimed. "It was a stroke of genius to use Muggle explosives. I knew they wouldn't look for them." Harry snorted humorlessly as he looked upon the enormous crater he'd called home for the past years. He loved his house and had painstakingly made it into a haven he was deeply proud of. "Come on, you can get another house," Evans comforted. "I know what it's like to lose a home, but look at it this way. You get to start over in a place no one will be able to find." Harry nodded, though he could not ignore the stab of sadness at having to destroy his home. "I know," he sighed, "but you're not the one who has to explain to his future wife why he had to blow up their house." Evans winced and gave him a nod of sympathy. "Drink, I'm buying." "I think I need one," Harry huffed. "Come on, I know a really nice Muggle pub I used to go to."